Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
There it is. You know, I was going to start off with a rendition of old school rap song, but one did not immediately. You know, that thought just flashed into my head as soon as the music stopped, and I couldn't immediately reach for let me give you a little verse. Then in the comment section, see if you know where it comes from. Let me see. let's see. Animals strike curious poses. They feel the heat between you and me. So that wasn't quite how it was sung, but those are the exact lyrics. So see if you can guess where that comes from. Animals strike curious poses. They feel the heat between you and I. So it's you and me that he said, oh, but it should really be you and I, really, because that's proper grammar. So there it is. A little musical ditty. Maybe we'll be doing that now. I'll be starting with just an obscure verse from an old school song, and I see just how down you were when you were, a youth or whatnot. So there it is, and here we go. Well, so could you believe it? Nigeria is now a middle-aged man. Can you believe that? It's unbelievable. Nigeria is 63, and she turns 63, or she turned 63 today. Can you believe that? So Nigeria is not a toddler anymore. Nigeria is not a baby. Nigeria is not even a child or a young man. Nigeria, your country, is a middle-aged man. So is it a case of happy anniversary to the country? Is there anything to be happy about in celebration of this day? Nigeria turns 63. So a hop, skip, and a jump from a century. But what's the progress? So we'll be spending time with that to reflect on just that country, what holds it together, and what almost certainly, if care is not taken, might ultimately split it apart. So Nigeria turns 63. What is your abiding memory? What are your hopes and dreams for the future of that country? So all of that conversation wrapped up. Because 63 is quite a significant age in the lifespan of a country. So where the country is now, the country Nigeria, is it commensurate with a 63-year journey? So that question, your answer. So it's quite a thing. And the person that actually straddles that age, TINUBU, mired in all manners of controversy. So we'll be hearing from him first. So we'll be reacting, analyzing, and reflecting on TINUBU'S anniversary day speech. And there's another thing I wanted to put forward. Should the country Nigeria continue with the name Nigeria? And if Nigeria is not to continue with the name Nigeria, but you are not averse to it continuing, which name would you like the country to bear? I have a name in mind. A name that captures the essence of everything. I think Nigeria should be called Wazobia Nation. That's what I think. Nigeria should be called Wazobia Nation. Do you agree, disagree? So Nigeria turns 63. It's a marvel, really. That country should have broken up so many times, and that country is still on the brink, on the tenterhooks of the possibility of a breakup. Because the things that bind that country together it's a loose binding. It's like some sort of one coating of glue that binds the country together. It's not a firm grip. So the country it's quite a thing. I take pride in being Nigerian. I don't know about you, but I take great pride in being Nigerian. And for all of the back and forth that we have on this platform, in other spaces, I would back to the hilt in any space and time. Anybody that falls within that firmament of Nigeria, you can be Igala. I don't even know what an Igala person looks like. You can be an Okoro from the southeast, or you can be a Mala from the north. We can have our fights within our borders, but outside of that, I will back to the hilt anybody that falls under the banner of that green and white flag. Nigeria turns 63. It's an amazing thing. So I don't know how we will go because I like to do it on the fly, but we do this on the fly and hopefully it lands in what I should have done probably in the course of will do is to go through the journey. Actually, I'll do that now whilst we're playing the Kegite music. We'll go through the journey of that country from independence till date, just making a whirlwind speed through of all of the presidents that we have experienced, and then we'll reflect on what that experience has been. So we're not going to labor it too hard, but we'll certainly go through the presidents and see what the experiences has been, the good, the bad, and the abundance of the ugly. The good, the bad, and the abundance of the ugly. So the good, the bad, and the abundance of the ugly. But some people will argue that the man in situation now, there is none uglier than him. And we're not even talking about his physical attributes. We go to this. So as well as Nigeria turning 63, we'll spend time here as well. Tinubu on the cusp of being kicked out of Aso Rock. Or easy. Public interest in TINUBU'S record significant to Nigerians. I'll rule on Atiku's request shortly. George Maldonado. So George Maldonado, the fate of the Nigerian state now hangs in the hands of some Espanol from America. It's quite a thing. The fate of the Nigerian state hangs in the hand of some Spanish woman is somewhere in some backwater states in the United States. Public interest in TINUBU'S record significant to Nigerians. I'll rule on Atiku's request shortly. George Maldonado. So George Maldonado to make a ruling on the faith and of your country. There was one other thing. Yes. Hold on. There was one other thing that I wanted to show you as well. Yes, it's this one. let me show you this one. So some of you that spent a bit of time with the Rudolph space, you'd have seen that conversation around who knows David Udenyi or not. And the guest that they had was it was an acerbic put down, but then of course the audience in that space they don't have the mental acuity to understand what the guy just did. It was an acerbic put down that no, I don't know people like that. Of course, he's aware of who David Udenyi is, but somebody of his seniority, both in academia and in journalism, is not going to pay heed to some gutter journalists to make. So, and the reasons why, I only mentioned that to bring you this. Oh, I thought the headlines were on the screen. Oh, okay, let me put the headlines on the screen. Okay, let me put that first headline on the screen. So that's the first headline I gave you. Public interest in TINUBU'S record significant to Nigerians. I'll rule on Atiku's request shortly. George Maldonado. So that was the first one. So let's go on to this one. So that preamble on David Udenyi to land on this. So I'll give you the readout on this. I'm sweating, by the way. I don't know quite why. Before I come on, I like to take a shower to freshen up, and then I come into my patio. But because it's such an enclosed space, the heat hits me. And then, anyway, you know how that goes. Let me take you to this. Let's take you to this. So now that acerbic put down, that character on Rudolph's did on David Udenyi. This now next piece is going to explain to you just why that guy does not want a name association with an element like David Udenyi. So I'm going to read this one out. So here it is. So this is you can see. Hopefully you can make it out. Just at the top of your screen there, the verified handle of David Udenyi with the blue check mark. So that's from David Udenyi. And this is what he has to say. It says, my aviation source tells me that the reason Nigerian Air Force 001, so Nigerian Air Force NAF, of course, that's for Nigerian Air Force, and 001 means the presidential jet. I'm sure you know that, and you don't know now. So yes, my aviation source tells me that the reason NAF 001 with Tinubu on board spent so many hours in Algeria, where it appeared to be stuck, is that the Niger, let's do that again. My aviation source tells me that the reason NAF 001 with Tinubu on board spent so many hours in Algeria, where it appeared to be stuck, is that Niger refused permission for Tinubu to fly through Nigerian airspace and threatened to shoot his plane out of the sky if he did. NAF001 subsequently had to stop in Algeria to plot a new flight route to Abuja. They tried to cut through the southwestern tip of Niger, but they have just been forced to leave Nigerian airspace. They've just entered Burkina Faso. Drama in West Africa skies. So this is what David Uzain says on his verified Twitter handle. Let me skim through it again, just to re-emphasize. My aviation source tells me that the reason NAF001 with Bola Tinubu on board spent so many hours in Algeria, where it appeared to be stuck, is that Niger refused permission for Tinubu to fly through Nigerian airspace and threatened to shoot his plane out of the sky if he did. NAF001 subsequently had to stop in Algeria to plot a new route to Abuja. They tried to cut through the southwestern tip of Niger, but they have been forced to leave Nigerian airspace. They have just entered Burkina Faso. Drama in West Africa skies. So drama in West Africa skies, or is it? So now you saw that how that guy was very quick to dismiss David Uday, and this is the reason why. So this is the reason why. So this is from an aeronautical lawyer, and this is what he has to say. He says that we're in trouble if we have an army of young Nigerians who have it says that we're in trouble if we have an army of young Nigerians who have easy access to the internet, but the most ignorant and dumb, let's do that again. It's just because of the flow of it, it doesn't read quite well. We're in trouble if we have an army of young Nigerians who have easy access to the internet, but the most ignorant and dumb, then it is something we should all be worried about. How can anyone believe this rubbish? I have said it before, and I will say it again. That guy is an intellectual fraud. Anybody who believes whatever he says as his gospel truth needs a comprehensive brain surgery. Here is the flight path of the presidential jet on the 29th of September. So the flight path now of Tinubu's presidential jet, and this is the flight path right there. So it's a smooth sail all the way through, nothing at all to do with Niger Republic, and that is the and by the way, the flight path is a matter of public document. It's a publicly recorded thing. They may well, for reasons of security, not release it until that flight has landed. And this tells you now the flight path of Tinubu's flights to Nigeria. So I'm not quite sure what that guy means. It looks as though it actually did cut through Niger Republic and no problems at all. So I see no deviation to anywhere. That green line right there is the flight path. So that is from Paris. So where my cursor is now is from Paris. And then it goes all the way through. And then you see this vast swathe right there. That's Niger Republic. And you can see it goes right all the way through to land in Abuja. So you can see why. So it says, man knocks journalist. I wonder if the Nigerian Union of Journalists is aware of this guy. Because I'm not quite sure. Is he a trained and registered journalist? It's something we have to establish first. Man knocks journalist David Uday over his tweet that Niger refused permission for President Tinubu to fly over the Nigerian airspace with threats to shoot it down. Please look at the map well. The plane clearly avoided Niger airspace and went into Burkina Faso, cut through Togo. This is an obedient. So you can see this, the OBI is the person now. It's just, it's a spectacle. It's quite a spectacular thing that we're witnessing within the Nigerian space. Look at my cursor now and follow it through. So look at where my cursor is and follow it through. So this is my cursor coming from France, And you see where it is now, where I'm circling now, that vast wave right there, that's Niger Republic. So, but this guy is telling us a cut through Burkina Faso. So I'm not quite sure. This whole, the entirety, you can see the white lines carving out Niger Republic, and you can see that flight path going straight through. I mean, where would Niger Republic get the audacity to threaten to shoot down the Tinubu that is looking for an opportunity to drop bombs on them? You know, it's just, but that is that space right there. So you can see then why that journalist said he had no knowledge of David Uzein. Who wants to admit having knowledge of David Uzein? But let's go on to this one. Let's go on to this one. Actually, let me give you all the readouts now. I think we have only about 3 or so readouts, and then we look at the Tinubu clip and then reflect on the Nigerian state. So let me give you all the readouts now, and then we'll just get into the conversation after the care, guys. Public interest in Tinubu's record significant to Nigerians. I'll rule on ATIKU's request shortly. George Maldonado. Judge Nancy Maldonado says the United States Court for the Northern District of Illinois in Chicago has been inundated with emails from Nigerians eagerly anticipating her decision on whether or not she will order Chicago State University, CSU, to release President Bola Tinubu's records. As a result, she has decided to issue a ruling on the matter as soon as possible. A court filing seen by correspondents stated. The court noted that that court staff has received extensive email communications from members of the public related to this case. So the obedience, like they did with the governor of Illinois, they are now attacking the judge, Maldonado. The court notes that court staff has received extensive email communications from members of the public related to this case, stated the court document entered into docket on Friday. Consequently, the court will endeavor to issue a written ruling as soon as possible. The document noted acknowledging that the matter was of utmost interest to Nigerians, curious to learn the background of their leader, and had sent the court a flurry of emails. The court understands the significant public interest in this dispute, but the court will not consider any third-party or ex parte submissions. Masters Tinubu and Abubakar have been at loggerhead over the discrepancies in the Nigerian leaders' CSU records. As the institution, in response to a previous subpoena in 2022, released documents showing a female Bola Tinubu from Southwest College was admitted to the school to pursue a degree in accounting. Also at issue was CSU's adamant refusal to authenticate the diploma Mr. Tinubu submitted to Nigeria's electoral body INEC to be genuine or falsified, which has fueled allegations of forgery and perjury, for which Mr. Abubakar is seeking to void Mr. Tinubu's election victory at Nigeria Supreme Court. Further confusing Mr. Abubakar were the signatures on the diploma that Mr. Tinubu submitted to INEC, which were those of 2 women, Elnora Daniel and Niva Lubin, who joined CSU in 1998 and 1996, nearly 20 years after the president graduated in 1999. The June 22 diploma has in this share of forgery. Angela Liu, the U.S. attorney representing Mr. Abubakar, told the court on Wednesday. Judge Jeffrey Gilbert, on September the 20th, had ordered CSU to release Mr. Tinubu's records, but the president begged Ms. Maldonado to delay the order enforcement, pleading severe, irreparable damage to his life. On September the 6th, the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal upheld Mr. Tinubu's election victory, However, Mr. Abubakar strongly believes the decision was deeply flawed and a miscarriage of justice, leading him to file an appeal at the nation's Supreme Court, where he plans to use and by the way, all the lawyers are saying that the Supreme Court is not an evidence court. So you don't get to submit evidence at the Supreme Court. All they do at the Supreme Court is to review the judgment that you are querying that was not quite properly applied by the appeal court. So that's just what happens at the Supreme Court. So if they are expecting to tender new evidence, I suspect that they might not be able to do that. On September the 6th, the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal upheld Mr. Tinubu's election victory. However, Mr. Abubakar strongly believes the decision was deeply flawed and a miscarriage of justice, leading him to file an appeal at the nation's Supreme Court, where he plans to use the CSU records to show the president may have committed forgery and perjury, two serious allegations that, if proven, will not only result in Mr. Tinubu's dismissal, but also permanently dent his political career. So there it is right there. Ogun Alaroka, this is it. Ogun Alaroka, that's Ogun Alaroka right there. The guy, Abere Alo Kono Okuntodi, is that not what they say in Yoruba land? Abere Alo Kiono Okuntodi. But Kabereto Law Kono Okuntodi, latest update, updated. Let's see. Let's go to this before we go to that. Senior U.S. judge denies Bola Tinubu's emergency appeal, orders CSU to turn over records to ATIKU, testify under oath Monday afternoon. President Bola Tinubu has lost his emergency application to block Chicago State University from releasing his academic record to Atiku Abubakar. Judge Nancy Maldonado of the United States District Court for the Northern District of Illinois, Chicago, said the decision of a lower federal magistrate judge on September the 19th was appropriate and adopted it in full. The court overrules President Tinubu's objection to Magistrate Judge Gilbert's recommended ruling and therefore adopts the ruling in full. Mr. Abubakar's application is therefore granted, the judge ruled. In light of the pending Supreme Court of Nigeria deadline, represented to the court as October the 5th, 2023, and based on CSU's representations that it is ready to comply with the discovery request and produce a witness, the court set an expedited schedule for the completion of the discovery. Ms. Maldonado, a district judge, also said the CSU should turn over the records to Mr. Abubakar by 12 p.m. Monday and also make it official and also make, hold on. All right, let's pick it from here. Ms. Maldonado, a district judge, also said the CSU should turn over the records to Mr. Abubakar by 12 p.m. Monday and also make its officials available for disposition to authenticate the document by 5 p.m. on the same day. The judge said any attempt by Mr. Tinubu to appeal the judgment in the district would no longer be tolerated, as Mr. Abubakar must transfer the collected evidence to the Nigerian Supreme Court for use in an ongoing election petition case by October the 5th. CSU is directed to produce all relevant and non-privileged documents in response to requests for production number 1 through 4 as narrowed by Judge Gilbert and adopted here in Mr. Abubakar's subpoena by 12 p.m. noon on Monday, October the 2nd, 2023. She added, the rule 30B6, disposition of CSU's corporate designee must be completed by 5 p.m. CDT on Tuesday, October the 3rd, 2023. Given the October 5, 2023 filing deadline before the Supreme Court of Nigeria, the court will not extend or modify the deadline. The judge, however, said Mr. Tinubu is free to file his appeal directly before the 7th Circuit, which is the main appellate court overseeing Illinois and nearby states, an attempt that would likely prove daunting, given the tight window for compliance. So yes, I think this judge may have been got at. That's just the thing. I think this judge may have been got at. So this judge now has given this ruling. I think this ruling was on Friday, wasn't it? So this judge now has given this ruling for this institution to comply with that ruling by Monday, 12 p.m. And the institution says it's ready to comply with the court ruling, of course, because they are law-abiding in the United States. So this judge now, this Maldonado, she's giving that ruling to be complied with by Monday, but the window for appeal still open for Tinubu. But before that appeal can be filed, the order must already be complied with. Do you see? And that is where it is. So that's the slick move that's been played there. The ruling marks a major blow for Mr. Tinubu and a huge victory for Mr. Abubakar, who has been seeking the records to establish that Mr. Tinubu presented a fraud certificate to the Independent National Electoral Commission when he submitted his application to run for president in June 2022. Section 137, subsection 1J of the Nigerian Constitution, amended 2010, specifically stated that no one would be legitimately elected president of Nigeria if the person has presented a fraud certificate to the Independent National Electoral Commission. Prior to the ruling late Saturday night, Judge Maldonado had acknowledged the significant public interest dimension of the case, saying it will cause her to expedite justice or expedite. I call it expedite. You can call it expedite. So call her to expedite justice for all parties. The president did not deny the charges that the certificate was forged, especially as it was purportedly signed by administrators who were not at the school when he graduated in 1979, but only insisted alongside the school that he attended and graduated. Well, that's not an only, that is the crux of it, is it not? He also said releasing the document with deposition will cause him severe harm because they were private to him and would not be admissible in the ongoing petition against him in Nigeria. An argument that further fuels nationwide concern. Not nationwide concern, by the way, the narrow pecuniary concerns of the obedient space, more to it. He also said releasing the document with deposition will cause him severe harm because they were private to him and would not be admissible in ongoing petitions against him in Nigeria. An argument that further fueled nationwide concern about what the president might have been hiding about himself from Nigerians. The CSU said it will state under oath that Mr. Tinubu attended, but it won't be able to certify the authenticity of the certificate he paraded in Nigeria under oath. Mr. Abubakar's lawyer would now be able to test the school's claims alongside Mr. Tinubu's during tomorrow's record release and cross-examination. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So now let's now go to this one as the round of that space. It says updated. I hope you can see that. Am I sharing that? Yeah, I am sharing that. It says updated. Atiku's court victory in Chicago useless, says Tinubu's lawyer. So why is that? One of President Bola Tinubu's attorney, Oluwole Afolabi, has poured cold water on Atiku Abubakar's Chicago court victory, saying it is of no use in Atiku's Supreme Court appeal against Tinubu's election. In a WhatsApp note on the implication of the ruling by Judge Nancy Maldonado, Afolabi said, the Electoral Act does not allow for the introduction of new evidence on appeal. So that was what I was hinting at earlier. A party must provide a list of the documents he intends to rely on at the time his petition is filed. A party cannot spring surprise on its adversary by introducing evidence that was not filed along with the petition. Tinubu's personal lawyer, senior advocate of Nigeria, Babatunde Ogala, also said whatever document Atiku gets from the Chicago State University is no longer useful. The headless mob is masturbating over nothing. The document can no longer be used. It is of no value. We have passed that stage. Ogala broke down the request of Atiku to CSU, some of which the school already gave to the Presidential Election Petition Court before its September the 6th judgment, in which it dismissed Atiku and Peter Obi's petitions. One is whether President Tinubu attended Chicago State University. The answer is yes. Second, what were his grades in school? The school had already provided that. He said the school, however, objected to releasing Tinubu's other electronic records covered by the privacy law in the United States. Yes, we read this part already. So yeah, this is yes. So we've read this part already. So right. So what is the anticipated outcome of all this? Is really where the question is. So whatever those records are showing, I think what they are trying to establish is that Tinubu entered that university under false credentials. Not that he attended, went through the process, and graduated. They are trying to establish the credentials that he used to enter that university. So now, and it all stems from that narrative. Oh, is a female? Is not a female, and all that. So that is what Atiku is looking to explore. So they call it a discovery. So now, whatever comes out of that, as has already been explained, is not anything that can be tendered to the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court, you don't have to be a lawyer, but the process has been circling for long enough. The Supreme Court is not an evidence court, and as also been explained, whatever is in your petition is what you are asking the Supreme Court to review. You cannot then, at the 11th hour, introduce a new element into that petition. So there is that. So whatever happens, Tinubu will continue to be the president, and is going to be the president for the next 4 years. So now, what this might seek to do is to embarrass him or not. So depending on what the discovery shows us, this might seek to embarrass him or not. But this play really is for 2027. So whatever comes out of this can only come into play in 2027. So this cycle, this electoral cycle, is already done. The Supreme Court is only going to adjudicate on the verdict given by the appellate court based on the content of the petition presented by Atiku and Peter Obi, and they cannot introduce new elements into those spaces. That's my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong. So there it is. However it plays out, almost with some certainty, Tinubu will continue to be your presido. Tinubu will continue to be your presido. So Tinubu will continue to be your president, and he's your president, at least for the moment. So Tinubu, your president for the moment, and he has some news for you. So we're going to play the Kegite music, and then when we come back from the Kegite music, we'll go then into the meat of our Tinubu's Independence Day address, and then we'll open up the space for whoever wants to come in to engage in a conversation. But first, of course, the Kegites. A respite from all that reading are the Kegites.
Only water, where is Sima? Water, Hapa o Naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o Naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right. Akoko Onumeko, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. So we're going to listen to Tinubu's speech in a moment. But before we listen to Tinubu's speech, there's still plenty of space on the platform, by the way, for whoever wants to come join. Thomas actually joining. Good to see you, Thomas. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko, he's here. Rational mind to put a dampener on everything. And Mike here to dabaru everything for us. So good to see you, gentlemen. Whoever wants to hop on, please hop on. But before we go to anything, this now the list of Nigerian presidents from independence till date. So now, a seminal moment in time, Nigeria turned 63, but how has that time been spent? That time kicked off with Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, who governed that country from 1960 to 1966. So he had a good 6-year complement. Nnamdi Azikiwe, October 1963 to January 16, 1966. He was a ceremonial president because we were running a British-style prime minister sort of a system then. So he straddled that space. As you can see, the dates overlap, 1960 to 1966, 1963 to 1966. So he straddled that space alongside Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. But then, of course, that was quickly cut short by Major General Aguiyi Ironsi, January 16, 1966 to July 29, 1966. So a short window in time. So January, February, March, April, May, June, July. So no more than 6 months he was in situation, but nevertheless, he had reign over that country for that period. One of the longest serving, General Yakubu Gowon, August the 1st, 1966 to the 29th of July, 1975. So we have to somewhat, are we making the distinction between the military boys and the civilians is the question. To be replaced by General Muritala Mohammed or Murtala, however you choose to pronounce him. It was started as possibly one of the best presidents that the country has ever had, but quite a short-lived tenure, just a few months. July 29, 1975 to February the 13th, 1976. So another coupist, another soldier boy, another coupist, another soldier boy to be replaced by another coupist, another soldier boy. General Olusegun Obasanjo. So he started his journey with the Nigerian state as straddling over as the front rider, the front horse in that charge to utopia. Yes, let's call it that way. So he straddles the first horse in that charge of the Nigerian state to utopia for the first time. So his journey began, General Olusegun Obasanjo, February the 13th, 1976 to October the 1st, 1979. So that was a good 3 years and change, wasn't it? So that, and by the way, this is the longest serving Nigerian president right there. So he had that compliment 76, 77, 78, 76, 77, 78, 79. So 3 years and a bit he had reigned over that country in his first incursion under a military uniform. He handed over to a civilian administration. The first time that's happened in Nigeria, I'm not sure if that's the first time that's happened in Africa, but certainly the first time it's happened in Nigeria. So he handed, and this is October the 1st, by the way, so quite a pungent date for that transitional power to take place. So he handed over to not General Alhaji Shehu Shagari, a grade 2 teacher or grade 3 teacher or something from Sokoto State, I think. So he handed to Shehu Shagari October the 1st, 1979 to December the 31st, 1983. But who replaced Alhaji Shehu Shagari, you wonder? Well, the military boys take over again. He was in situation just barely a few months ago. Major General Muhammadu Buhari, December the 31st, 1983 to August the 27th, 1985. So it was quite a moment in time for Nigeria in that space. He put the soldier boys round to be flogging people on the streets, calling it war against the indiscipline. So we had that experience with him, and we should have learned that lesson. But somebody, he came in, and when he made the coup announcement, he told us that Buhari was too rigid in his ways and not at all amenable to advice or direction. And that formed the basis of a coup that replaced Buhari. But who replaced him? General Ibrahim Babangida, August the 27th, 1985 to August the 27th. Actually, he came and left on the same day. To look at that. So I'm not quite sure. I didn't actually know that. So General Ibrahim Babangida, August the 27th, 1985 to August the 27th, 1993. He did all he could to hold on to power, but the Nigerian state beat him down. So now, I wasn't quite sure if this guy was going to be documented as a president or not, but certainly he is under this list. Chief Ernest Shonekan, August the 26th, 1993 to November the 17th, 1993. So he could barely unpack his bags before they sent him packing. But who sent him packing? You guessed it, the military boys again. General Sani Abacha, a name that strikes fear in the heart of any upstanding Nigerian. November the 17th, 1993 to June the 8th, 1998. So death took him away, actually. There was also many rumors, but they said they sent some Indian girls to go and give him some spiked apples, and that was his demise. He was replaced by General Abdulsalami Abubakar, June the 9th, 1998 to May the 29th, 1999. And that birthed now what is now the Fourth Republic under the Nigerian state. So we're in the Fourth Republic now. So a republic is when you have a civilian administration in situation. So we're in the Fourth Republic now. So the first person to kick off that Fourth Republic, his name might resonate. It's only because we came across the name earlier on. Olusegun Obasanjo. So now he's now taking off the army uniform to put on the garb of a civilian to reassume where he last left off. Olusegun Obasanjo, May the 29th, 1999 to May the 29th, 2007. So that's Obasanjo right there. He was replaced after completing his constitutionally allowed 2 terms to be replaced by Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. 29th of May 2007 to May the 5th, 2010. So that was Yar'Adua. So he couldn't quite complete because death took him away. So now this next guy, for Twitter's guy, if ever there was one, he became the governor of his state, not because he won an election, but because I think his principal died. He was the vice governor of his satellite state within the Nigerian firmament. So he became the governor, not because he won any election, but because his principal died and he assumed that office. And then he became the Nigerian president again, not because he won any election, but because his principal died and he assumed that office. He was, of course, the vice president to Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. So we had Goodluck Jonathan for, I think, 6 years and a bit to be replaced by Muhammadu Buhari again. So you see, it's almost of a circle jerk in the night. It's like they ring-fenced the Nigerian state and they passed the baton around themselves. Muhammadu Buhari, 29th of May, 2015, well, not today, this was when that list was done, but up to the 29th of May, 2023. So he completed a 2-year term to hand over now to the man that ATIKU is intent on replacing. So there it is. So that's the journey of Nigeria. That is the journey of Nigeria, and here is your president. Let's watch this.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu says he's committed to seeing through positive reform programs for the country. The president made the commitment in his Independence Day broadcast to the nation. Among promises made by the president is the introduction of provisional wage increment of 25,000 naira per month to enhance the federal minimum wage.
It's no joy in seeing the people of this nation shoulder burdens that should have been shared years ago. I wish today's difficulties did not exist, but we must endure if we have to reach the good side of our future. My government is doing all that it can do to ease the load. I will now outline the path we are taking to relieve the stress on our families and households. We have embarked on a several sector reform to stabilize the economy, direct physical and monetary policy to fight inflation, encourage production, ensure the security of lives and property, and lend more support to the poor and the vulnerable. Based upon our talks with labor, business, and other stakeholders, we are introducing a provisional wage award increment to enhance the federal minimum wage without causing undue inflation. For the next 6 months, the average low-grade worker shall receive an additional 25,000 naira.
So let's pause it there. So let's be clear on what's being said there. He's not increasing the minimum base level by 25,000 naira. That is actually a subsidy. So it's subsidizing the base level wage with an additional 25,000 naira for a period of 6 months, just a cushioning until the policies come into play.
Per month. To ensure better grassroots development, we set up an infrastructure support fund for states to invest in critical areas. States have already received funds to provide relief packages against the impact of rising food and other prices. Making the economy more robust by lowering transport costs shall be key. In this regard, we have opened a new chapter in public transportation through the development of cheaper, safer, compressed natural gas, CNG, buses across the nation. These buses will operate at a fraction of current fuel prices, positively affecting transport fare.
If they are able to pull this off, this will be a game changer. If they're able to pull this off, this will be a game changer.
The new CNG conversion kits will start coming in very soon, as all hands are on deck to fast-track the usual lengthy procurement process. We are also setting up training facilities and workshops across the nation to train and provide new opportunities for the transport operators and entrepreneurs. This is a groundbreaking moment where, as a nation, we embrace more efficient means to power our economy. In making this change, we also make history. I pledged a thorough house cleaning of the den of malvisions the CBN has become. That house cleaning is well underway. A new leadership for the central bank has been constituted. Also, the special investigator will soon present its findings.
That findings by Jim Obazie, that needs to be made public. We need to know exactly what went down under Emefiele's tenure.
The past lapses are how to prevent similar recurrences. Henceforth, monetary policy shall be for the benefit of all and not the exclusive province of the powerful and wealthy. Wise tax policy is essential for the economic fairness and development. I have inaugurated a committee on tax reform to improve the efficiency of tax administration in the country and address fiscal policies that are unfair or hinder the business environment and slow our growth. To boost employment and urban incomes, we are providing investment funding for enterprises with greater potential. Similarly, we are increasing investment in micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Commencing this month, the social safety net is being extended through the expansion of the cash transfer programs to an additional 15 million vulnerable households.
Is there a proper audit trail for this social benefit thing that they're doing? Because under Sadiya Farouk, they were cashing checks and then handing out cash, and that cannot be audited. So I hope this is a digitalized process rather than handing out cash.
Administration shall always accord the highest priority to the safety of the people, inter-service collaboration, and intelligence sharing have been enhanced. Our service chiefs have been tasked with the vital responsibility of rebuilding the capacity of our security services. Here, I salute.
I wonder how many times they will rebuild the capacity of that security services before it is fit for purpose. Buhari spent a good 8 years and on uncountable amount of billions of dollars under that same banner, rebuilding the capacity of the security apparatus. Good luck, Jonathan, the same. So I have much more spend, and how much longer will it take for that security, whatever it is, to be fit for purpose?
And commend our gallant security forces for keeping us safe and securing our territorial integrity. Many have paid the ultimate sacrifice. We remember them today and their families. We shall equip our forces with the ways and means needed to perform their urgent task on behalf of the people.
Well, all right. Happy Independence.
All right. We don't really want to hear anything that any of this mob have to say, but let's kick off our conversation with the people that we do have in situation. Let's kick it off actually with an acknowledgement of this moment in time, and who else other than the majestic Ajanle Koko, if he's ready for us. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
Yeah, 1 month. What's up?
Yeah, brilliant. Good to see Ajanle Koko. So, a moment in time, Nigeria turned 63, a middle-aged man now, your country. But how has that journey been, the 63 years, to bring us to this point?
Thank you, 1 man, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, let me say Happy Independence Day to all Nigerians across the world. No matter what the situation we are going through, we should still be happy that we still have a country we can call our own. It might not be working as we wishes or as we expected, but we can still say it loudly and boastfully that yes, I'm from Nigeria, I'm from Nnewi, I'm from Abeokuta, I'm from Lagos Island. So I wish you all happy Independent Day. So on the president's speech, I think it's mix of good statement and some that are not really too good. Those ones that are good, I think he started his speech with greetings, which is very good. He wishes everybody happy Independent Day, and along the line, he gave some word of assurance that Nigeria is going to be good, and he was very, very specific in telling some Nigeria who think Nigeria can break up that will never happen. And he commended the military for the good job they are doing and the sacrifice that they have made so far in carrying out, their job by protecting the territorial integrity of the country. So there are some good statements in the speech, and some that I do not agree with is the announcement that he increased tentatively, if I can rephrase what he said, 25,000 increase of the workers, the average low-grade workers. I don't agree with that. What does it mean by average low-grade workers? That needs some clarification. And Who did they sat down with to agree on that? That is not good enough. The workers' union have been so patient with the administration to engage with them, to negotiate with them on the way forward for Nigerian worker welfare and increase in workers' pay. But instead of the government to sit down with them and agree on concrete wages for Nigerian workers, they were dilly-dallying, and they are not showing interest as much. And that is what was responsible, or let me say, is responsible for workers to schedule for Tuesday nationwide strike. So you can't have workers' union that you have not sat with, you have not agreed on anything with, and then you are going on Independent Day, say you are increasing tentatively. Nigerian workers doesn't need tentative salary increment now. They need something concrete, something firm, something fixed, something that, amount that that you agree, the government agree with the workers. That is what we need. We don't need no more, deceitfulness, and this divisive way of doing things, because it is deceitful for him to announce that amount when you have not agreed with the workers. And it's divisive because some Nigerians that doesn't know how collective bargaining works, doesn't know the importance of public servants, and even workers generally, particularly workers that are of, lower grade, what they are going through in Nigeria now, can come to the air and say, oh, Tinubu has increased their money, 25,000. Why are they still saying they want to go on strike? And they be talking all sort of nonsense. So that is what he has brought with this 25,000. Divisive. It's very divisive and very deceitful.
No, I think the 25,000 might be outside of the negotiations with the labor union. I think that's just an emergency parachute for a set period. I think, yeah.
That is the picture he's trying to paint.
But
you don't.
Yeah. But do you know to the contrary?
Did he consult with the NLC?
You don't consult with them.
He would have. He can't unilaterally.
No, there's what they call collective. He just said something to you now. If you listen to what there's what they call collective bargaining, which is usually the trade union or the labor has to sit on a table and they have to discuss with the employer, or in this case now it's the federal government now. So when they've not had, from what we last heard, they've not had any agreement on any discussions that they had. That's why they said they're going on strike. The NLC said they're going on strike. So I don't know. You see, okay, just go on.
So, like I was saying, so that is very, very deceitful, very, very bad. But you will see educated ones. We come on this platform or some other platform. They say, oh, yes, the president is doing good. Look, he has increased their money. Who are those people that is referring to as low grade, average low grade workers? Who are those people? Average low grade.
The people at the bottom of the people.
How do you define average low grade?
It's easily defined. Now, the people at the bottom of the rung of the pay structure.
Bottom of the rung. One man. When these politicians are trying to play on our intelligence
And when they are trying to show their stupidity, they think that Nigerian people are very stupid and they can show their stupidity and they can get away with their stupidity. We need to tell them, we need to push back on them that say, hey, enough is enough. Stop this, your stupidity. It is a stupid statement as far as I'm concerned. You don't agree with the workers. You have all these wives since May that you came into power. You have not sat down. You guys have not done anything. And then you are going to the air to show off on the Independent Day that, oh, I'm giving them low-grade workers. It's nonsensical as far as I'm concerned. Look, in a democratic setting, political leaders must show all the time their ability to negotiate, the ability to, and ability to negotiate, and ability, to sit down and agree with workers, not bullying workers, not threatening them with, court, what do you call it? Court injunction. Not all the stupidity that we see that is being done in Nigeria. You have inflicted pains, hardship on Nigerian workers by your economic measure that you have taken. But then, what are you giving to Nigerian workers? It's so divisive and so deceitful that I don't agree with him. And then another thing, he said he's gonna. What did he say? He said they are going to import some LNG buses so that we can have, cheap transportation system in Nigeria. I mean, buses, across the country. That is a wrong decision as far as I'm concerned, too.
He said they're going to train transporters.
Yes, he said they are going to get. He said the buses, and he said they are going to bring in. He said we are going to bring in buses, NLD. That means they are importing buses, LNG buses. Where are you going to get the money to do that? You are going to this hard hand. What do you call it? A forest. You are going to send it to buy buses, make another economy abroad to get richer, when we have the capacity
to produce LNG buses. To produce LNG buses. Who has produced LNG buses in Nigeria?
Innocent ATIKU is doing that at the moment.
Is it the same innocent buses that breaks down every 2 minutes?
No, one man. Innocent is building LNG buses.
Ajalegoko is he innocent vehicle that is breaking down 3 months, 6 months? Is that what you want?
I don't want to get into that. So
what's the evidence for that, Thomas? What's the evidence for that?
Don't mind them. Don't just let them continue to whatever we want to say. Look, when we don't start to develop our own capacity, when you don't start,
do you have one of Innocent's car? Do you drive one?
Look, Thomas.
No, it's a question now. Please.
All right. Let him answer that question and carry on. So we can. I really wanted the emphasis to be on Nigeria's independence. But
Thomas, for safety reason, no one will buy Innocent now. Who
will go and buy Innocent motors? I mean, even Innocent drives a Lexus. The man himself drives a Lexus.
How do you know?
I'm assuming he does.
One might know when they're assembling the Innocent motors. Sometimes they forget to push the screw in the right places, and that's why people.
Yes, he's always breaking down. Who will go and buy? Innocent himself will not drive innocent motors.
One man, please. Sorry, 1 second. Do you remember you brought the news here that all the vehicles some state bought in Nigeria was breaking down in 6 months?
6 months. They had a 6-month gestation period, and they were fighting for money, and they said your bosses are useless.
Okay, well, as far as I'm concerned, I think when we have a vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria that have the capacity.
It's not manufacturing, it's assembling. They don't manufacture, they assemble.
Whether assemble or manufacture is made in Nigeria vehicles.
They import all the parts and they assemble it.
They didn't import not all the parts. What you don't know.
So they manufacture all the parts in Nigeria.
Yes.
Is there any company that manufactured all the components? Is there any, even your Ford?
I don't know.
GMC, did they manufacture everything?
No, they manufacture it in Nigeria.
Most companies.
Oh yes. Some parts are
they may build their plants in another country, but it's the same. The company who has the right to all the parts of that vehicle is Ford, the company.
All right, carry on, Ajale Koko. I think the audience wants to have from you. Prince is saying, Ajale Koko, carry on.
So, when we have the capacity, we have innocent motor in Nigeria that have started that production. They've started rolling out buses, LNG-driven buses in Nigeria. Why can't we use our Naira to invest in that company, mass production of that vehicle, saving us that hard-earned dollar that this man been wasted, giving it to some economy outside Nigeria to get richer? Why will we continue to languish in?
Look at what they put a canister under a bus. This is their innocent launches gas powered vehicles, and then they've gone and put a canister under a bus, and that is the my goodness me, Nigerians.
Where did you see that, one man?
It's on TVC. It's on TVC.
It's on TVC. That show the video. Let us see it.
I'm playing it now. It's playing in the background.
No, show it.
Do you want to hear it?
I want to hear it. Run it.
All right. It's only 3 minutes. Hear it.
This was showcased at the facility tour of the factory by a delegation of Anambra State Government to the Innocent Motors manufacturing plant, Newe, Anambra State. We have details in this report.
Plurality of vehicles powered by combustion engine dominated the African economy, which employed tens of thousands of people working in the value chain. The global demands for green and cleaner energy is on the rise, as most nations of the world are advised to migrate from fossil fuel to gas or electric-powered engine. Natural gas is one of the mainstays.
Look at that. There it is right there. They've simply gone. You know those cooking canisters, those canisters that they used to cook back in the day. They've just lumped one under a bus, and they say, "My goodness me."
Where is the bus? Where is the bus that they?
It's on your screen now.
Where is the bus now?
There it is.
Carbon dioxide.
Where is the bus?
Are you not looking at your screen? It's there now.
I'm looking at it. I don't see it. Where is the bus? You are just showing
okay. Hold on. And listen to the commentaries. By the way, they are reporting it as a positive story, so they're not even looking to slaughter them. But listen to the commentary and look at the images.
Green and cleaner energy is on the rise, as most nations of the world are advised to migrate from fossil fuel to gas or electric-powered engine. Natural gas is one of the mainstays of global energy, where it replaces more polluting fuels. It improves air.
So can you see the canister there? So now you see the bus.
Quality and limits emissions of carbon dioxide.
So that's what they've done. They simply put canisters, cooking canisters on their bus.
No, one man. All the buses runs on LNG. Don't they have a tank like what you just shown us? Is that not how it looks like?
I have not. I've never seen one that looks like that.
Well, that's how they look like.
I don't get it, man.
I mean, you see,
that is the standard. Let's move on. That is the standard. That's how it is.
Yeah, I don't get it, one man. Look, when we have the capacity to develop something on our own, and we don't develop that capacity.
All right, let him carry on.
No, you haven't answered my question.
Okay, you can answer the question, but then let him flow through so I can get to everybody. Yeah, carry on.
If I have innocent motto in America, I will use it. For the sake of patriotism, I will use it.
That's a joke.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That is.
Although I think some African countries are actually importing innocent mottos. I heard that somewhere. Some African countries are actually using it.
Okay, so
what about Nord mottos? The one in Ogun State, that Nord mottos. I mean, we don't hear much about that one. Are they still in business? Or?
I don't think they produce at the capacity of Innocent, but they do produce more, not at the capacity of Innocent. Innocent has a very big. The only person that can rival will be Pan. I mean, like Pojo, the one in Kaduna that this guy bought. I don't even know what he's doing with
Dangote. Oh, you see, this. Sorry, can anybody familiar with Innocent? Can you please answer this question? I've seen an Innocent produce car, and I saw an identical car like that in China. So what do we call that? Is that manufacturing? I mean, because if it's assembly with local content, why are the cars exactly the same but with another brand name, maybe Sony or whatever they call it?
Yeah, breaking off Kulata. Is graduate motors, not in the
he was going to partner with it.
Actually, is in partnership with a Chinese manufacturer, and a lot of them work in the factory there.
So he just changed the brand name. So it's like me going to bring Toyota to Nigeria to do their manufacturing. Then I change it to Mike's Motors.
Hold on. Let me give you an example. Here in America, there are certain models are made of Ford Motors that looks like Hyundai. Go and check it out.
Dude, that's not what we are saying here. It's on the wait.
Manufacturers, they have similar builds of cars. It's just the way maybe the aerodynamics of those cars might be different, the way the body shape and everything, but they all look alike. So I don't know what you people are talking about.
We know cars look alike. They all have four wheels and everything. We get that. And they're all sedan trucks. We get it. But what we are saying is,
people are talking about patriotism here. Some of you people will come. I like Badu people will come here and you'll be talking about.
Why are you emotional now? Calm down.
Buying Nigerian-made cars, and you people are just throwing up what kind of shade you can put into it.
No one is throwing shade. We're just having conversation.
Rational mind. This is not shade. Rational mind. Calm down. It's not shade. It's the exact same car, just a different branding. Exact same chassis. Every single thing is the same thing.
Do you know what that is doing to the Nigerian economy? That we are producing cars.
I'm not asking what I'm trying to clarify, because people keep saying there's local content. So I'm asking that what is the local content? If the exact same car I see it on the street of China.
There's local content, actually, lots of local content, particularly the plastic parts. But I think it's just about 28%.
Not only even the plastic, but even the body part too. We're building Nigeria. So I don't get
what's the evidence for that.
The evidence is there. They showed us, they took us through.
You guys are not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying. It's like you buy a Mercedes GL, whatever, and you see the exact same thing, including rims, every single thing.
What Kulata is actually saying is that it's probably just a franchise. It's not anything. It's a franchise of a Chinese.
No.
Yes, one man. Yes.
Not.
That's what it is.
Franchise. Don't destroy this guy. It's not a franchise. It's a car manufacturing vehicle on its own. Yes, he has some parts they import from China and some from other places. So, and this is made
Chinese pattern. It's Chinese pattern.
So
he took this thing from the Chinese, the right to you know, it's like being under. You have to take it right. The pattern is the Chinese pattern.
It's a franchise.
It is not
Exactly.
franchise. So it is not franchise. It is fully owned by him. Yes, and no vehicle manufacturer that produces every part in their vehicle by themselves. There's none in this world. They buy from here and there, and they package everything together to make that vehicle. That is the way it is done. So if this guy is doing the same thing, have a factory. Is it not what we are talking about, that we do have a manufacturing plant in Nigeria, everything to be processed in Nigeria? Is that not what we're
No, that's not even the modern economic formula. You can get tubes from other countries. You can get the hydraulic pipes from other countries. It's like a combination. All those things, then you put them together. But the main engine and everything happens to be your product. You cannot in one plant manufacture every screw, wiper, and everything. No, it's not possible.
That is what I'm saying. I said there is no vehicle manufacturer. Yes. So let me say this. This guy has shown the capacity, and he has rolled out some of these big buses. I have watched it on the TV before. Some of these, big buses with energy. Why is Nigeria not investing in that? And investing in that will create employment, will give them that ability to improve on their technical know-how, and that will, stimulate economic growth and, increase their how do I say?
All right.
No, it's about the installed capacity.
That will.
All right. Ajande Koko, try and pivot it back to Nigeria 63, because I want everybody to have a.
Yeah, I'm speaking on 63. It's 63. Right. It's Tinubu statement that they are going to bring in buses, and bringing buses to Nigeria tells me they are importing buses to Nigeria, and that is why I am against. You don't need to use that forex that you don't even have, that you are struggling to get, to import buses into Nigeria, when we have a manufacturing plant in Nigeria that can build those buses for us. So that is,
all right. Ajale Koko, setting Tinubu's speech aside, just give us a very short assessment of Nigeria's journey, all those 63 years, and give us just a verdict on where you think we are at this point in time. So condense that, because I want to take that topic through everybody, because it's a moment in time, and Nigeria is now a middle-aged man. Ajale Koko.
Yeah, Nigerians started well from the 60s to 80s, and it was in the 90s that we derailed from we derailed from being an industrialized nation to a complete consuming nation. And since we derail from that industrialization part to consumption part, that has brought our economy down. So Nigeria has been started well, but along the line, since 90s, when Babangida them came in, since they introduced structural adjustment program, that was when Nigerians started having our economy going down, because we started losing the value. The structural adjustment program started killing the value of our naira, and that affected manufacturing plant in Nigeria, And up to now, going down from then to now, we can see where we are today. The value of the currency continue to go down, and to a point where it looks like is turning to paper right now. So Tinubu, Nigerian state is this economically is not good, financially not good, politically is even unstable. It looks stable, but it looks unstable. We don't have a clear economic development plan. We don't have it. So we are just like a nation that operates with no vision, no clear economic philosophy that we are really pursuing. So, and it is not good at the moment in that country, and the future nobody can predict it, and that is very unfortunate that we have a country that we cannot predict the future. It's very, very bad, one man. We cannot predict the future at the moment, and we just hope that Tinubu can be very sincere with us in pursuing a reform that he promised that he want to pursue, that can bring a redirection of that economy of that country and put it on the right path. And until we have a country that can develop a capacity in manufacturing things on their own and not depend on imported things, we won't be able to get it right. So the speech in totality is full, is mixed with good statement, bad statement, deceitful, fraudulent sometimes. So as far as I'm concerned, for him to pronounce that 25,000 without engaging with workers, I think that is fraudulent. American president was with the worker, demonstrating with the worker in their agitation for higher pay. That is American president. If the greatest capitalist country in the world have their president in the midst of worker calling on the on what do you call these people? On how do I describe them? Calling on their employers to increase their pay. I mean, that should tell us that we, as a country, developing country, can do better. Our leaders should have to think that even though American, as you copy the capitalist country, still you see their president demonstrating with worker for higher pay for workers. So one man, I'm not that too impressed with that speech, and I hope Tinubu can start to be honest, straightforward with Nigeria in the way he want to continue to conduct the business of that nation. I'm not that too impressed. The deceitfulness is there in the speech, dishonest is there, and that is not what we want right now. We need a leader that can be very honest, can be straightforward, and let people know where we are, what we are doing, our way forward. Let us know it. That is the only thing that can help us out. And invest in Nigeria. Develop the capacity of Nigeria in area that we have the potential. Develop it right now. That is the only thing that can position us on the way forward to be a good nation that can work for everybody. Let me leave it there. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Brilliant. So, Adane Poco, I still want to speak to you about the ATIKU verdict in Illinois, but I want to, because it's a moment in time, 63 years. So, what we're going to do is 5 to 7 minute monologue. Be as succinct as you can. It's just really this moment in time. Nigeria turned 63, not necessarily the TINUBU'S speech. It's just the sitting president having to make a speech on this day, but the journey of Nigeria to this point. And then if you were a teacher, making recommendations, sending back to the parent of the pupil, of the pupil, what will be your footnote to that report card for Nigeria? So Nigeria at 63, rational mind.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, lost in mind there.
Let me just see the second minute. I'll just because
go Haiti. I'll come back. I have something for you and Ajali.
I might leave very soon.
I was driving and you were saying something. Just eat and come back. You and Ajali. I have something for you.
Sorry, let me make my speech because we'll be jumping off soon. Nigeria 63 is a welcome development. We thank God we are alive to see it. We have to thank God for that. As far as we are existing, there is hope. America passed through a difficult time. It's not different from Nigeria. Just that Nigeria started off in a good track and is sliding down. That is the difficult part of Nigeria. They don't know how to get up. How we started from the bottom, all we have in our mind is to go to the top. But now we started from the top, we are going to the bottom. So that's the problem we are finding. But we should not just destroy Nigeria. There's a brighter future. People just forgot that Korea was a military dictatorship in just 1985 years. And they got independent, they changed to democracy, and they are moving forward. Yes, it's good to criticize and it's good to push back. But what is not good is to burn the country down. Nigeria 63, we thank God, and we hope to see 100 years, and we hope to see 65 soon. Thank you, Wama.
War Peace, are you optimistic or pessimistic for the future of the country?
Well, if there's any way I can combine the two, I'll make it a one word. I'll just use it both, but let me use one. I'm very, very optimistic that there's a better future ahead of us.
Are you not the one that was yelling the other time for exchange rate that what you are shipping to Nigeria concerning your, what do you call this, your
my boat engine? Yes.
Your this are you what the one that was raising alarm the other day, and now you are saying you are optimistic? I don't get it.
Yes, I raised the alarm. Ajalico, if it's not broken, you can't fix it. If you don't identify your problem, how are you going to solve it?
Oh, really? Okay.
We have to identify, we have to push the government and show the government. The problem of Nigeria is that the government is not looking at the direction where the problem is. The common man will tell the government where the problem is, but they'll do what in their mind, which is politics, which is problem. The day Nigeria started identify its problem is 50% solved. It's not a rocket science. It's not a brainer. Just what is affecting us is just a shadow hand that is playing the politics, not personal interest, international interest. If we all decide that Nigeria will work, it will start working because we'll start facing the challenges, start taking it on. So it's not all the time we'll just come and say Nigeria's not going to work. When we say Nigeria's going to work, then we'll not find a solution, and we don't talk about the problem anymore. So we'll keep challenging the government, and we'll keep pushing the government to the right direction. Let's be very hopeful that one day they look at that direction so that Nigeria will move forward. Thank you, Ajali Koko.
All right, brilliant. So back to you then, Rational Mind. 5 to 7 minute monologue, Nigeria at 63.
Yeah, woman. I think it's more like a solemn kind of. I don't know if because I've tried to look at the different local stations back in Nigeria. I've not been able to see any that shows any celebration like we used to see when they will go for a march parade. And I'm not too sure if Tinubu ever himself left Aso Rock for any celebration apart from that speech. I'm ready to be corrected, maybe because I wasn't really keenly looking to see if there was any so I think the mood of the nation, everybody can tell. Even what's his name? I think if you listen to George Akume, his speech that he himself gave, the secretary to the federal government, you can tell that Igboro raring, as they will say in Yoruba. People are not, there's no laughter in the air. The country is in a total mess. So if they decide to want to do it in a low, I mean, keep it low, not making that that fanfare kind of celebration whereby they will spend a huge amount of money, because usually when they celebrate independence, both at the federal and the state level, I know many of them will spend it. In fact, even if they spend 100 million naira, they will say they voted 1 billion naira for it. So I think that's a thing for us to understand, that that country is not working, and everybody needs to sit up, especially the governor, the people governing. I think the only way is that this guy, I was reading some, was it an op-ed or something like that? So somebody was saying that we should try and revisit how we pay these lawmakers. If we put them on a pay as you go, pay as you work kind of sitting for them, whereby whenever they sit, we pay them. They don't sit, we're not paid. I think a lot of them will sit up, and they will not, maybe this, everybody that wants to go there wants to go and serve Nigeria. So the point is, the country is not working. I don't think anything Tinubu has to say for me. It's just the usual propaganda that we've always known APC for, starting from 2015, the crap they sold to us, how the crap left there, and himself came in, same person that helped him to orchestrate the whole propaganda back in 2015. He brought his own propaganda now. We saw how everything is playing out. 100 days is over now. It's over there now. It's been there for over how many months now? And then we're still talking about, he was talking about his policies. I mean, what is this guy talking about? What are your, name one policy that's working in TINUBU'S policy.
Rational, my Lord Jamala.
Monja, why were more Jemoti suspended law now? You can party 7 minutes. Kini mo ń lò ọbẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ orúkọ ẹ̀ ọgbọ̀nọ̀.
Ọmọ Igbo. Ọmọ Igbo.
Báwo ni wọ́n sọ Yorùbá gómìnà gbàgbé?
Ẹ ló ń pa àpò àti burúkú ló ń jẹ.
Yellow gari ló ń jẹ.
Àmàlà ló ń jẹ. Anyway, yeah, so that for me, it's I don't think you cannot govern the country with propaganda. We've seen these people, APC, that's how they've been doing all these years. They've been there. And we'll see how that country, in fact, for me, I don't even know where TINUBU is going for right from here, from now going forward, with all this case that we're going to discuss later, the issue of the Chicago. But the mood of that country tells you that Nigeria is just a lie. Nigeria is a lie. There is nothing to Nigeria. It's just a bit like, let me use the word of, what's it called? Shore. It says, and it's a business enterprise by the British. And they left it so.
One man, can I ask Rational Mind something on that Chicago image?
No.
We're coming to that in the second phase. I want to get so I can get to you quickly. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll be later. I can lose top or Nigeria at 63 or 64. So for me, I just think, woman, the mood of that country. I mean, that's one thing maybe I would give to them for celebrating it on a low key, rather than bring that money. Because where's the money? They don't have money, and you're talking about all this. He's talking about different policies that he's going to roll out. Where are you going to get the money to do all this thing? You want to buy buses? Where are you going to get the money to? Well, maybe because oil prices is rising already. I think the Brent crude oil now is going for about almost $100.
I think you are mistaken to say Nigeria doesn't have money. They removed the oil subsidy, so that's a windfall in itself. And then the petrol price, the crude price is hitting $100 to the barrel. That's another windfall. So it's getting two pockets of windfall or windfalls.
Okay. Yeah. Well, woman, I don't know what you're talking about, because I said these people, they are just lying to us. They just, like they do, share this money among themselves, because this is the same government that keeps going and borrowing money. They're talking about borrowing $3 billion.
But they've not, who has borrowed done that in the administration?
Who has been borrowing money? Has to secretly be borrowing money.
Secretly?
Yeah, secretly be borrowing money. Yeah. I have to go and look for those.
Yeah, the only one I know that secret.
Rational Mind say he didn't tell you before I went to borrow.
They've secretly been borrowing money. They've been borrowing money.
Are you talking about the NNPC attempts to borrow money from African Bank?
We collected the about how many from World Bank recently. They collected another, maybe it's in the pipeline. They are secretly borrowing money. We shall, you don't worry, we will find out very soon. These people are secretly borrowing money. That is why the naira is getting more and more devalued, because we're not producing, we're borrowing money. When you don't produce, you're borrowing money, you are incurring more debt. And so what's the worth of your currency? It's useless, it's nothing. So you better devalue it then. So that's why the dollar keeps falling. They are secretly borrowing. Whenever you see the dollar fall like that, it shows that we're not getting enough, what's it called? Enough hard currency into Nigeria, and it's pulling on the economy. Because if we are getting money, whatever money they are getting, they are now using it to service debt. And so where are they going to get more money? Especially foreign exchange, to be able to give to manufacturers that really need it to go and buy their parts or buy whatever for manufacturing within Nigeria. So the point I'm trying to make is this: we shall find out maybe later how much they've borrowed again to join whatever Buhari has already done there. So my point is this: you see, Nigeria is not working. It is a lie. It's an enterprise. Just only the British, they did their own. They make whatever they could make from it. They gave it to the what's it called? The thieves, the criminals. Over the years, they've been shuffling themselves, and now you can't get to TINUBU'S turn now, which is one of, even not the most heinous kind of criminal I've ever seen. With the kind of person, the kind of identity is taken. We shall find out. We shall come to that later. Maybe we shall find out the truth after tomorrow. But for me, I will still refer to him as what I refer to him. So my point is this: the woman, there's nothing to celebrate about. There's nothing absolutely to celebrate in Nigeria. Not with the way Nigeria is in the history of that country. 1,000 naira to $1. In 1980, I think 79 or 81. 79 or 80, so around that time to 81. We're changing 1.6. $1.30 something cents to 1 naira. Suddenly, look at what it is today. Even the CFA, the CFA, is even more value than the naira. I used to remember when you would go to Cotonou there, you would change like 160 naira to we call it mi franc. That is 1,000 francs. You would change 160 like that. So now look at it now. Even the 1,000.
All right. Rational mind for time. If you were assessing the Nigerian scorecard, if you were the teacher assessing the Nigerian scorecard, what will be your footnote at the bottom of that scorecard?
Well, I would just say redo this exam again. Redo it again. Reset. Nigeria needs to be set back to factory reset. That's just what I was saying. Send it back to a factory reset. Send it back to how it was from the beginning. Maybe we should start all afresh again. Because with the way we are going, there's never any way we're going to make any headway. We'll just be oscillating in the same cycle of vicious circle of of endless poverty, and some people continue making their way in that country, because that Nigeria is not made the way it's designed. It's not meant to work for the people themselves. It may work for the criminals, but not for the people. Well, let me leave it at that, so that maybe later we can come to talk about that.
All right, we'll sweep around again. It's just voices documented. Up next, Mike, the question, your response, and Nigeria at 63. You can go to the TINUBU'S page, which seems to be what everybody is going to. But that's not really the question. It's the journey of the country up to this point, your assessment, and then give it us a footnote at the bottom of the scorecard, Mike.
Okay. Well, I'll jump to it. I won't say Nigeria is a failure, and I won't rank Nigeria as failed. I won't rank it. I will say it's a pass. We should be better. We could have been better than where we are. We should have been, but of course we are not. So that's the disappointment. But how do I do my scoring? What I would do is do comparison. The rest of the world, when they came together doing global, modernization, modernizing and everything, the black the black race, I mean, meaning the black countries were kind of isolated for a while. And then at one point, they thought it'd be a good idea to incorporate us into the global affairs and things. And other continents already had their countries already set up, already moving ahead. And by 1960s, it's when they began to say blacks as people we should pull into the global affairs. And they started giving African countries independence, gave even the black Americans, they have finally allowed them to, they ended Jim Crow, allowed them to be incorporated into the rest of American society, the Caribbean countries, everybody. And if we look at all these countries and put them next to each other, we can arguably say Nigeria has been the most progressed. We have been the most advanced. We've been the most advanced people. I mean, compared to every one of them, including black Americans. We have the richest black man in the world. We can say we have pretty much the most educated people, the most advanced people. We can say it. I can say that categorically. People will say we have resources. The richest country in Africa in terms of minerals is Congo. Congo is among 200 and something countries in the world. Congo is ranked 130 something. Nigeria is ranked 31st in the world, larger than any black country in the world. China, the Republic of China was formed in 1912. The current year, and China at 63, which is 50 years ago, is not where Nigeria is today. China was ranked one of the poorest countries in the world at 63. If you look where Nigeria is today and where China was back then, Nigeria is ahead. Even the United States, by 1920, United States was suffering the Great Depression. By 1920, that's over 100 years after the formation. So they do things, they got up. So at 63, I mean, yeah, at 63 in Nigeria, compared to other African countries, we're the only black country that has built a capital from scratch, right?
I think it's the first in Africa, certainly the first in Black Africa that has built
in the black world.
Yes, that's a little known fact. What you just said.
The only black country that ever built a capital, a city from scratch. No other black nation on this planet has done it. We can say every state in Nigeria has a capital city where you can go and you can find in any capital city you go in Nigeria, you can find the basic amenity. You can find a community where it's for the rich. NGA, what they call GRA. Because I travel around Nigeria, and every city I go to, I can say, okay, I can live, I have money, I can access everything I need anywhere in the world there. You understand? If I have money. And no state you go in Nigeria where you won't find somebody that's millionaire, that's progressing, making it. So as much as we have poor people, these people suffering, we also every day I see Nigerians making it. Yeah, I go to Nigeria all the time, I travel. Even I go through, the only day I travel through Southwest, and almost every year I go to these states. I see one community that's been developed, where mansions is being built, estate is being built, you understand? So there are people that are making it, and of course, people suffering. And I see Nigeria as a place where if you are very productive, you're very smart, if you are very sharp, you can become rich, and nothing will hold your hand, hold you back. And I see it as a place where if real people really put their brains together and begin to invent and innovate, they can turn everything around, So I see a lot of positives. I'm a very optimistic person. I like to look at positives. I like to look at my cup, half full and half empty, you understand? So I see the potential, and I see progress. Though there's a lot of failure, yeah, there's no question. We could have been far ahead, but if I have to rank Nigeria, I won't say we're failed. If I have to put us next to every other black world, even the rest of the world, we're already in a global community before the black world. And we can even arguably say Nigeria is ahead of some of those non-black countries in the world. I just say we're 31st. You can't tell me if you go to some South American countries, I mean, they are not on the level of Nigeria. Some of them. They can't boast of, in America, Nigeria have the most advanced communities. If you come to cities like Houston, we're probably one of the most powerful ethnic. In fact, we can say we're the top 3 most powerful ethnic group. If you come to the city of Houston, in the United States, if you're in Nigeria, everybody salutes you, including police officer. They will ask, if you pull a black man over, they will ask you, are you a Nigerian or a black American? If you're a Nigerian, they give you more respect than a black American. Because
what
you
are
go
you
to,
talking
where
about? Where are you coming from?
Dude, shut the hell. Do you live here? Have you been there? Stop. Don't create a stupid argument. I'm telling you, as a matter of fact, we have more Nigerian judges, more Nigerian doctors, more Nigerian professionals than than the black Americans in the city of Houston, where our population is almost equal, but they have more population than us. Than any black.
Then they will pull you up and they will ask you, they will profile you, asking you if you're a Nigerian or if you're a black. Dude.
I'm not. I do say that literally, like they do it as a protocol. I mean, do hush. I didn't interrupt you, okay? Just hush. I know you're obedient. So hush. Let me talk positive, okay? You spoke your negatives, then I just a failure. I didn't interrupt you. Let me say I just a progress. I don't interrupt me.
You can't be coming here and be spewing crap that they profile you.
Then shut the hell up, man. Your own wasn't crap. When you say countries a complete failure, you have nothing positive to say. And I'm trying to put a little positive.
Yeah, settle down, Mike. Bring it home and then give us that footnote scorecard.
The guy is a very, very negative guy. All they want to hear is
you have to be a bit patient with a rational mind, because of course
all they want people to hear, all this I know what they want to hear is just come here and say Nigeria
it's necessary to have that balance of a divergent view. Yeah.
But that's why I allow him to give his own negative now, and I'm also giving my own positive, and he's mad, he's upset.
I'm asking you, where in here in the United States, Houston, I've been to Houston many times.
Do you live? Okay, what are you asking me?
I think Kayode is responding in the comment section. It says he's right. I live in Houston. We are well, yes. So that's the question, Kayode. Do the police profile you and do yes is what a rational mind is pushing? But yeah.
Go on.
I'm telling you that in everywhere in America, blacks are profiled. But Nigerians have earned high level of reputation in that city because that's the most populated city of Nigerians. And we are known, we literally is the only city in America where you go, where police will not profile you because they suspect you may be Nigerian, because they know the community to be very advanced people, very powerful people, judges, Nigerians, hospitals, the doctors, Nigerians, the industries, engineering, Nigerian, the dominating, positive. The only city in America where you go, where blacks are seen as progressive people. Nigerians are more respected than Hispanics than any other minority in the state of Texas, in the city of Houston. And I'm telling you, the mayor, when they're doing Nigeria independent, the mayor comes there. When anything Nigerian, the mayor of Houston comes to recognize the community. They are known as highly progressive people, and it's the most populated community of Nigerians. Come here, the most desirable man among every woman, including white women in the city of Houston, is a Nigerian man. Father, tell their daughters, get me a Nigerian husband. I'm telling you. And this guy is here. I'm giving you positive. Like, we do good things in places of areas. Nobody's if most of the dude, I'm not here to argue with you, man. I'm doing my monologue, man. Just give me my time, man. When you come back to you, go back to your negative, okay?
Let me say one thing to you.
No, I don't want to hear it. Let me do my monologue. I'm not here to debate you. Just hush.
You won't hear it. I know you won't hear it.
Just hush.
All right. Rational mind, allow him to line. But I think you rankled him somewhat. But you have to tone it down.
What's happening there?
I don't know. It just seems to. You have to tone it down.
The positivity is choking. The positivity is choking rational mind.
That's not the point. You see, this is what you people do here. I don't like that. You people will try to
let Mike continue.
You are doing the same thing that he did, that I'm trying to correct here. I'm not asking you. I'm not envious of whatever Nigerians are achieving. It's a good thing Nigerians are achieving good things here. But the fact that he's saying that they profile you to know if you're a Nigerian, that's what
my friend. I didn't say as a matter of protocol. I'm telling you that as a matter of experience, where police officer, bros, chill out. Let me explain what I'm saying to you. In the United States, in most cities you go to, the blacks have bad reputation, including Houston. The blacks are known for bad reputation, but in the city of Houston, they know a particular group of blacks that they are recognized for good reputation. Now, a police officer sometimes will ask you that question, sir. Are you Nigerian? I'm speaking from experience. I'm not talking of I hear this, or I'm not saying it's a matter of protocol. I get pulled over, and the police officer will pull over. He asked me, am I Nigerian? And when I say yes, I've never seen him frown. I seen him just start smiling and asking me, "Oh, are you which industry are you in?" and things like that. Engage me. And if you ever since I've been in the United States, they don't ask me that kind of question. He's just a black man. They put you over, they start to say, well, don't move your hand, don't, well, do you have gun in your car? All those kind of things. When the city of Houston, they know that there's this group of people that are highly respectable. And they do that, So, and that's where I'm coming from. I didn't say it's a matter of protocol that they say go and profile. That's not what I'm saying here, okay? So it's just something, at
I
least
think
celebrate
Mike
something
is
positive.
right.
Now,
all right. Take us to the footnote and give us is it excellent, could do better, or just abandon it? So give us
yeah. So So if most of these Nigerians are progressive, they have been born in another African country, including rational mind. He would have been more retarded than he sounds right now. A little bit of wisdom he has. It's the Nigerian society that gave it to him. So many of them, if they had been born and raised in another African country, they wouldn't have been so successful.
All
So the
right.
Nigerian society. So I would say where I'll put Nigeria is, I won't say we failed, but we could have done better. We could have done even way better. If we had been stuck to that, if we had kept that regional system, the regional the way we started in the beginning, I think by now would have been far, particularly that Southwest, would have been really gone, because most of these successful Nigerians, even me, progressive Nigerians, many of them grew up in the Southwest. Let's be honest. A lot of Igbos are coming to brag. Most of them are great. They were born in Lagos and the Southwest. So let's be honest. So I'm not here to brag. I'm just saying the Southwestern Nigeria, if it wasn't our patient and things, that country had like 4 or 5 civil wars like Congo. If the Yorubas haven't been using wisdom to handle that country, in the way all these other people don't have emotional intelligence, they'll be looking like Congo. Congo had their first civil war before Nigeria. After that, they're still having civil wars today. But the Southwesterners have been the people really holding our country as far as, even look at the industries, the music industries, who are the people really pushing things well. Majority are from the Southwest, So, I'm not here to brag, but hey, let's just, but I would say we haven't, we've done better. We've done better.
All right,
We've done
brilliant.
good, but we could have done better. We could have done better. Okay, that's my.
All right, brilliant. Stay there, Mike. We'll still end up in the articles somewhat cut victory in Illinois. But Nigeria 63, I want to document that. Check your DM, Mike. Check your DM. Baba, you're up next. 5 to 7 minutes monologue. Nigeria at 63, a long journey, a middle-aged man. But what has that journey been like? Give us your assessment of this moment in time and the journey that got us here.
Thank you, woman. As your week end winds down, thanks for the opportunity. Please don't clock me yet until I salute my people. I salute you, panelists. Welcome again after a day's hiatus. And the comment section, the vibrant people there, the keyboardists, I salute you all, starting from the Ace, Alexander, Ola, Oga, Ayo, Izzy, I've not seen him today, Dupsy, Princess, Zita, Mumuni, and Adiola. I won't put Odeku there. But I salute you all. Those I didn't mention, please pardon me. Please like, share, and subscribe to this platform. By all means, please click the like button immediately, even if you cannot share or subscribe right now, or do so eventually later. Thank you all. Yes, woman, I'm ready. 63 years. I think in the life of a man, it counts, but in the life of a nation, I think it's nothing actually. But firstly, let me start by this president's speech today. I think I look at a man that is really weather beaten in the sense that what he met, what he read in his handover notes, is beyond. It was gobsmacked. Let me just put it that way. It's like a man expecting a bus load of trouble, and he eventually got 2 trailer loads of it at his gate. It's really a terrible situation he found himself. Let me begin with his speech actually concerning the wage increase. It is not, it's a wage award. because when we talk about minimum wage is a function of the law. I think the last one was in 2019, and it's always 5 years. So the minimum wage will come on stream. The negotiation will start, I think, next year sometime. Because I listened to Usifo of TUC and NLC's Ajero. It's a wage award to bridge the gap before the eventual negotiation will start next year. But then the president will have done better to negotiate it with them rather than unilaterally coming up with a figure from the air. I know he meant well. He must have looked at the books and figured out 25,000 will be very ideal at this moment. But then it will have carried the Labour Congress along without just being seen to be second guessing them. When it comes to the bus issue, I don't know if any of us will remember Professor Ali Muazri. I think he was a Tanzanian American. Ali Muazri, about 30 years ago, did a documentary. I'm sure it could be on YouTube about African governments all over Africa involving transport. Actually. Femi, give me 1 minute. Involving transport. It's all a junk house all over Africa. It's like a graveyard. I think we've had our own examples on 2 occasions too. Readily, if I remember, during Babangida's time. And one other period of our lives. All buses were bought and everything. And where were they today? They belong to the iron heap yard of irons all over the country. And here we go again. I think the government should do well to have organized transporters. Just borrow from Jonathan's leaf. Woman, please let someone else take over. I have something to attend to. Please.
Okay. We'll be back to you momentarily. So okay. Up next, Kulata, the question, your response. Your country now.
Let someone else go. I'm eating too, like rational mind. It's not Amala.
Is it Amala? Oh, it's Yellow Gary.
All right. My monologue.
No. Let Charles go ahead of you. I want to follow the sequence on the screen. Yeah. So Charles, if you're there, Charles and
yeah, I'm here.
Remember to take my wine. No. Red wine, Nicolata Mamuna. I want to sophisticated you yellow. Colata, and you still read?
Omi, momu, tap water, momu. Continue.
All right. So to you then, Charles. The question, your response. Your country now is 63-year-old man, but what has that journey been like? Your assessment. You can wrap up TINUBU'S speaking that, and then give us a verdict at the end. A 5 to 7 minute monologue. Charles, Annex.
I think Nigeria 63. Really, we've derailed. It's more like 1 step forward and 2 steps backwards. That's Nigeria 63 in a nutshell. And I think really the problem with Nigeria, with everything everyone has said about us being having the smartest people, the most ambitious set of people and stuff like that, even those people that are ambitious in the US, the real reason why they thrive, they have the will to do well, but why they thrive is because the environment, the US as a society, gives them that venue to showcase their skill and also showcase their achievements. Nigeria, on the other one, is a different ballgame altogether. People are leaving, things are collapsing. And I think Nigeria at 63, to be honest, we are in a very dire state. Things can be better, but it can really be better once we get our leadership right. And we haven't really done that. Even the current you might say I'm obedient and everything, but I don't know. The current
have we ever gotten it right at any point in time, 1960 till date? Was there a period that you thought, yes, we are getting it right with this leadership?
I think with Obasanjo, honestly speaking, with Obasanjo and Jonathan, Obasanjo and Jonathan almost have two similarities in the sense of they might not have been the best of leaders, but they surrounded themselves with very good technocrats that probably steered the country in the right direction to an extent. And maybe that's why a lot of people have faith in Tinubu. Him as a leader might not be favorable due to his due to some things he's done in the past. But we just believe that with Lagos, take for example Lagos State and the kind of people he's selected to run the affairs of Lagos State, which has been fruitful. People just have a positive feeling that if he can just do the same thing, Nigeria can get on track. But in all honesty, Nigeria in 63, there's nothing, it's not worth celebrating at all. It's not worth celebrating. People are leaving the country in droves like never before because they've just made people like give up. And once your population, once your youth give up on a system, then it's all over because those youths are the people that are meant to drive this country forward. But now you see people every left, right, and center, people are thinking of migrating, leaving. It's more or less like a hopeless situation. It's unfortunate, but that's where we are. Regarding the Tinubu speech, to be honest, I never even watched it. But the minimum wage of 25,000. I don't know if that covers up for the devaluation of our currency by almost 50%. If the minimum wage is 30,000, at least it should be adding another 30,000 or thereabouts to just make it equal or like just even. But 25,000, to be honest, is nothing to write home about. And the sad part of it is that even
Nigerian
with the
minimum wage is not 25,000 though.
30
is adding 25,000 to already 35,000. If I get it right, I think.
Yeah, I understand.
So that's
but
like
I'm saying that your currency has devalued by over half. So 25,000 to what? Is it not 30,000? Is it 30,000 or 35,000 that is a minimum wage?
I thought it was 30,000.
No, I think it's 35. I'm not sure. I think it's 35.
Even if at most, he should be giving us 35,000, not even 25,000, because we've lost half of our currency.
How did you calculate it? You can't just say on fears like that now. So you mean the pen you bought last time you bought the pen for 10 naira, and all of a sudden the pen jumped to 20 naira. You don't calculate it that way.
How do we calculate it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't have the information. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
If our currency has devalued by more than half, so what are we meant to do to get back to where we were before?
No, the best way
it's not more than half though. If you are going to be anal about it, it's not up to half.
Exactly. You have to look at the data from the Bureau of Nigeria Bureau of Statistics. So you look at the average inflation, So it's not the 20s, and mind you, it's increasing those people at the bottom. So that means that even the people at up, they can still cope a little bit. The only thing is that there won't be excessive flanger. That's the only thing, but they can still cope.
Okay. So
I'm going to come to that 25%, 25,000 when it's my turn.
It's a wage award. It's not a minimum award. Minimum wage increase.
It's almost like a palliative on the wages. It's almost like a palliative, isn't it? Because there's a time bar on it as well. It's for a period of 6 months.
Also,
it's social intervention.
After 6 months, it goes back to it resets.
No. I think within that 6 months period, because all the trade unions are already on the cusp of an industrial strike, an indefinite one. So this 25,000, I think it sits outside of the negotiations going on.
Exactly.
So by the time this 25,000 expires, so some middle ground would have been reached. It's not going to remain. I mean, 30,000 for goodness sake. You know, when people ask me for, I don't know if I can't send somebody 30,000 and I feel I say I don't have, rather than, I mean, it's just it's offensive. 30,000 naira for minimum. Oh my God.
But don't you think it would be better? Why don't they first of all plug the problem why our currency is keeps devaluing? Let them solve that first. Then when we reach when we really know the value of our currency, then they can renegotiate. There's no point of negotiating when the currency is just crashing left, right, and center. At the end of
That's
the day,
another topic entirely.
at the end of the day, you go back to square one. You keep on renegotiating and renegotiating and renegotiating.
Charles, can I quickly say something?
Yeah.
In support of what you just said. You see, anytime they increase the workers' pay, you see the naira devalues more. That's another thing we have to realize. And so if they start paying them more now, you see that we're comparing of 1,000 naira to 1,009 naira to, I don't know, maybe bigger than that now.
Are you talking about inflation? Is that what you mean?
Well,
if they pump more money into the system, then of course,
yeah.
you don't have to be an economist to, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It's going to devalue the naira more. So you can imagine there'll be more naira chasing dollars in the system. So you can imagine, and when they don't have,
the president said as much in his speech.
That has nothing to do with chasing dollar, rational mind.
Well,
we are talking of
local consumption. The point is it not a fact that the naira devalues more?
This is not a borrowing. This is not a borrowing.
Hold on. No,
wait now. You are compensating for inflation.
Hold on. Don't come here and they will borrow because Nigeria does not have the money. I've said it here.
Okay.
They keep servicing their debt with the revenue, the misery revenue that they have. I don't know, maybe it's misery, but that's what they tell us. They don't get enough net revenue. The one they have, they're servicing their debts with it. So where are they going to get the money if they are not going to borrow?
I said, so if you don't know where they are going to get the money, then why are you angry that they increase Meiji with 25,000? Are you still want them to even increase more?
No, I'm not saying.
So on one hand, you and Ajale will say one thing. On the other hand, you are countering yourself.
Ola, you don't take time to, maybe you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not against the increment of. You see, what I'm saying is Tinubu just make things without no planning. The same way he does with the fuel subsidy he removed, which I'm not saying is his fault.
One man, please pardon me. I would like to complete my time after this speaker.
Yes, make that point, and then Charles take the floor back, and then Baba completes.
I would like to debate you on that, but maybe But my point is this: it is a trend that we've seen in that country that whenever they increase worker salary, then the dollar rises more against the naira. Naira devalues more. But we shall debate that. Maybe you and I are going to talk about that because you keep asking me where they're going to get the money. Or do I know where the money is? We're going to debate that. One man.
All right, back to you, Charles.
So, like I said, I think first of all, like this government really needs to sort out the economic mess Nigeria is in. Know what is needed to actually get the true value of our currency. Then now, and negotiate with your trade unions and whatever to ameliorate the suffering and everything based on the standardized rate of the naira. Then secondly, I believe the 25,000 really, I know it's for 6 months, but it's more or less like he's just buying himself time, especially with the whole trade union strike and all those things. I think it's just meant to like you said, it's more or less like just to cushion the effect of the crisis and everything, just like provide a short-term solution. But what this leadership should be looking at is providing a long-term solution to the country's problem. But regarding Nigeria at 63, like I've said, I think we're in a terrible standing. We are worse off than where we were. And I think, honestly speaking, Nigeria's problem is just too much to, like I've said before, I think the easiest way of dealing with our issue is to actually regionalize the system, cut it into 3 smaller bits, and now let everyone focus on developing their region at their own pace. The method of a central government taking care of every sector of the country does not work. So the best way forward, really, if we really want to actually tackle our issues from the grassroots level, is to divide that country into 3 regions and now work on the strengths of those 3 regions. I think by doing that...
Why 3? Why not 6 that we have?
Even 6, as many as possible. It will be better off that way. I think
you
that's
the difficulty with that. The difficulty with that will come. Those states that Babangida created, that they cut into several cultures to create different states. So when you want to split the country up along those geopolitical zones, that when they tell you that a Query land is Igbo land, and the Query land will tell you they are not, and all of that, then we get into that territory, won't we?
Yeah, I honestly speaking, three should be. Honestly speaking, I know the Southwest has no issues, especially when it comes to all the tribe and all.
Who will the South go with?
The problem is that Southeast and South. After that, after the Civil War, that was the divide and rule tactics of creating another South and Southeast and everything. That one is going to be a major problem, because the South will believe that, okay, you know what, we'll rather go away from the Southeast and have our money to ourselves instead of sharing with the South. So it's going to be, I think that's where the problem is. I think the North and the Southwest don't have any issues, but I think the South, that divide and rule tactics have really...
It's not divide and rule.
South divide and rule. I don't know
South doesn't want Southeast. It's not by force.
When was South created? May I ask you? And what was the reason for the creation?
No, Ekweme actually brought in the 6th geographical zone. And I think traditionally we've come to accept it as something that is workable. Because in everything we do now in Nigeria, we talk about 6 geographical zones, which consist Northwest, Northeast, North Central, Southwest, South East, and South.
They're trying to eliminate that Wazobia thing that people always say.
Every time South is allowed to speak, they tell you unequivocally that they don't want to be with the Southeast. So let them be.
Yeah, so with the 6th geographical zone, that is solved already.
It's like Southwest saying because the Delta State and Edo State used to be part of Southwest. It's like we saying, oh, they took them away as a divide and rule rubbish. I mean, it was Aziku's idea because he didn't want the Southwest to share
South is Bayelsa, Rivers, Edo, Delta, Akwa Ibom, and then Cross River.
No, I'm saying like back in the 60s, the Southwest region was included the Edo states of today and the Delta states.
Yeah, Midwest.
Yeah, then they break away. So later on in the Eastern region too, all these other ones broke away. But somehow somebody will say they broke them away because divide and rule rubbish. Come on.
No, Midwest became Bendel. Then the Benin and Edo and Delta. Sorry, Bendel.
Yeah, but they were Southwest before. They were Southwestern region before.
Sure. Oh, sure.
All right, bring it home, Charles, so we can go to Baba. And in the course of bringing it home, Charles, I don't think we've documented your thoughts on free floating the naira, releasing the naira to market forces. So add your thoughts on that in your outro flow.
Well, I think the floating of the naira has been a disaster. To be honest, I'm not too
as an idea or the way it was implemented. Is it a disaster as an idea or the way it was implemented?
I think the way it was implemented, and I don't know what I think Tinubu should have formed his economic team first, before throwing the naira into the wolves. I think he should have been guided. I don't know what pressure he was under to actually float that. I know the IMF and all the World Bank and everything always have a say in whatever we do when we devalue our currency, but I think that kind of decision has cost his administration irreparable damage, and I think he shouldn't have taken that decision without forming an economic team to advise him regarding that devaluation of the currency. That's all I can say.
All right, bring it home on Nigeria at 63, and then give us your footnote scorecard.
Nigeria at 63, like I said, we've actually been taking 2 steps, 1 step forward, 2 steps backward, and the scorecard over 10. I'll probably to be honest, I'll probably just give right now the state of things, Nigeria, I'll give it a 4 over 10.
Wow, I thought you were going to say 2 or 1.
No, I'll give it.
That's could do better.
Yeah, I'll give it a 4 because me, I can say I'm an obedient. I want change and everything, but I'll just believe that. I'll just believe that Tinubu. I'm not even focused on Tinubu. I'm focused on his ministers. I think they should just get to work and hit the ball rolling. Let's give them like another 1 or 2 years and see where we stand. That's all I can say.
They might not get that 1 or 2 years. Atiku's administration may well come to an end by tomorrow, but thankfully we have Ogbeni here to explain it. So we get to Ogbeni momentarily. But let's go back to Baba, who was giving us a narration before he was interrupted. Baba, back to you.
Yes, thank you, one man. I appreciate. Like I was saying about the wage award, actually, TINUBU'S should have carried the trade congress along. Because they are very, very important in this, because it's just that like holding a sword of Damocles on the head, above the head of the presidency. The transport, which he mentioned, the CNG thing, and that was the topic I was on before I just dashed out. I think he should remove his hands. We should remember the last time Jonathan, I gave the buses out to private transporters. I think that's what they should do. Buy enough buses and hand them over. Let them form a kind of community of their own. And then they give them in bulk and they pay back. This is not a time for freebies from the government. Everything should be treated on business basis. No kind of subsidy on transport or anything. Let the transporters buy it, and then we made arrangements for payments, a payment that will actually not be on a rush basis. That's the important thing here. I don't support the government buying buses and then operating transport company. It really doesn't work. Even here in the United States, most of the states that runs the train, the tube, the underground and everything, it's a struggle year in, year out to keep afloat. So on that score, I think the president also is not, his chief of staff actually is not measuring up. And I put most of this problem at his doorstep. I think he's lazy, because if you hear the complaint from the trade congress, it's like nobody's talking to them. They are being passed from one office to the other. And that is exactly what a chief of staff is supposed to harness. It shouldn't just allow things to float around, because at the end of the day, it's the presidency that will be blamed for everything that is happening. Even look at the speech the president gave today. I take exception to some of the languages used, particularly that says low-grade workers. Who says that? Who are the low-grade workers? You don't have to be a linguist or
there's a certain finesse lacking in the. Which surprises me.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Somebody coming out of Lagos, you think it have finesse, but it's a certain finesse lacking.
I couldn't believe it. What kind of language is this low-grade worker?
Low-grade workers is like calling someone house boy or house girl.
Yes,
even below that, the way I look at it, just I don't know how to classify that. That is not good enough. People are not. I think some people are not pulling their weight when it comes to protecting the president and the presidency. And we've all talked about this chief of staff from the beginning. I think he doesn't know the size of the office he's handling. I think, and he still
Baba, can I say something?
Yes, Raja, please.
You see, we did not vote for chief of staff. We voted for the president. He went through the speech before he came on the air to deliver that speech to Nigerian people. As a leader, he should have seen things that are wrong in it, and then delete them, make some correction before reading it to us. So this idea of blaming chief of staff for this, I don't think chief of staff has nothing to do in this. President himself should be able to know what is right to say and what is wrong to say.
No, I don't think you can say that, Ajanle Koko. I think, and I don't think it just Tinubu. I think all president, maybe it's wrong appointment, but the president really, how many, they present him a speech, they said, this is what you're going to read for this particular occasion, and then he will rehearse it once or twice and then just read it out. Essentially, a president is just a talking head, but he has to rely on his functionaries to get that language right.
Why did he not
how many speeches can he edit? And
why did he not rely on their speech when he make at his inaugural speech, when he make that ridiculous statement that
but then you see where that got him, didn't they? So that's the danger of being off the cuff when you're the president.
Yeah, it went off the script and made that statement. But this one, I'm saying he should have made the quality and ask question. What do you mean by low average low grade workers? What is the meaning of that? If we can see it, I'm surprised that the president, with all his knowledge and his exposure, cannot see that and ask question. So
yeah, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised.
Is it the case of being unrehearsed? Is it the case of being unrehearsed, not having sufficient?
Yeah, me thinks something is wrong. It doesn't. It did not look. Let me use the word. Did not look healthy. It did not look healthy this morning at all. Even the cap was ill-fitting.
I think you are right, Baba. I had wanted to say that it looked weak. It sounds weak. It sounds tired.
The cap is ill-fitting.
Yeah, that's right. Ojo lori e. Ojo lori filajo lori Baba.
Yeah.
See, Baba, if you don't mind, we like playing with semantics. Everyone knows that we use grade system in Nigeria. We don't use like job function. It's a grade system. Whether you are in the public place or you are in the private sector, we use grade. You start from grade 1. We say that graduate will start from grade 8, step 2 for HND, step 4 for MA.
Ola, it did not sound right. Whether we use, nobody.
You stay in America for too long. Even the workers themselves.
But she was a low grade. Did you ever use low grade? But you sometimes use argue. I mean,
it doesn't sound right, Ola. It sounds
a low grade worker. I mean,
grade 1, grade 2. Yeah, you can say that. Grade B, but they say low grade.
White collar, you use white collar and blue collar and not jargon of collars. Yeah.
Yeah, but then
that is fair. That's acceptable.
Why is blue collar and white collar and brown collar fair? And now all of a sudden, because we are using grade.
I mean, to me, low grade is
it's not about defending. I work in the public sector before too. Don't say
low grade sounds like a pejorative. Like you can say level
or low income earners, low income earners.
I mean,
don't say lowest income earners. How about that?
That sounds very powerful.
Well, that's that's the phrase though. Low income earners, not low grade. Our push, that's
exactly that's how I interpret it.
Like maybe number
all of a sudden they are rationalizing. I beg you. Let's turn away from.
Okay, let me carry on. And then that's about debt issue. I think if we look at this year's WTO, IMF, the Bretton Woods Institute, I mean, our debt to GDP ratio is still not bad. We can still borrow. There is nothing wrong in borrowing as far as it's not for just frivolous spending. If we put the money borrowed into good use. So I don't see anything wrong in that entirely. But I think what I want is for the president to up their game. They need to give us confidence. It's like you are a CEO and something is going awry with the company finances. I mean, if you become jittery and nervous, your workers will not have confidence. They will know the end is near. But if you put on your game face, it will energize them to do more, to be able to salvage the situation. Excuse me, the presidency have to put on their A game face. And I know the handover note must have been different entirely in its entirety, in its totality from what happened, what he met on the ground, or what they discovered later. You'll be shocked when this Obaze thing will come out. And I'm glad it's unraveling.
Would you want that published? Hopefully it will be published.
He has no choice, Norman. He has no choice. He will bite his friends. Even in what is coming, he will bite his friends. Because this is a businessman. He has friends. He will bite his friends. Because what happened with this Emefiele thing, let's wait for the Obaze's reports. He will read it out. He was not going to cover anybody unless he wants to bury himself. And Tinubu doesn't look like somebody that's going to bury himself. He will read it like it's presented. They will not hide anything. Because you can't, if they ask, even the best of us here, the Olas, the Kulatas, or Benny, in January, that what's Nigeria's total foreign reserve, everybody will say between 30 and 35 billion dollars, which is more than sufficient for 6 months of imports. And a man came in May, 3 months later, and he found out that that thing is not there. We just have about $3 billion. How do you work that out? How do you work that out? From 30-something to $3 billion, the only funds you can access? This is the situation he has found himself. Why wouldn't the cap be ill-fitting? Because now 1.8 million barrels per day, OPEC, we can't even get that out. 1.1, 1.2 on daily basis. And we have these oligarchs moving around like gunslingers, even causing us problem at the I and E window. So it needs to really come out fast. Thank you, woman.
All right. The footnote scorecard, but before the footnote scorecard, a question. Who is wearing what? Is your president wearing that hat, or is that hat wearing your president? What's going on in this?
The hat is wearing him.
The hat is wearing the president.
The hat is wearing him. I mean, compare him to what we saw 10 days ago at the UNGA 78 or something at the United Nations General Assembly. Just look at what he looks like then. Even we're commending him then.
He looks gaunt, doesn't he? He looks gaunt. And
yeah.
I thought he went to France for his booster shots. Are they giving him the wrong set of injections?
I can't really hazard a guess. But but I think the country situation also is affecting him. The country situation is affecting. Yes, sir.
Don't you think the fear of ATIKU is the beginning of wisdom for him?
Don't rile me now, woman. I mean, rational mind. Just leave ATIKU. ATIKU is going nowhere.
What is coming?
Well, I don't know. For ATIKU's own, let me give Nigeria a scorecard on a scale of 0 to 10. I think one thing for being together after 63 years with all the trouble, Nigeria is still standing. I give us 6. And nobody can dispute that. I give us 6. because nobody, even United States, a few years ago, had this write-up that Nigeria will split. I think was it 2000, year 2000, that Nigeria will be no more. We beat the odds. We are still together, and we are heading somewhere. No doubt about that. It might look like an example to what the road to hell looks like right now. But we will overcome. We will reshape ourselves and refocus. We are on the right track right now. If we fail this time around, then I don't know what will happen to us as a people, as a unit.
All right, brilliant. Still with us, Baba. Yeah, come in, Charles. Yeah.
How are we on the right track? Because if the US said Nigeria will be no more,
that was 2000.
Yeah, 2000. But we've not really proved that wrong. It seems as if we're edging closer to that, to be honest, with the current state of things.
See, geographically, it's no more possible because where we hear that noise is from the southeast. That is the IPOB. You understand? And it can, if you look, it's like Israel, Lebanon on the other side, Syria on the other side, and what other country? Jordan. It's like they are boxed in. How do you go? Because the only way you can go by our constitution is war. And that war is not possible because you are hedged in already. But besides that, economically, how you be like Niger, Chad without ports. You need a port to survive as a country. So, and most of the people, our brothers there, don't really want that. But they use it to harass the rest of us. That's how I look at it.
All right, brilliant, Baba. Stay with us, Baba. We'll still get into the real meat of it, which is the ATIKU verdict against TINUBU in Chicago. But this 63-year day, or whatever it is, I want to sweep it round. Let me sweep it in the direction of Kulata and get his own 5-minute monologue. Kulata, you're up next.
Thank you, one man. Nigeria 63. It's mixed baggage, really. As a country, like any other country, we go through troubles, travels, we fall back, we get up. They've written us off so many times. We're not dead, and it doesn't appear like we're going to die. We currently are going through troubling times. We just went through a global pandemic. Nigeria is not the only country bleeding. I can tell you that most of the countries are bleeding right now. So we will survive it. Our economy is not in the greatest of shape. But we found ourselves here back in 1998. So it's not new. We will bounce back. And when you think about personal endeavors, there's no prestigious individual award in the arts that a Nigerian has not won. Name it. Any award of prestige, a Nigerian has won that award. So we are achievers. Our brand, even though our economy is in tatters, our global brand is on the ascendant. We're growing our soft power. Me finding myself somewhere in India, not even the first or second or third biggest city, and I'm listening to Nigerian music there, and people are dancing to it. That is powerful. That is powerful, and it also reinforces, just keep believing, because everything doesn't have to rely on the government. I keep saying that. Nigerians are doing things in spite of the government. I'm not one of those.
I was going to ask you that. Do you think the country is progressing in spite of the government? You've answered.
Yeah, the country is progressing in spite of the government, and I don't think government. My ideology is not for government to fix all the problems. It's for the people to fix their problems and let government not get in the way.
How is the country progressing, Kulata?
Sorry, Kulata, if I might chip in, you said that Nigeria is on the global ascendancy, but some few days back,
our soft power is rising.
Our passport index has been devalued once more.
Passport is just a travel document now, but from a name recognition perspective, just watch any. I mean, do you know the influence that Nigerians have on all this TikTok, all this Instagram? Literally, if Nigerians were not on TikTok, that place.
This now. Why are you talking about TikTok? I mean,
hold on, Rafinamai. Kulata is right on that. Any music, any music that gains traction in Nigeria, it quickly becomes a TikTok hit. You saw that girl that was playing the other day.
Productive. You're talking about TikTok.
It's talking about soft power now. Soft power.
I mean, our soft power is. I mean, look, there are very few black countries that people know them by first name. Like anybody asks, what's the country? You just ask some random dumb dude in America that don't know anything in geography. Name me any African country. I'm telling you, if they're going to name three, Nigeria is going to be number one or number two. I mean, our people are doing amazing things. Amazing things. I just even look at some of the people I even grew up with in that small area, and I can't think of what even people in that small circle that they've been able to achieve. So not to talk about the country as a globe. I mean, the country in the globe. See, you cannot mess with our soft power right now. It's on the rise. Yeah, I mean, our economy is struggling. We've not been able to get off the sole reliance on crude oil. And we've used that crude oil and our corrupt ways to just kind of like turn our economies into tatters. We left a lot of things we were doing in the 60s because we had cheap money from the ground. And I mean, we will go back. We're learning our lesson now because the crude itself is becoming irrelevant. I mean, nothing is a good teacher more than suffering. We will get beat into shape. I bet you we will get beat into shape when you can no longer get anything from that crude oil. It's just a matter of time. So I will say Nigerians Nigerians in our own ways, we've tried. Nigeria as a unit needs to get its act together. Nigeria as a country, we don't have shared values. It's almost like you have two countries. One country that is not, anyway, I don't want to get into all that dichotomy. It's not necessary. But I think we'll get it right. And I think it's not by what the government will do, is the resilience of the people that will push the country through. As long as you give a Nigerian an opportunity to earn $1 in Nigeria, they'll make good use of it. There are many unrecorded income that our youth are making online, on YouTube, on this, on that. Creative people, creative geniuses we have in that country.
Do you think Nigerians are ahead of Nigeria? Do you think Nigerians are ahead of Nigeria? Yeah.
Nigerians are ahead of Nigeria. But I mean, when you think about what a Nigerian person does outside of Nigeria, and now they're doing it in Nigeria because they have the technology now to talk to the world and kind of like bypass the country. So you cannot stop the people that are driven, that are brilliant, that are restless. You cannot stop them. You cannot stop this generation, the ones that we are birthing, our kids. You can't stop them. They're smarter. They're better than us by any stretch. They're the ones that are the go-getters, and they don't see boundaries. We see all these boundaries. Those kids don't see all that stuff. So,
sorry. Also, do you think Nigeria is putting in place the building blocks to catch up with Nigerians? Do you think the country is trying to catch up with its people? Do you think? Yeah, you understand the question. Yeah,
I understand the question. I don't think so because it depends on the government in power. One government will come in, will be a bit progressive. Another government will come back and everything is just regressive. The sheer commonality out of it is everybody goes there to eat their own cake. But I'm saying, in spite of that, because that is us, in spite of that, we will still achieve, in spite of all that nonsense. because we're not. I mean, Bangladesh has similar corruption problems like Nigeria, but in spite of that, the people learn skills in making clothing, and massive investment from South Korea turned the fortunes of the country around. So I believe in Nigerians. Nigeria is a different question, but
yeah, Kolata, you are very right. Making that distinguished this thing. If you remember, someone was excited last week because Bangladesh as a country imported 10 aircraft, whilst in Nigeria, an individual imported 7. Thank you.
Yeah. So Nigerians, we know what we do. We can do anything. Everybody, look. I was in a conference in Vegas last week. It was last week, and some guards, African Americans, they just called me aside. I know, sometimes when black people see each other and where we're not supposed to be, that code. They called me. They asked me just, are you African or Caribbean? So, they know I mean, I don't want to say that because there are many African Americans there too. But what they were expecting is someone like Nigerians, because we're hardworking. We never say die. How do they say it? So, like I said, as long as we have Nigerians with that spirit, that country ultimately will not fail. Forget about what the government is doing. Government probably will not get their acts right. Once the oil and everything is gone, everything will be decentralized. Everybody will have to generate wealth. People will go back to cocoa farm. People will have to do a lot of things. Like, we will figure it out. Every country go through pains, growing pains. There's no country right now, there's no single country in the world that will tell you that they don't have problems. Everyone has different problems that they're going through. And we are not any different. And guess what? We'll get through it. Just give us some time. Nigerians will do it. Nigeria as a country, I don't know, but us, the people, we're great people. So if I'm going to grade, I'm going to grade the people, because there's no individual achievement that, like I said, in art, Grammy, Nobel, Booker, name the award, a Nigerian has won it under different circumstances. So what can't we do? That's the thing. We can do anything as Nigerians. But the country, forget the country. The people will get it right.
Kulata, on one of I think it was yesterday, I was on Kaizo's stream and I got carried away with myself, and I told them that the world is about to get that the world is about to enter a Nigerian age. Was that excessive use of language?
No, it is not. It is not excessive. Look, if the world is not already in the Nigerian age, tell me how an artist from my alma mater will be launched less than 2 years and is selling out stadiums. And someone here is telling me we don't have global soft power.
It really freaked them out. That Ashake thing. It's all that O2. Do you know what it means to? Prince did not sell out O2 in one of his final tours.
He sold out O2 they are selling Burna Boys and whiskey. They're selling not even O2 now. They're selling stadiums in all corners of the earth. And you look Chinese, they're dancing them in Korea, India, everywhere. And you're telling me that that generation will not take us to where we're supposed to be. You must be kidding if you're not paying attention to that generation. And look, as the world goes more global, as technology, as everything kind of like cuts through borders, all the nonsense being done in the corporate entity called Nigeria will matter less. There's going to be a time. We're talking about regenerative AI. Next thing we'll be talking about teleporting and all those things. There will be
that used to exist in Star Trek. Bring me up, Scotty.
Yeah, all those stuff you were working in Back to the Future and Star Trek, and let's not talk about the Terminator.
Sorry, I don't want to digress you, but a good few years before the mobile phone came out, they used to use all that flip type phones on Star Trek. And fast forward just a couple of years later, it became a thing.
Yeah.
So all those sci-fi movies, they are not as ridiculous as you probably imagine them to be.
Actually, today I was just thinking everything that's going to happen in the future, we've seen it one way or the other in movies. Believe you me, like everything that's going to happen, whatever the future put, we've seen that version in one movie or the other. It's just, I mean, those people that make movies, they're visionaries. It's like a lot of things happening.
It's called the power of imagination, you know.
Yeah, it's a power. Thank you for putting the words. All those things will happen. And when they happen, do you think countries will matter? I'm talking about it's going to be a time where in the world where most likely we will have global income because there will the need for workers will die down like just a matter. I mean, who knows if it's 50 years for us to get there, 100 years. It's going to happen. And at that point in time, it's more like creativity. And we have creative people. So I believe in Nigerians. Nigeria as a country will get it right.
What you've been emphasizing on really is on individuality. Is it I know you speak
individuals? Yes, individuals.
So is that what makes up like for us to now be looking at individuals? Is that what?
But it's the country that creates the individual now. If that individual was born in another African country, we have done it.
Charles, do you live in the United States?
And also, those individuals, they're a collective mass. So it's not some outlier. It's not just some bad.
So how do those apart from
Charles, wait, hold on, Charles. Let me ask you a question. Do you live in the United States or in the UK? Where do you live? If you live abroad, okay, you live in Canada. How many exceptional people are in Canada? Is it the majority that are exceptional, or just a few people?
Just a few people.
Exactly. Just a few people. Same thing in the US. Just a few people. And they create massive corporations that spills over. And then there's a multiplier effect. We have those caliber of people too. You're already seeing them. That movie, that one man, whatever was showing, just look at all the people that funded
the Black Book.
The Black Book. Look at all the people that funded it. They are Nigerian tech companies that funded it. Just look at their names. Young guys in their 20s, in their 30s. Their companies at some point in time will grow. And we may have 100, 1,000, 1,500, 15,000 exceptional people. At the end of the day, what do you think will happen to the country?
Don't you think those people, those so-called people are not going to be like, what should I say? Like those people in America now, are they not going to be American citizens?
Like I said, in the future,
is it going to be a plus to Nigeria actually, or to the US?
It will be a plus to Nigeria too. Like I said, multiplier effect, and again, a borderless future.
Exactly, a borderless future. The world is a global village now, man. You can be.
If it was that global, we would have been also at the global stage now. We've been globalized for a long time. Look at where we
are. It's going. I mean,
we know it's not an example we are showing.
You like to use I sounding like as if what are you people talking?
Rational mind. Go back and eat your amala. Go back and eat your amala. Go back.
You see, you talk like as if these people in Nigeria, some of our people in Nigeria, back in Nigeria, they don't even know all of these things. But the system cannot allow for them to operate.
Within the system, you know when it rose.
Whiskey came out.
Have you heard about the rules came out? Have you heard about the rules going on the concrete before?
The rule, what? What is it?
A rose growing on the concrete.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, go find out.
That's why now we see.
It's a metaphor,
rose. Well, I didn't quite get what you're saying. You say rose.
Rose. Nana Jackson now. Rose.
Rose now. That babe, Rose from
Rosie.
You wanna dance, Rosie? Rosie.
So my point is this: how many Nigeria has many billionaires? How does that trickle down to average Nigerians? You won't even have
not
every American that's rich. Are they not poor people? Which country in the world doesn't have poor? You look at your best to rank yourself, to rate yourself. You don't start looking at your bottom. That's
like America.
backward. That's what you call. That's what you call backward thinking. Of course, America is more progressive. It's more advanced. America is way older and everything. I just gave you an example earlier. I told you, America in 1920 was suffering from Great Depression. And America was over 63 years old by then. So, come on, my guy. Kidding me? What do you guys this? What these people do is they will look at America and say, oh, look at America, look at Nigeria. Nigeria is a failure. Nigeria is, oh, this is the problem in Nigeria, right? We have the people that wants to destroy Nigeria are working harder to destroy it than those that are actually working to build it. That's what the problem is.
One man, do you know that I always develop goose pimples when I attend graduation of high school and college graduation ceremony. And if they mention in both classes, even yesterday, PhD classes, if they mention 100 black names, what you will hear, at least 75 will be Nigerian name. One Uzo, one Adeyemi, one Femi, and I will develop goose pimple because unconsciously I will stand up and start sharing just to identify with them.
You know, Baba, we did. I'm not sure if Ajale Koko recalls this. We did a session some time ago where a graduating class in Canada, masters, they were all Nigerians, every single one of them from that particular. Yeah,
that gives me hope. It gives me hope.
I want to ask you a question. Do you think those Nigerians, yes, fine, graduation class Nigerians, the truth about it is that most Nigerians that come to Canada based on using the academic route, their real intention is not really like, let me get that knowledge or anything like that. Their real intention is just to get away from Nigeria, one, and to just look for an exit, an avenue to just come into Canada or US or anything like that. Their real goal is really not to really develop themselves or like get a skill.
No, but that development
right now, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, hold on, Baba. Charles, that development it puts them in an economic bracket. So if they go and do a master's in IT, in nursing, they might as well use it to earn an income. And those people that usually go after a few years, they always make their way back to Nigeria to show off, not to live, but they start to. Well, that's usually the cycle, is it not?
It trickles down. Indians did it. Chinese did it.
Hold on, Baba. Let me say something. The thing is this: you and I, all of us here, I guess most of us here, who maybe went through different routes. Maybe some of us went through, let's say, went through education. How many of us went back to Nigeria? The economy we are developing is not our own local economy back in Nigeria. We're developing the economy of the respective country that hosts us. So what is the point there? A lot of us wants to go back. None of us wants to go back.
Are you invested in Nigeria?
I don't want to go with one Nigerian that is not going back. With one Nigerian, another one is going back. That is it.
How many Nigerians are going back?
No one is going back. No one is. The way things
are. What do you mean no one is going back?
Where are you? Where are you?
No one is going back.
My guy, I got business in Nigeria. I got business in America. I want business. Listen, it's not where you are physically. It's where you are mentally.
You're in America. You have business.
To many Nigerians, this place is like a farm.
Sometimes you argue like as if.
But when they Akure Kodele,
all right, guys. Let Kulata bring it home. And Kulata, hang around. Ogbeni is here, so we'll get to the ATIKU victory in America, and Ogbeni will unbundle that for us. But bring it home so that we can hear from Ola, Zita, and Ogbeni, and then we'll open that space off to the ATIKU narrative. Back to you, Kulata.
Okay, I'm bringing it home now. I think the future is bright for Nigeria. I see a country with $1 trillion GDP by maybe the year 2050 to 2060 or 2070. We will get there. That's my round. That's my what's it called? Whatever. That is it.
On a scale of 0 to 10, scores.
On a scale of 0 to 10, do you want me to score Nigeria as a country or Nigerian people? Because if Nigerian people, I will score our resilience and creativity, never say die attitude 8. But as a country, 3.
Okay, let's average it. That is about 6.
Hold on, Baba. I want to push it on so I can get to people waiting. But are you rating Nigeria lower than Charles, who is an obedient?
Yes, no, I'm a bad grader. Yeah, 3.
Honestly,
right.
I won't do that. I will rate either about the same, to be honest. In fact, I probably want to rate Nigeria more than Nigerians because Nigerians are not too many Nigerians are not patriotic. It's only few. Too many of them. We got too many of the rational minds. They are the one. That's the reason why the Nigeria itself is not. They are not assisting Nigeria. That's the problem. Nigeria is giving.
How are you patriotic when we are saying that
Ajale Coco, Ajale Coco. If those Nigerians we mention, those Nigerians we mentioned that are creative, it was Nigeria that made them. If they were raised in Congo, would they have been that creative?
Hold on.
So it's the Nigeria that made them, but Nigeria made them. But what are they doing? Instead of them to use that thing to support Nigeria, they are using it to destroy Nigeria. They work for Nigeria every day.
You that Nigeria made. Why are you not in Nigeria now? Why you?
Bro, your argument does not make sense. Listen.
What are you doing outside the country?
It's irrelevant. It doesn't make even if Nigeria. Okay, let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Countries that are second world, they are doing very well. They still prefer to go to the first world. A first world is better than the second world and the third world. There's no question about that. Does it mean because one country is better than that country means that country is not doing well? There are countries that are doing well, but the citizens still prefer to go to America because the income in America is higher. So that's dumb argument you guys always make that why are you there? Why are you there? It doesn't make sense. Even if Nigeria start progressing today, I still will come to America. So the fact that the dollar is more it's powerful. The economy is the number one in the world. So no matter whether Nigeria is doing good or bad, I will still want to go to America. What the hell are you guys talking about, man?
All right, Ola, over to you. Your 5-minute monologue, Ola.
Let me say this before Ola, one more, please. So, Mike, that is claiming patriotism, he was opposing what I was saying the other day, my position that government should invest more in the capacity, in the areas of industry where we have capacity to manufacture vehicle. Example is Innocent Musso. He was opposed to, how do you want to tell
when did I oppose
patriotic?
Please. When did I oppose government investing?
I wanted to get.
He's making up stuff now. Why can't you be making up things? That's not fair. You can't do that. You can't.
President is saying you want to import vehicle into Nigeria. Same vehicle can be manufactured in Nigeria, and you are supporting president for importation of that same vehicle that can be imported, can be manufactured in Nigeria, and you are telling me that you are more patriotic than us.
Did I say they shouldn't invest in anybody? I didn't say that. All I mentioned was that.
All right, gentlemen.
That's what Nigerians do. This putting word in people's mouth and making, just blackmailing people. Stop it, man. All we're talking about is that the patent to his design is from China. That's what we're talking about. We didn't say they shouldn't invest in him. I never said they shouldn't invest in him, man. I never said they shouldn't invest in him. So why you making up stuff against me? Come on, man.
All right, Ola, over to you. A 5-minute monologue, Nigeria 63.
Yeah, I think like some people already said, Nigeria is a project. Rating Nigeria, anyhow, we have to think about so many things. In many projects, you may adopt a methodology and you keep coming back. So Nigeria will be forever a project, but that will be progressing, and you will keep trying to improve and improve and improve to the end of the world. So to me, I see Nigeria as a steadily progressing. It depends on your own view of it. Because if Nigeria is not progressing, we that we are product of Nigerians today, then we will not be progressing. So you may say external factors are responsible for our own progress, but before that external factor, something pushed you to that external factor. The same Nigeria gave you this type of education that you used to escape as a PR or as an economic through economic immigration, skilled immigrants. The same Nigeria you talk about, it took care of you, and it still managed to take care of your health, even though not perfect, and you are still where you are today. So to me, Nigeria is moving forward. You know, on that 25K for workers that we talk about, I think it's not everything that we see that we criticize. Even if you are going to criticize, you criticize logically. It is like when they talk of carbon taxes here, that the government says, okay, the low income earners, we are going to give you some kind of subsidy, we give you some incentives so that will help you to cope with the inflation. So see that 25,000 that they are giving, you know, see it as something like that. Whether we like it or not, for those people at the low end of the ladder, is going to help them to cushion the effect of the inflation or whatever the first subsidy is bringing to Nigeria. You know, you that you normally buy fuel before that, you big man that buy cars, yeah, your complaint is another thing entirely, because your own need, you have to classify whether your own need is basic or what you have is luxury. But what this man is trying to solve now is this: what is basic, what is not luxury. So you can't crucify him for that. And yeah, I know some people, some are saying, okay, 25K is going to cause inflation, which I see. And we should know that there's a big difference between when you increase things across every workers and when you just increase some, which I see. Let's see how the economy respond. But I just want to assure you that even that 25% that you are seeing, that 25K, is going to boost the economy. Because see, one thing is for you to have products in place. Another thing is for you to have markets, to have someone to buy. It simply means that if you have your product in place before and nobody is buying those products, you're about to get some people to buy that product. So this might not just be the final. It's not even the final. This is not the situation of minimum wage. This is just a situation of palliative. So kudos to the president. And I don't see anything to crucify about that. Then I've seen some experts talk about LNG conversion. That okay, Ajali Koko, you and Rational Mind, I know you criticize that. And the thing is this: I don't think they are buying buses completely, even though they may need to add to the buses we have on ground. But I think the conversion model is just going to be brought. They have mechanical workshop in Lagos where they take care of the BRT already. I think that mechanical workshop is going to be one of those area. I think is it assembly safe? I don't know. I think it's assembly. It's going to be one of those areas where they are going to fix those modules. So it's not as if they are going to buy the entire buses. Some buses will be bought to add, and some buses will be converted. If I got the information right, that is exactly what we want to do. So if we have some mechanic on ground already that understand those buses, you just need to upgrade their training, and these people should be able to fix. So I understand the concern that will be creating job for some people, but what level of job creativity are we doing? Because we don't know how to manufacture those modules yet, but yet we know how to fix if we have proper training. So I see that alone as a means of boosting the economy, if you don't say it that way. So, innocent motor that people condemned the other time, honestly, I'm not happy about it. I can tell you. The way we just flag down innocent motor.
Nigeria 63 now.
Nigeria is a country. It's not human being. We make Nigeria on the surface of the earth, and we are going to leave Nigeria here. Nigeria can exist for billions of years as long as this our universe, our planet exists. So 63 is still very young. Even America, we call them advanced nation. In the next 200 years, they will know that the current advancement is nothing. So we are going through our own cycle, and we are going to get it. So but for us to stay here and want to compare ourselves to some countries that have existed for over 500 years, that have existed for 1,000 years, I think it's like comparing a toddler and a full grown adult. I don't see I don't see logical thing there, because we have to fight those people that have already developed for us to get there. Even if you want to start your business today, you have to fight the mainstay before you get there. So and we know, as Yoruba will say, "Akuko gagara, you understand? You have to work your way up. And I think we are progressing, even though we have some area that we've slowed down, but yet we have some area that we've developed. And fortunately for us, it's like we are like king in those aspects that people were off guard by the time we came up. So people should not just see everything from the negative lens. Let's look at our strength and capitalize, rather than be looking at when we will be competing the building of Boeing and Airbus will be competing with America. No, the fact that they are doing all those doesn't mean that you have to be our own trajectory. Let's look at our strength and concentrate. That's just my own. So to me, it is unfair for me to come here and say I want to rate Nigeria. No, I don't do it that way, because it's a project and we are still at the very early stage of it. So, but for Nigerians, generally, because for our undying spirit, I will rate Nigerians 8.5 over 10. If possible, I will even upgrade it to A completely. So, to me,
what are you trying to say on Innocent Motor?
Baba, I've seen Mike. I've seen Mike, because I'm not happy with Mike anyway. I've seen Mike saying, Innocent Motor doesn't manufacture. See, if you don't know, don't say. Because if you fail process management 101, then don't even talk about manufacturing at all. You will always have end product of someone to create a new product. So Innocent Motor is a product. In the world of product management, you use the finished product of some people. The output of some people that have finished products are input.
Ola, my argument was pattern. You know what a pattern is?
Baba.
Wait, what a pattern is when you design something, right? No one can copy it. The person that copy, you have to take permission from you. And what we are saying is the pattern that he's using is a Chinese, and he has to take permission from them. And they are. Has he created his own pattern? That's the question.
Innocent Motor is the manufacturer. No matter how we try to pull him down, and all these people that are saying Innocent Motor break down everything, let's stop this. Let's stop this. We all bought in Nigeria. Were buying Kia Picanto, they were buying Sorento, they were buying all those, and we are Kia Picanto today. They are competing with Toyota. So if you don't learn the curve, then how are you going to advance? If you want to kill your products, and
you have this from my argument. You mentioned my name, then you can't speak to my argument.
What is from an argument? Stop that. Stop pulling down our local products. Stop pulling down Innocent.
No one is putting anything down, man. I just kept
gentlemen, I want to try and get to Ogbeni quickly. He's about to leave us, and I think people will want to hear from him before he does leave. So I will still sweep back round. So Ola, a couple more words, and then we have from Ogbeni. And
sorry, one more request for Ogbeni. Can you just skip this 63-year-old stuff and just go to the cocoa of the ATIKU matter?
All right, we'll try and tie him down. I think he wants to go to sleep because he has he supervises students, so he has to be fresh in the mind for the morning. Ola, yeah.
This thing, God bless Innocent Motor. God bless Dangote. God bless this or the Adinuga. God bless to the Lumelu and every entrepreneur that have been able to put something on ground. And for those people that are taking your money and buying houses around in America, in Switzerland, and keeping money in where do they keep this money that they call to be? All those people that are importing to Panama. All those people that are importing to the country where I won't call
like Peter Obi.
So God will change their mind. So people should just stop criticizing our local manufacturer, please. Let us praise them. They've tried. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. Always excellently put by Ola. So Ola, sorry. I'll strip round still back to you. But I'm not going to let Ogbeni go before he leaves. Before he speaks. But Ogbeni, all this fuss about Nigeria, a lot of people, non-Nigerians, they wonder what all the fuss about Nigeria is. So let me just show them why we make such a big deal of ourselves. Ogbeni, watch this.
This is what it means to be in Nigeria. The land flowing with milk and honey. We are the backbone that has refused to break. Every time we fall, we rise. Taller than mountains of Obudu. Name it. Our waterfalls, rivers, the glory in our tires. The mighty Gili, the Babanriga, the Isiago. Our men, and look at the beauty in our women. And there is a river that flows within us. No matter how much you try to divide us, we still meet at the confluence. And if the confluence will not agree, then an Owambe to shape it. We are everything and more. Proudly Nigerians.
So that's my copyright strike right there. But Ogbeni, God himself must be a Nigerian, surely.
Thank you. One man, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kulata. Hey, hi, that allowed me to speak before you. Thank you, everybody. Ola. Thank you, Rational Mind and others. People should like this and subscribe. Good morning from Scotland. One man, I like the intro, the clip that it makes as an intro for me to enter. But you know, one of the things I keep complaining about Nigeria, or my observation of Nigeria, play out again in that video, which is that you see the lady talking and only talk about 3 major tribes in Nigeria. In Nigeria, we were told we have 200 and something plus major tribes. Our population census has been controversial over the years. We've never had anyone that we conducted without any controversy. So we don't even know which tribe is major, which tribe is minor. All we know is in that contraption, we have tribes. And in most cases, people talk about Nigeria without thinking about all other tribes in Nigeria. A very simple example of what play out just this morning now, or somebody saying every Nigerian when they come to the Western world and they don't go back home. And when I heard that, I just smiled. I think it's from Rational Mind. I don't know. I just smile because I've been in the United Kingdom now for a while. I did my master's here in the year 2010, 2011, and I came back for my PhD. And I can tell you, 90% of all Northerners that have been coming here, they do go back home. They don't stay behind. When you find few of them that try to stay behind, they have their businesses back home, some of them in public services. They only come, they return, and they gain their promotion. And tomorrow you see them as DGs, you see them as PAMSEC in ministries, and they are leading. And unfortunately, our Southern brothers don't go home. They come back here and they stay back. And by the time people want to talk, you narrow your understanding of Nigeria to the behavior of or the pattern that you find within your cocoon, which is the
but Ogbeni, most of those Northerners you are mentioning about were sponsored by their government to come and study here, and
yes,
job is already appointment is already available for them back home.
Yes,
you know, compared to us that are Japa people. People that Japa to go and struggle and make it in life and develop ourselves, raise our family in abroad when there is no opportunity back home. Why are you making that very?
And another man are the representation of all Nigeria.
But you know, I like to narrow my conversation on what is an issue.
Ogbeni,
So,
but you made a side comment now.
Okay, Rational Mind, yeah.
Jomabinu, you said they go back home, but does the Northerner represent all the Nigerians that comes abroad?
No.
So, that's the point we're making.
Yes, I understand. So for anybody to say that when Nigerian comes, they don't go back home, the person is completely wrong. And I don't think you are arguing against that. For anybody to say that we come back here and we all go back home, the person is also completely wrong. So the point is this: there's a part of Nigeria that when they come here, you can be sure 90% of them will return home. And there's a part of Nigeria where when they come here, you can be sure majority of them don't return home. So when we are discussing Nigeria and you pick an issue Think about which part of Nigeria are you talking about? That's what I keep asking people. When you talk about Nigerian youth, which part of Nigeria are you talking about? Nigerian youth from northern Nigeria, they are not part of the woke generation or Gen Z that we all play around there and we talk about youth. They have their own pattern, they have their own way of doing things. And when an average Southerner, I think somebody have once come to this platform, Ribadu, and talk about this thing, that you don't know what is going on in the north, just keep talking Nigeria. You think they are not part of you? But that's by the side. And to Babajale Koko, yes, what is in EU here, I'm discussing is not about how did they get to UK. What I'm discussing here is what is their return rate to Nigeria. What's the rate of return to Nigeria? So they do go back and they do come here fine to school. I was in Qatar. I've visited Qatar and UAE generally. There are so many northern Nigerians, they like going to that part of the country to school. And many of them do return home. So you find Nigerian returning home. Don't let us keep saying Nigerian just come here. Is all southern and mostly that do the Japa thing. And then we stay back. Yes, because the country don't smile at us as much as it smiles at the northern.
What's the percentage you want to put to, between those that return home and those that retain and remain in foreign land?
So majority of the northerner return home, majority of the southerner don't return home. So I don't know how to put perspective.
Combine the figure together. What's the percentage you want to give? Between those.
That's put all Nigerians together. I'll say this is probably 60-40, 40 return home, 60 don't return home. So,
okay. Let me ask you a question. Those people from the north, those people from the north, what's the percentage that returns home?
Oh, okay. Respond to that question and then continue with your monologue because I want to get you to the ATIKU space before you disappear on us. Yeah.
What's the percentage of? Because I can tell you for.
But there's no way anyone can come up with that.
Oh God.
Majority of northerners do return home.
No, majority do not. Majority do not.
Where did you get your figures?
So I'll ask you the same question. Where do you get your figure?
Okay.
Because
they don't have the figure now.
Let me tell you.
Hold on now. Okay, go on, please.
You see, I'm a lecturer and I teach in a university. I do have students every year. They come in their numbers, and I do follow up on my students. I do counseling for them even after schooling. And I've observed, I tell you from experience, I teach in the United Kingdom, and I tell you from experience, I teach in a university where we have Nigerians, they do come here. If you get to our campus, you think you are in an average Nigerian university in Scotland. And I can tell you that from my experience, those ones that do return home, northerners are the majority. When you meet them here, they move together, they talk together, you see them going to mosque together, they do their things together, and by the time they are returning home, they return en masse back home. A year after, you don't find them in the street of United Kingdom again, they are back home. But you still find our southerners, you still find somebody who study PhD here and they are still working in train station, even with their PhD. Because when you ask them, they tell you, where am I returning to? I'm doing fine here. I've met some lecturers from Nigeria who came here for PhD, lecturers in Nigeria. Here, they've not found job and they are working as security. And when you ask them, why don't they go back to their lecturing job in Nigeria? They tell you the money they are making from security is better than the money they will make from lecturing in Nigeria. Southerners. But you hardly find an average northerner. In fact, when they even come here, and that's why I agree with Janle Kuku that they are majority of them are sponsored. So those that are not sponsored, they are from the elite and the rich home. So when they come here, they don't even do these most dirty jobs that will come here to do. So they do return home, rational math. I can tell you from experience. I don't know of America, but I know of the Middle East and I know of the UK where I teach. So, but that's by the way. Let me quickly go to rating Nigeria and look at Nigeria. You see, this is the way I look at it, Omar, and everybody in the panel, without prejudice to. You see, Nigeria is a young country to start with. For me, I'm a student of history. I love studying history of nations. You see, Nigeria is a young country of 63 years old. I think, we are 63 years old. And I don't like really comparing Nigeria to some countries that people do. I like comparing Nigeria to Nigeria's contemporary. I don't like comparing Nigeria to countries that are not our contemporary and even not our mate at all by any parameter. How on earth do you want me to be comparing Nigeria to United States of 240 years old, founded 1776 by their Declaration of Independence, or Portugal of 800 years plus, or United Kingdom that even what United Kingdom use today, that's their structure today by their Union of Great Britain and Ireland. They're about 200 or 220 or 230 years old, or Canada of 150 years old. I mean, so I won't. Spain was established at 1812, right? So Spain should be about 210 or so this year. And now those guys, all those countries, they've been there. They are not countries you can compare to all. Switzerland by Swiss Confederation was established sometimes 1848. So Switzerland should be about 170 to 180 years old. That's when they formalized their union. That's what I'm talking about.
Can we compare to Singapore, compared to India?
When you go,
Hold on, can we compare to UAE? Can we compare to Saudi Arabia? Can we no, let's just compare them to all these countries. Let's leave the other countries. Countries that we all started at almost at the same time.
Yes. So
what are they doing? India.
Yeah, no. So this the parameter I'm going to use. See, Nigeria has passed through what some countries have never passed through, even our contemporary. And Nigeria has passed through some things that some countries passed through and they are broken down today. Libya is an instance, and Somalia is an instance. Rwanda is an instance that is just picking itself back. Zimbabwe is an instance. Those are our contemporaries that are broken down almost irredeemably.
Congo
broken down. Liberia. These are our, Liberia is not our contemporary, but in terms of the contemporary society in Liberia,
even Liberia is older than Nigeria now. Liberia was created in 18 something.
In 1914, for 18 something. So
1820 something around that time.
So my point is that when you look at our contemporary, I love comparing Nigeria first with our contemporary to measure where is Nigeria. Then after that, I look at what should we be looking at, so that we don't say, because Alakisa should be looking at Alakisa. No, I'll look at Alasho. But first, I'll look at, okay, what is Alakisa doing that I'm not doing right? Nigeria has had, we've passed through some experience that some countries, if they pass through such experience, you won't see them again on the surface of earth. And we have survived it. And that's why I agree with everybody that says, when it comes to the survival of things we have passed through, I'll first give kudos to Nigeria. Nigeria gained independence in 1960. In less than 7 years after independence, some military useless guys took over Nigeria, and those military held on to Nigeria until 1999. Even when we had a break in 1979, they returned to government in 1983, just less than 4 years or 5 years after. They returned to government and they held us by neck until 1999 that we regained our independence. So invariably, you can add everything that Nigeria has really spent under the democratic system, less than 30 years, or at most 31 years old. So when you want to compare it to Singapore, think twice when you are comparing. You first ask yourself the question: Singapore passed through what Nigeria has passed through? If Singapore had passed through what we have passed through, can they really survive what we have survived? That's where I see Nigeria. So for me, to start with, Nigeria is a very young country. Now, are we where we should be?
But Ogbeni, okay. Now you are using military as an excuse to say, yes, if not for ministry, we will have done better. So these 23 years that we had democracy, how far have we gone? How far have we gone?
If you travel to every state, you see development in every state in Nigeria.
Hold on, Yari.
During the military, it was just the capital city they were developing now.
How far have we gone?
Yes, that's why I'm moving to. So look at Nigeria. First, look at Nigeria from that perspective of a young country of 30 years old. Military government, they call it great regression for us. Now, we pick up our pieces in 1999. We really pick up our pieces because we knew how Obasanjo met Nigeria in 1999. We met a shambled country, economy down. We met a very bad country. Now, we've taken it from there. What is the first thing that matters to me? You know, as a lawyer, the first thing that matters to me is this. You see, I've read books that talk about election of your presidents, and if we are able to get, election of leadership, if we are able to get it right on the platform of how do we elect our leadership in the country, it will be beginning of a good times and development for us. Now, how are we faring in that respect? I will tell you that Nigeria has progressed heavily in terms of electoral system in Nigeria. Many people who are, and I will keep saying it, emergency political analysts, they won't appreciate this. We have moved from option A4, which everyone understands, option A4, where each candidate will queue. You will queue by your candidate and will start counting in a very manual manner. Do you know that some countries in Africa today, they still do their election by counting of stones? Today, there are countries in Africa, they do that. They use stones. Now, how have we progressed? In 1999, we had our electoral act. After that, 1999, how many times have we amended our electoral act? We have amended more than 5 times. We amended in 2000, we amended in 2003, we amended in 2005. We did further amendment in 2008, 10, 15, and here we have amendment 2022. If you ask me, what have we achieved with this amendment? As at the last amendment of 2002, let me tell you, we have been able to fine-tune our electoral system. We are close to it. First, we have been able to progress in such a way that ballot snatching is no longer part of the electoral process in Nigeria. The last election has proven that. Because what are you snatching? Because there are system procedures that will make your ballot snatching useless. There is no ballot stuffing any longer in Nigeria. We have progressed. The 2022 electoral act talked about the direct primaries at the political party level. It was a great shock for every political party in Nigeria. And it has allowed some candidates to emerge in Nigeria, such as Peter Obi, who would, if he had emerged under the 1999 electoral act under Obasanjo, would have failed woefully. But because of 2022 act, we've been able to see what we can call a near independent candidate emerging in our political space. I give us kudos to that. People who don't study history of the electoral system may not really appreciate that. But for me as a lawyer that handle election matters, I can tell you I appreciate that. You see, you hardly see, under the Obasanjo time in those 1999, 2023, you will see them counting at collation center and some people will just come, they will invade the place, beat people, they will collect results, and then before you know it, they're announcing results. You can't find all those things any longer because we've been able to solidify the pyramid nature of our electoral system. People may not appreciate that, but if you understand this system, you will appreciate that. And so many things like that. As at Jonathan's time, in the three elections away in Ekiti, no, 4 elections away.
Ogbeni, you are saying it so sweet, as if with between the between the time of Obasanjo and now, as if we have put a stop. As if we have eradicated this vote buying.
Well, Obasanjo won by 60 million
Let me land now. Have we eradicated vote buying? And as Nigerians show confidence in the electoral process, when you have 97 million Nigerian registered and 25% came out in the last election, 25 million came out in the last election to vote. We are not making progress. That
is government's fault that they didn't come out to vote.
That's a ridiculous figure.
The
registered voters
but that trend
voted
has not
in
changed.
a president,
That trend has not
participated in election. The minority of registered voters. We are not making progress. People are not showing confidence in that electoral process.
And that's government's fault.
Not coming out to vote or to participate.
So they feel more confident when Obasanjo won by 80 million. They feel more confident.
All right. When they continue with that monologue, because I want to push you into ATIKU, and I know that you are pressed for time.
Yes. Now, my quick answer to Babada Lekoko is this. See, some political analysts will tell you that thing, because there is a low turnout, so to speak, in quote, in the last election. Therefore, there was a voters apathy. But do you know, someone will tell you that it is not about voters apathy. It is about us seeing the true voters who are actually voting in Nigeria. Because of the beavers, the children voter, the double voting, and others, we've been able to shed it off in the last election. And that's what you see from the KKK state. If you go to KKK space, you remember how many people voted in 2011 in Kano alone. Compare it to how many people that voted in 2015. Now narrow it down to how many people voted in 2023. You will see a downward trend. So why are you seeing a downward trend? Are you saying in Kano the political awareness is not high as it was before? No. My simple answer to that is this. We've been able to use our system, the amendment we made in our electoral act, and the implementation of beavers. We've been able to use that to shed off so many of people who are not qualified to vote, but who have been voting over the years. So we are now seeing the true reflection of Nigerians' voting response to our election. So from there, we take it up from enlightening people more and make our election to be attractive. Now, if you tell me about last election, you see, the last election went that way because for the first time in Nigeria, we are having a 3 or 4 man horse race in Nigeria. And unfortunately, again, we had some people who are very, who brought some things into our election. I don't want to go there because I know it's a very controversial area, but I've expressed my opinion on this very strongly and deliberately before, that we have some people who believe that who are not democratic enough, who were there to play the 60s and the 80s politics, the Awolowo and ATIKU politics here again. If we had not had them in the political space, probably people would have appreciated more the progression we have been able to make. Look at it from this angle. Do you know we have less election petition in this last election? We have less. Unlike those times that everybody will rush to court. Governorship, Senate, Rep, everything, everybody rushed to court. Apart from the presidential election that was very controversial because of you did not upload on IREF and co. Every other election were very clear to everybody, right?
Benny, sorry to interrupt you. I just want to ask you a question, right? You've been delivering your monologue I just want you to keep going on. It's so sweet. God will bless you for this your monologue, and I mean it. My question is, what do you think we can do, or politicians can do, that we have to allow the courts to keep deciding the fate of our electoral process? How do you think we can get matured to avoid going to courts and allowing the courts to decide our electoral process?
Well, to me, I think we are evolving. Why am I saying we are evolving? Many Nigerians, many of our politicians are not even Democrats. And that's why you know that you lost an election, you still go to court to go and test. Who can stop you? Nobody will stop you. But the point is, if we are able, let me tell you, if what play out in 2023 play out again tomorrow, somebody like Peter B will not go to court again. Because the decision of that court of appeal actually embarrassed him. He might not come out and tell us, but that judgment will ever be in the annals and the bosom of Nigerian electoral jurisprudence tomorrow. Because it showed clearly that you knew you lost, you've only come to waste the time of the judiciary. And you've only come to heat up the polity of the country when you knew quiet or right that you lost. And you are keeping some people hope alive, and you keep some people and you thought they would go to the street, but they refuse to go to the street. So as far as I'm concerned, we are evolving. A time will come, and the time will come soon. So I so believe in this thing, because the reason why I say I so believe in this thing is I at least, apart from 1999, which I was not yet a lawyer, I was still a very small guy then. Although I've reached a voting age, I voted 99. Apart from 1999 election, I've been involving since 2006 election matters to date. So I involved in 2007 election matter, pre-election 2006 to 7. I involved in 2011 matter vibrantly. I involved in 2015. I involved in 19. I'm not involved in this one because I'm outside the country. I only went to vote. So I've been involved in those matters, and I can see the progression. But you put in my head now, I can see the image of how we're progressing. So I believe a time will come when you as a politician, if you lose, you see no reason why to go to court any longer. In fact, these days, let me tell you, so many of those rep and senate, they don't even hire senior advocates. Go and look at their cases. Some of them that went to tribunal, it's just a routine thing. They will hire one young lawyer to go. They don't waste their money on senior advocates because it's clear. Beavers make it so easier this time around. If we can progress again and said, you see this high ref, let us make it part of our electoral heart. If you are making it part of our electoral heart, if there is going to be an exception, let it be on XYZ condition. It could be let there be stakeholders meeting before you can change this IRF thing. Then let everybody have access to be watching what is happening on IRF live. A time will come that we'll get to that. But the problem I always have in Nigeria is this. You know, we have this kia Indomie mentality of they get also distracted. As it is now, Atiku Abubakar now, they've delivered document since 6th of September. He has just 60 days, right, to conclude whatever he's doing at the Supreme Court. He has spent almost 30 days now. He's chasing United States of America documents. So if tomorrow night I can't find anything there, he will rush back to Nigeria. Or if tomorrow, if they said TINUBU'S appeal again and they are holding that thing for another 1 week, he will hit into his 40 days. How many days will he remain to get to Supreme Court? He's just distracted. They've distracted him and he's chasing shadow. And that's what we keep doing, you know. And by the time you come back and discuss it, you did not fight this well, you did not do this, war be out there. So I would like to go back.
Hold on,
no. So sorry, let him land that space. I want to push him into ATIKU.
Yes,
I think it's already inside. It's already there already.
Rational mind, please let him continue. Some of us want to go to bed, but we're waiting for Benny. Just rational mind, please.
I won't read against tomorrow. You know, say now you are they teach.
Benny, my worry, continue, please. Rational mind, go and eat amala.
Rational mind, don't do man one, do let go Benny Masoro.
When
university,
bring that 63 year thing home, and then again go then into the article space. This verdict from Illinois. I'm suggesting the most it will do is to embarrass Tinubu. And I was saying in my opening phase that they cannot introduce new evidence at the Supreme Court phase. Thankfully, you are here to carry on.
That's obvious, except Barrister Dens and Barrister
Pazat. Who's not sure you're a lawyer? You know, he's still not sure. He's not sure you're a lawyer.
So, God. Our electoral system from 1960 to date, we have progressed. We have progressed far better than our contemporaries. And when I say our contemporaries, I will mention South Africa, for instance. I will mention Zimbabwe, for instance. I will mention even Somalia, Rwanda. The only country I won't mention is Ghana, which they have progressed far in terms of the electoral system. They've changed leadership of their country from one political party to other 2 times now. So there's what you can call political stability now in Ghana. That's the only country I think we have not. But for us, we have done well in the electoral system, not where we should go. We should be maybe 7/10. I will give the country because we have changed from PDP, one set of guys, to another one APC, and probably we're changing back any time or two. So for that, we are trying in terms of political stability. In terms of infrastructural development, which I would like to also talk a little about, I don't think we are doing fine there, because when I look at history and you see the kind of development we've been making from between 50s, 54, that Richard Constitution, when they allow regionalism, if you look at it to 1960, the kind of development we've been able to make within those short periods, if you compare it to what we have made within 1960 to date, you'll be asking what's really wrong with us? Because many of the infrastructure we had in those years were still there till today, and we're still proud of it today as if I think they cost us, and we can't really build anything on that. So we're not doing fine in that regard. For me, we're not doing fine. By now in Nigeria, our train system, our railway system should be working very, very, very fine. What are we doing about it? Yes, we know military came, they stop all these things. Buhari also part of it, stop the metro line in Lagos and all this. But after we've had democracy in 1999, what have we done? Should have done something to make, even if it's the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, link them together. We've not been able to achieve that. So I keep asking myself, why is it that I can't be in Ekiti and take train to Lagos? Regional integration in terms of rail. So transport system, we're not doing fine there. We're not doing fine. Our health sector, our particularly tertiary health institutions, we're not doing fine. Our brothers that work in teaching hospital in Ife, sometimes they keep complaining, and they are medical doctors. So I wonder if medical doctors are complaining, then you could imagine what patients are facing. You see, our education sector, sports sector, what exactly, even entertainment we're talking about. If not that those private guys just took the destiny by their own hands, if they leave everything to government, there's nothing really they will get. Agriculture, how many silos do we have in Nigeria? Major ones that are very critical to food security in the country. The country, you don't have standard silos. So how do you want to keep food? So assuming there's an external aggression from our neighboring country, assuming they are fighting war, then we won't be able to feed ourselves. That's the implication of that. So what's our strategy? So for me, critical infrastructure, I think I was called very, very low, maybe 4/10 or even 3/10 in that respect. Then security of life, which is the basic thing government should offer. When you look at security of life from the 60s to what we have now, you discover that we were depreciating. Under Obasanjo, we try a bit, but there were political killings too during his own time. But like Ebenezer, all those guys, political killings went off again. Boko Haram mental towards the end of his time. Yaradua also got into the whole web. Niger Delta guys blowing the oil and everything. We've not been able to manage those areas. Our security and life, which should matter to the government. Now we have Tinubu in government. I won't blame Tinubu now because Tinubu is fresh in the government. I want Tinubu to perform. And I believe in those keep putting pressure on him. I will not vilify them for anything. But I will vilify them only if they are displaying Indomie mentality. They should be able to understand where we're coming from. But they should put pressure on the government, I agree. Then employment and cost of living, we are not doing fine at all. I have so many family members back home. They are graduates. And I knew when they were in university, fantastic guys. They took all their time and read and best in their class. But today, they're just teaching in primary school, private school. They are using them anyhow. They don't have job, no job in Nigeria. To get job in Nigeria is paddy you have to do, today. So in that regard, we're not doing fine there. Yes, people are migrating. They keep saying people are migrating, but let me tell you about this migration thing, which I've also expressed my opinion here before. This issue of migration for me, you see, we only look at our own space most times. We don't look at others. Do you know, today, statistics show that India has the largest diaspora population in the world. 80 million people of India are living outside India, and they are flying out almost every year. Go and check. I like using this website, statistica.com. You go to that statistica.com.
Is it a website or Twitter handle? I thought it was just on Twitter. Is it?
No. That statistica.com is a website.
That's where Kudlata always gets all of these things that come and used to do majority for us. Yeah. He will go to Statista and then will come and be quoting.
Come and do Badue for us.
Badue, he will come and do Badue.
Make na leave you. Make Ogbeni continue.
Carry on, Ogbeni, wrap up the Nigeria 63. I think people really want to hear about ATIKU from you.
Okay, I'll wrap it up. But if you go to that statica.com, as of last year alone, they said about maybe 6.5 million Indians left India, and that website also told us that I think 0.2 per 1,000 people or so in Nigeria, living in Nigeria. So for me, immigration is something that will be happening everywhere, but when you look at it, what's the population of Nigeria that is living in Nigeria? That's it. But at the same time, I would like to also say that is the critical, the quality population that is living in the country, which is the problem in Nigeria. When you have medical doctors that you don't have enough living, professionals that we don't have enough living, then you will feel worried for the country, which I also feel worried for the country. I tell you, presently, I met somebody who in my church who I know very well. He's a professor in one of the private universities in Nigeria. He's here now doing security. I can tell you for fact. The wife is doing a master's. The professor is there. He's still looking for a job, but I wonder if it was published in any international journal. If it's not, I'm sorry for him. I don't know how he can get teaching job here. So, but so when you keep asking, so what pushed you out of the country? They will tell you, that country, leave that country, So that gets me worried a lot, about Nigeria. But Nigeria will survive. Nigeria is a young country. We're trying. We'll survive. We've experienced war. So many of those countries have not experienced what they call war, and we have survived war. Those who fought that war, they are still agitating, and we are still keeping them intact with us. So when you now pull it finally on a scale, I will score the development in Nigeria. I will score maybe 4/10. Maybe 4/10, because in all, we are not really doing.
After all that eulogy, praising, and
That's a failure. 4/10.
Even the way you were describing it, I wanted to go and toast Nigeria, and then you score it 4/10. Look at this guy.
4/10 in Ife, it was a pass. In Ife, it was a pass. Was that
in America?
Wasn't that 6? I mean, what was that?
Oriyomi.
But that was what Ganifa Wemi got now, and it was one of the most notable. Didn't he get a pass? Ganifa Wemi.
We had to even
yeah, he got his activism that didn't let him come out with distinction. Activism in the school, so student activism. But continue, Ogbeni. I'm enjoying your lecture.
Ogbeni, let me take you to the ATIKU space. So now, the first question is: this whatever comes out of the United States, will it transmute ATIKU into the president? Is that's one, and then two, which is not going to happen, and certainly not going to do anything for Peter Obi. So I'm not quite sure why they are getting excited. But two, if anything that is sort of more than averagely damning comes out of that Chicago space, does it nail it down that Tinubu is going to be a one-term president? So those two spaces, and then give it to us however you feel it.
Well, Woma, before I go to the nitty-gritty of this case that they filed in the US, you see the first thing I'm seeing here. I don't know whatever is in that file. I don't know what exactly is in that file, and I don't know the extent of how incriminating what is in that file is. I don't know. Nobody knows. Only Tinubu will know by now.
Shall I say this, Ogbeni? I think what they are looking for are the documents that he used to enter that university. They are looking for an Oriolori narrative. Yes,
I think so. I think also so very, very strongly. But don't forget that will be another journey again to the United Kingdom. They will probably be coming to the United Kingdom. But I think what he used was one Cambridge exam like that. Not those Cambridge they do those days. So they will still come to this space also to go and come and verify who owns that Cambridge thing. And so, but let me tell you, whatever come out of this.
Ogbeni, if you don't mind, just a quick question. Yeah. Is it possible for someone to use inconsistent document in university and for the university not to come back and have some kind of academic issue that can lead to the withdrawal of the certificate? Is it possible?
Yeah, no, that's the end. If they establish that he used false credentials to enter that university, they will have to withdraw his certification.
Yeah, then the school must have known. So if the
No,
school is
no,
not doing that, then
yeah. Let Ogweni carry on. Yeah, Ogweni.
So it depends. So the first question you ask yourself is, who is complaining here? Is it the university that is complaining? So you see, what Atiku Abubakar took to court is very narrow. Let's start from there. It's very narrow. What Atiku Abubakar is saying is this. He's saying that when I look at the case this man filed, when I look at this man form TF001, there is this form they call TF001. That form, that's where you fill your educational qualification and all sorts of things. When I look at it, I realize that the document this man attached to this form is different from the document he attached in 1999, meaning that I can see discrepancy, that they are not the same document. That's the issue Atiku Abubakar has. Now, Atiku Abubakar is bringing those two certificates. He's saying, how can the same institution issue two certificates of different font size, of different people signing, and of different font type to you? Then I'm smelling a foul play here. Okay, you're smelling a foul play. Then he filed his petition at the Court of Appeal. He didn't make mention of that qualification thing at all. That skipped his mind, or maybe he forgot, he slept over, he forgot. So nothing at all in his petition, in the whole petition of about almost 100 pages. Nothing at all.
No, he did. He did.
He
did.
Let me go further. It was in his reply. No, it was in his reply.
The judges ruled on it. He did.
No, it wasn't. See, in his opening paragraph to the petition, not the petition itself, not from paragraph 1, I'm now alleging. His opening paragraph, he talked about background of Tinubu, and then he throw a jab, against him in terms of educational thing. But in his petition, there wasn't anything. He didn't question educational qualification. Now the Tinubu guys join issue with you. Then after you file your reply. Now, when you file his reply, that was in his reply. Now he brought this issue of educational qualification. And what did he say there? He was saying that the certificate he brought, there were discrepancy on the certificate. That was the issue. Now, what did the Court of Appeal say? The Nigerian Court of Appeal simply says that this issue is an afterthought. I've said it here before. There's a decision of Oke and Mimiko. In Oke and Mimiko, the Supreme Court has settled the issue. When you file your petition after 21 days, you can't add anything to it again. So when you file your petition and you didn't make that an issue, and somebody joined issue with your issues, and by reply, by the way, what was the essence of reply? The essence of reply is that, let me give you a very simple example. If I say that you did not win XYZ polling units, that is my allegation. And I'm saying, if you realize that I won this XYZ polling unit, then declare me as the president. That's my petition. The respondent may say, I won XYZ polling unit, therefore I am the president. That is a response. Now, if I'm coming in a reply and say, another reason why you did not win is because you are not qualified educationally, the court will not allow that in your reply. Because your reply is not joining you with the issues we've already joined already. It's a new issue you are just bringing in. And at the close of your petition, you can't bring it in again. That was exactly what happened at the Court of Appeal level. And that judgment, the Court of Appeal said, it is a no issue, you cannot go into it. The case laws are settled on it. So don't drag us into, we can't be opening new frontier now because it is Atiku or because it's Peter Obi. This is what we have known for, and this is the standard we have been following. So now, shortly after, what happened? Atiku went to United States. What does he need? Now, he brought those two certificates and said, look, when you look at this thing, there are discrepancies on it. Then he also bought some which show female on some credentials that were flying around, and said he wanted to use that. That's what I'm saying. His case is very narrow before the High Court. So if I leave Justice Gilbert, so the first thing he said, I wanted to use this thing in a foreign proceeding in Nigeria. So what was the issue they joined with him in the first instance? The first issue, the Tinubu and co guys joined with him. That the CSU joined with him is first. We have to protect the privacy of our students, sorry, of our former students, which is by default. They must. So they mounted the defense against the thing by saying we will protect his privacy unless he allows us to release this to you. We cannot release it to you. Then Tinubu now came to join because they didn't make Tinubu a party ab initio from the beginning. Tinubu joined along the way and said, look, I have to join. Sorry, let me quickly take water. I need to take water.
All right. Ogwedi takes a pit stop. So a pit stop for Ogwedi, which opens the window for us to hear from Zita. Zita, are you there?
I am expecting my certificate of attendance from Ogbeni for this Independent Day lecture.
It is TED Talk. TED Talk from Ogwedi.
At the University of United Kingdom.
Look at that. Eh? People pay a lot. People travel internationally to hear Ogbeni lecture. And you guys are, you know, you don't say I don't do anything for you. Look at that. All right. All right. Carry on as you were.
Okay. Baba Jaleku wanted a certificate.
Send my own certificate of attendance. So this is your lecture, Independent Day lecture. This is the best ever in the history of Nigeria.
No allow. So now, okay. So the first EU Tinubu joined with ATIKU was that okay, CSU. The university was the first to join EU, but later Tinubu now as an intervener. That intervener means you are intervening. You are saying, my interest matters here. Allow me also to talk. So they allowed him, they joined him, and his own lawyer also argued. So what was Tinubu's argument? First and foremost, this thing you are coming to collect from this court is not relevant to that foreign proceeding because it will not. First, you did not raise it at the tribunal. Secondly, you did not raise it properly. Sorry. Secondly, when you raise it in the reply, there's a judgment already that says that it's something you can never raise here because it's no longer admissible as at the point you raise it. So they pleaded the judgment of the Court of Appeal. And thirdly, they are saying even at the Supreme Court where you are now, where you say you need it now, you cannot raise it. It's a fresh evidence on appeal. Now, what was Atiku's answer? Atiku's answer is simple. Atiku is saying that yes, the Court of Appeal actually said I cannot raise it, but the Court of Appeal was wrong, and I've appealed against the wrongness of the Court of Appeal. So my case is still live and ongoing, and that issue is still a live issue before the Appellate Court, Supreme Court. So if they don't allow me, to be very unfair. Now, when the court now look at this whole case, the first thing that Gilbert ruled was that what matters to U.S. court is not admissibility, it's relevancy. If you understand all this concept. So relevancy is that particular document that they are seeking after, is it really relevant to the proceeding? Don't look. So according to Mann, he said, what matters to American courts is not admissibility. Whether it is admissible in wherever you want to use it is not their business. But is it really relevant? If it's relevant, then fine. All right. So based on that, the court overruled Tinubu and said it is relevant. Then a lot of other EU they raised. For instance, they said if it is actually relevant, then is CSU within their jurisdiction? They said yes, fine. CSU is within their jurisdiction. Then they look at it that will releasing this thing harm Tinubu as a person. So the judge said he doesn't think it will harm Tinubu because it's your educational qualification, and as a public figure in Nigeria as president, then people should have access to whatever is your record. So without your record, people can actually have access to their leadership record. So based on those three criteria now, the court overruled Tinubu. So what has been playing out? When the court overruled, they said, okay, go and release that CSU should come and release 4 documents. They now narrow it to 4. And that's what you won't get in all those evidence space and all that. Just, they've allowed. No. The court didn't say, go and just open the entire record and let them be searching everywhere. No. 4 documents. I can still recall very well, but everybody can go and read the ruling. Number 1 is that diploma certificate. It says you should bring it to court. and then you now swear an oath. So you don't bring just any old thing. So whoever is coming, bringing it, and is coming to swear an oath, you should be sure of a pending perjury. If you are coming to bring any nonsense to court, then there are about four major things they narrow it to for them to bring it to court. Okay, and that is for that. So what has Tinubu done? So what is Tinubu saying? Tinubu is saying that this case first should not even be handled by this magistrate court. That it should be handled by a district court. Now that's why he now went to that senior district and said, first, this case should be handled in this court and not this magistrate court. Secondly, when you look at all these three criteria that this court considered, they didn't consider it well. Then he got an injunction to quickly restrain CSU from releasing those documents and then push it forward. But argument of Atiku Abubakar at this new court is that, see, I have till October 6th to conclude whatever I want to conclude in Supreme Court. Anything after that, I won't be able to raise all these new issues again. So because of the court, and that was the reason why the court said, okay, they gathered all argument and then delivered the judgment on 30th. Now, what was their judgment? They just repeated the judgment of Gibbet and said they don't agree with whatever Tinubu have said because they believe that first and foremost, admissibility is not their boss problem. What matters to them is relevancy. Those things are relevant. Then they repeated those judgments, which means that they still narrow what they should have access to 4 major items. And those are the things they will have access to, 4 major items. And then let's see where Tinubu pick it up from there. Because they said before, I think 12 noon by today, they should release those things. And then when you now release it, what do? You bring it back to that magistrate court so that they can continue their case there. That is for that. Then now let's go back to Nigeria. What's the effect of all these things in Nigeria proceeding? Now, like I've said it here before, okay, I mean, we cope. Anybody can Google and find it. Judgments online. You can't amend anything. You can't add anything to your petition. Even on appeal. When you are going on appeal, the only thing you complain on appeal is you go to appeal to go and complain about how the court in the lower court has not done it right. You're not coming up to come and be establishing a new case on appeal. You are just coming on appeal to say, look at this judgment. This judge did not consider this thing right. They didn't consider it well. Therefore, reverse it. Then uphold this. It's not that you now bring a new document. You are just bringing it to court. Now, you may want to ask me, some people will say yes, you can still, because there is an exception to that. The exception is that you can still bring new documents at the Supreme Court. But there are stringent conditions you have to follow. Those stringent conditions, one of it, which is very, 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 very important, is that those documents were there in existence as at the time you file your case. So if my diploma certificate is in existence, which has always been in existence as at the time Atiku filed his case. So what is new now? What is it that is just bringing up now that you want to use now to nullify his qualification, which you never raised in your petition at the Supreme Court? Won't that amount to you changing your goalpost at the middle of the game? Is that not an amendment to your petition? Because if you bring it out, then Tinubu will now have to respond again. Is that not like his answer he filed at the Court of Appeal now come and amend his answer again and say now that you have and by the way, let me tell you, you see, one of the reasons why court will not allow you to raise new issue by your reply is that whoever filed the case first has the last say when you're exchanging pleadings in law. So if the petitioner file, the respondent, which is Tinubu, will reply, then the petitioner file their final reply, and you seal it there. So the meaning is that if you are raising new issue by your reply, I won't have the opportunity to reply you again. And that is why the law protects me from you not to go and be raising new issue that I never envisaged. So if we now get to the Supreme Court, so what's the new thing you are now bringing in again? How do you want me to have the right to now reply to it? Just to let you understand the rationale behind those things, because I know non-lawyers now may come out and say, this lawyer, what do they even like doing? They are just cheating us. Why can the document be so important and you are not able to tender those documents? Sometimes I tell them, go and look at Watergate scandal and all those scandals in the US, and look at many documents that were rejected based on all these laws. There are laws that have been there for decades. They are not made because of you and me. It's not because of Obi and ATIKU now will come and change all these laws.
Ogbeni, can Tinubu still appeal to go to maybe a different court?
I think so.
Do you think he's going to do something tomorrow? Do you think we're going to get a surprise tomorrow?
It's not a surprise. He's going to appeal. It's not a surprise.
Tinubu may appeal.
Yeah, but will he have the time to appeal before those documents are released? That's the thing.
Is it not US? It's US now. First thing this morning now, people will enter and they will fight something for injunction to stop and that. That is something they can do. Tinubu can do it. But
so this thing may go to US Supreme Court if it continues.
If they have jurisdiction to get there, they will get there. Because when you look at everything now at the end of the day, and I ask myself the question, okay, CSO has come out before to say we know him is skilled. Some of his mates have come out and said we know him is skilled with us. And then ATIKU is not saying the document is forged. That's why sometimes when I go to some space, I just laugh and just leave them. That's not what ATIKU is saying. ATIKU is saying that there are discrepancies here. There is more to what I can dig out from here. ATIKU is not certain on what is coming there to dig out. But he's suspecting that if there could be discrepancy, then there will be problem somewhere, which I should be able to use. Now, what does Nigerian Constitution say? Does Nigerian Constitution says if there is a discrepancy in your educational sector, then you get disqualified?
Ogbeni, how are you? One man. Why are you being marginalizing me? Don't marginalize me now.
How are you being marginalized?
I'm joking. I'm just joking. I have a question for Ogbeni, please. I just use that one to come in.
All right, carry on, of course.
It's getting boring to me to you to come to me now. This is Nigeria now. We have to stay together.
We are all students today from Ogbeni's class, so we are enjoying the lecture.
So
I'm even documenting my certificate.
You are Bado people are a student of him, not me.
Rational my Lord Jamala. So Ogbeni,
Lord Jamala,
I'm a student. I'm not Bado people student.
Let me land my question quickly. I think
me now. Let me finish now.
You've interjected now. I was holding on. Let me just land this question.
I'm about to sleep. I'm about to sleep. Please.
Sorry, before you sleep.
Hold on. Let Thomas ask your question. Emeka ask your question. Kulata ask your question. Ogbeni has the capacity to take them all. So Thomas, Emeka.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Adalekoko, I don't want you to respond. This is to Ogbeni. Ogbeni, Adalekoko make mention of vote buying the other time. What concern INEC about vote buying? Is it INEC that is buying the vote or the politician? Thank you.
All right, Emeka.
Yeah, Ogbeni, what do you say to people who go on social media and even mainstream media to begin to talk about identity theft by the president? Then again, my second question is, we have multiple ministries and significant ministries and ministers, but it seems like it's just 3 of them that is out in the open and working. What do you think about the health sector? And what's the health policy and direction and directive of the new health Minister of Health? Thank you.
And Kulata.
You know, go forget all these questions.
He's a lecturer now. How can you forget? He's a law lecturer. A law lecturer by that.
Okay, this is my own question. I don't know if you know this, but US degree certificate is basically a ceremonial thing. I don't even remember where my own is or if I ever collected it. Verification of degree in the US is basically your transcript. So does it matter that Tinubu submitted some printed, according to the stories, I don't know, that he printed something off a website that had officers that started working in universities in the 90s when he graduated in 1979? Because, degree certificate America does not care about degree certificate. That's just the period. That's just the bottom line. Is your transcript. So if Tinubu submitted a document supposedly printed from some website, and then the university gives him whatever original they gave him, is that going to indict him saying, like, on perjury, even though the case is not about perjury? I don't even know. How does that indict him? Because is that regarded as a fake certificate, even though he attended the school? Will the judges say they put a premium on verifying that he attended the school, or whether that document was the original one given him or some crap he printed online?
Okay, so let me start the question from Kulata, answer from Kulata angle. Kulata, see, there are two angles to this thing. Disqualification in our constitution, right, doesn't talk about that perjury. Let me need to start with that. What disqualification under our constitution talk about is this. It talks about somebody questioning you that you don't have disqualification. It's not talking about you are bringing one fake document somewhere. You are not qualified educationally, right? So whatever way you come to prove that I'm qualified educationally, you've been able to prove. Now, when you go back to that Court of Appeal decision, you will see in that Court of Appeal decision, they rely mainly on the communication from CSU. Not even that certificate. Go and read that judgment. CSU confirmed that Bola Ahmed Tinubu, president of Nigeria, schooled with them. That's what matters to the Supreme Court, because it's that qualification that matters. Is good? Yes, it's good. Now, what do you use to prove certificates? That's the issue ATIKU is having. Now, if you believe that Bola Ahmed Tinubu now has forged result and all these things, it's a pre-election matters that allows you to now go to Federal High Court and start pursuing that on its own. I will remind you, if you remember during Buhari's zone, you know, they didn't bring it to the petition. If you remember, they brought it to High Court. It was Federal High Court. They started dealing with that WAEC. Oh, he has WAEC. He did not have WAEC. At the point in time, he put his head on one fake WAEC. They started doing all those things because they understood that what matters to the tribunal is whether you are qualified or not. It's not about what you are now bringing. It's whether you are qualified. That's the issue. So it's a very narrow issue. Perjury is not part of the electoral. Perjury, best you can use that is, and by the way, don't forget, even when you are coming to prove this perjury, one is a criminal offense. You have to establish beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not something you just bring in election petition, which is strictly a civil offense, and you say, oh, I've established perjury. Because
it requires intent, doesn't it?
Yes,
you have to
it's
prove
intent. It requires you to bring witness, come and prove. It requires a lot. And don't forget, CSU will never say this man did not attend our school. They will keep saying he attended our school because they understood that what matters more is that qualification. And Tinubu understand. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, Tinubu is just distracting them.
What witness would they need to provide when he had a certified true copy from his school? And the school, don't. If he has a certified true copy from the school and it's different from what he has, because if this guy truly is the same Tinubu that went to that school, which I'm not saying he is not, and maybe he's Olori, but the point is, why can't you ask from the school directly and say, okay, I'll fill this form, because if I want to ask for my transcript from my own colleges here or schools here, I will go online to the school website and I'll fill out the form and I'll pay the money, the required fee, and it will send it to me. So why can't he do that if he's the owner of that? You see, okay, just go on. Just go on, and then when it gets out, I'll talk.
So yes, I
so why does it need? Why does it need somebody to come and testify?
I will answer that a bit and go to Thomas and others. So my own is first and foremost. Every client has his own strategy. Every politician have their own strategy. Every lawyer have their own strategy. This is Tinubu's legal team strategy. I can't puncture it. I don't know where they're heading towards, but I know it's a strategy. My practice experience tells me this is a strategy. And where they are heading towards, I don't know. But your question is that once they get the CTC, why can't they take it straight to the court and prove it? And I keep saying the CTC or whatever they are getting from there will simply shows that the copy of the certificate is submitted. That's the worst that can happen. The copy of the certificate you submitted, we find in your record, was not issued by us. but you finish from our school. So if the court is faced with those two things, he finished from our school, but that copy, we don't know where it's from. The court will still pick he finished from our school. Because what the Constitution says is not about the copy of one certificate anywhere. Your Constitution says, did he have that qualification? If the answer is yes, he have that qualification, the court take it and move forward. Because the court doesn't reason the way we are reasoning here. So it will now be up on ATIKU to take it further to Federal High Court to go and now establish the case of perjury, which is a criminal offense on its own. It's just like stealing, rape, different crime, money laundering and all that. These are crimes. So you now go and establish your crime, but you don't say you are not come to court to say he's not qualified. You are not come to court to say, except if what they found in that record shows that the TINUBU that went to that court is not the same TINUBU here. Yes, they will go back to court to say this man is not qualified because he wasn't the one that went to that school. But if whatever
now is time for my own question. It's relevant now.
So let me answer
What in your opinion is academic records?
Okay, let me answer that question before I get to Emeka and Thomas. Now, my understanding of academic record is this. First and foremost, the record you brought to the school when you are getting your admission. It's part of academic record. For instance, was it WAEC you used to gain your admission? Was it Cambridge you used? Was it technical college you say you went to? What are the things you use? Sometimes even include your curriculum vitae. What do you say in your CV before you gain admission? Do you say da? Who gave you references? Oh, engineers, senators also gave me references. Were they forged? Were they references signed by them truly and da? All those things. That is why I understand by academic record post admission. Now, when you gain admission, what did you get admission to study? Which courses do you do? All those transcripts and others, they are part of your academic record. Then, which certificate did they give you eventually? They are part of your academic record. Then sometimes your activities in the school, possibly you were president of social society, everything about you in the school that has to do with your academic pursuits. They are all your academic record. That's my understanding of what academic record.
Thank you.
So now I'll go to Mr. Thomas. So Mr. Thomas had to say that vote buying. Yes, I agree. It's not INEC that is doing vote buying. Nobody has alleged INEC of vote buying. Although they've alleged INEC of collecting bribe, and then in this last election, INEC has been dealing with some of his officers that they said collected bribe. In fact, INEC has jailed one of them in Kano State. But by and large, the people that are doing vote buying are politicians. We all know now, these are rhetorical questions. They are politicians. They are the ones doing vote buying. Politicians and electorates, So, and when you are now saying, oh, electorates are doing vote buying, then what do you want INEC to do about it? What really do you want INEC to do about it? Nothing that INEC can do about your vote buying, because you don't even do your vote buying at the vote. You see, and that's why for me, law enforcement agents like police and others, they can work on all these fine. But as long as we have our electoral system that is sound and people come to vote on their own and nobody is forcing them by gun to determine who they need to vote to deal with the issue of vote buying, it's a social cultural issue on its own. It's not an issue you use electoral act to deal with. You can criminalize it, fine, but how do you? It's just like you're talking about how do I put it now? You're talking about ballot snatching and you're talking about electoral system. We've been able to use our electoral system to cure ballot box snatching and others. But how do you use that to cure vote buying? I don't know. And when they say vote buying, sometimes I tell you, I say it works in different phenomena in different countries. In the country where I am today, once the vote is getting closer, you see them attending to those junkies in their spaces, and you see them. That's when you see the city council will start constructing one road somewhere close to those areas of those people that like to vote. They are the one that votes just to gain vote from them, SNP, conservative, and you see all of them. It's not bribing directly, but indirectly, there are incentives. Then Emeka talk about you talk about I think it's something on identity or ministry. he said only 3 ministers are really working. Then what happened to others? Well, for me, I want the ministers that are working to be working. One thing I know about Tinubu is this: if you don't perform in accordance with your KPI, they call it now, they said they've given them, they're expecting reshufflement. I don't think Tinubu is well, if you go by his antecedent, I don't see him like Buhari that will keep you in one space, you're not functioning, and then he will keep you there because you're just there representing anybody. I don't think Tinubu give a damn to that. Whoever is not really performing, I see Tinubu reshoving them often and often regularly to ensure that he's doing it. But I just believe everybody should just join out with this man to try his best. But in as much as we do that, then we want to see his record. I'm also keen to see what exactly is even in the academic record. And if it's distraction, if he keeps distracting them to the end, that may spare the hand of Atiku Abubakar political career. If they get to that and they can't find anything there, the backlash will not be easy at all for him. But let's see how everything is playing out. Thank you for
all right, brilliant, excellently done. So we should actually send your invoice to Kulata. He's the one with the money. Because that level of input should not go unrewarded. So send your invoice to.
We trained him now. We trained him.
Hey, look at that. He's claiming, yes, of course, reflected glory. I'm claiming it too. So excellently put by Ogbeni, of course, always excellently put by Ogbeni. So will you believe we're still at the opening phase, but an elite cast we have are still to hear from Emeka, of course, who I know you you all love to hear from. Madam Zita, the Iyaloja of Norway, she's here, and Fatai, he's going to put a different inflection on everything. So still big bangs to come. So the next big bang, Just Emeka, came in as a king, but now is with the commoners. Just Emeka, opening minute, 5-minute monologue from you.
Oh my goodness, Mama. Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to say happy Independence Day to all Nigerians. It's not quite an easy one, but it's good we're all alive to spend another Independence Day with each other. And then to those who are on the opposition, please let's take the day out to say a prayer for our country. It is the only country we have, regardless of wherever we are. It is home, and we always want to wish the best for our country. In this respect, I think Ogbeni did a brilliant job. I don't know if I could follow suit on what he did. He went
what we were actually opening with, Emeka, was Nigeria at 63, so an appraisal and then a scorecard. That was where we were, but Ogbeni was here, and before he could leave, we had to tie him to the ATIKU narrative. So if you want to speak to Nigeria turning 63.
Yeah, I will try to, follow suit. I will use the pest analysis to address that, starting with the political environment. Politically, I think we are still emerging. We are not there yet. We are not still matured. I think as a result of interference by the military guys, and if you sum up the number of years when we've experienced democracy, yes, I think it's less than 30 years, but we are still trying to get our act together politically. We hope for maturity in the sense of, especially with our electoral system, to avoid all form of malpractice. And I think, with what Ogbeni is saying with the vote buying, that would be a very difficult task, you understand? Vote buying can be interpreted in different form. It's not necessarily there must be an exchange or financial exchange, right? As you try to compel your supporters to go out to vote, or you're trying to, the things you say, right? Oh, I want to build railroad for Ekiti State. It's also a form of inducement, but the actual financial benefit of it, I hope we'll be able to address that. I don't see that being resolved, but anyway.
What is vote buying in Nigerian context?
The exchange of monetary or financial gains for votes. So that will be
particularly on election day.
It doesn't necessarily mean on election day, right? You might have done it a week before election or a month before
but
election.
it's most common on election day where they give people cash. Even a presidential candidate in the last election said it. Adebayo, I mean, what's the name of SDP? He saw it in his polling booth when Obedient was sharing dollar and APC were transferring, doing money transfer and things like that. And Atiku were paying Naira openly on election day. So we know what is vote buying election. So
you're right, Ajani Koko, you're right. You know, all political parties were involved in it. I think on a different platform, one of the presidential candidates for SDP, he made mention of that. You know, all the political parties were involved in this form of vote buying. Some of them said it's transport fare for their polling unit agents. Some say it's to buy biscuit and mineral for them during the election. But we all knew what they were trying to do. But you know, a particular segment of the opposition were saying, oh, that they are saints and winners, or that they are not involved in any form of inducement. But we all know that was a lie. Anyway, we hope for political maturity in the sense where all votes will count, frauds will be totally, completely eradicated, and malpractices will no longer be a thing of the future or the present, but a thing of the past. So that when we go into the polls, we come out and we declare a winner as quick as possible, and all political parties can look at it and say, oh, we agree. That was why I asked Ogbeni that question. And the question of how soon does it think the court will stop deciding our electoral processes? Because it takes a while, right? Right now, currently, we are still in the same process. We have finished election in February, but we are still in this for almost 7 months now. We are yet to complete this process, and it takes a while. It's a distraction. I think the president should be, at this point, involved mostly in governance and trying to see how to move the country forward in terms of its policies and in terms of his direction and guidance, you know, so that we can have a clear view of where we are going. Anyway, let's see how the future turns out. Hopefully, maybe the next phase of electoral laws would address those concerns, and then there should be an effective use of technology during our elections. Over to the economic phase, we are not doing really good. We are not doing really, really good. It seems whatever progression we make economically, when we make one step forward, we take 2 steps backward. And it's quite sad that we have saboteurs in the country who go about, you know, trying to benefit themselves alone and not looking into the plights of others within the country. It is very selfish. It is greedy. I think these individuals are not true patriots. Economically, we should, though we have gained slight significance in terms of in comparing from 1960 when South Africa was economy was bigger than ours. As to date, now we are the biggest economy in Africa. It shows we have gained some slight importance in terms of our economy, but we can do much more. We know we can. You know, it's not by mouth that we are the giant of Africa in terms of population. And in terms of natural resources, we can do much more. And we can add to our GDP from every sector that is contributing. I'm hoping the president will be able to unlock new industries. That should be like a KPI to the Minister of Trade and Investment to see how to unlock new industries or new sectors so that there will be some form of growth coming into the economy as a whole. I'm thinking, like, I think someone was talking about the commodization of cassava. You understand how we can gain some expertise and significant relevance in terms of the production of cassava as well as exporting cassava. That should be able to help us out. And then areas where we have some form of skill sets that are relevant, we should try to enhance it better and see how to grow other sectors too, to join into the products and services that we deliver for the country, which will in turn form our collective GDP. Now, social issues, which includes security, it's really sad. Comparing it from 1960 to date, Nigeria used to be a relative safe place, but now it's really, really horrible. Many of us can't go home to our villages, especially those of us from the southeast. And those of us from the north, we know what's going on there. I saw a publication by Dele Alake day before yesterday, or was it yesterday, when he was speaking out that foreign entities or who are sponsoring bandits in areas of natural resources and minerals should stop it, and they should come into the fold and register themselves properly. You know, I know we've discussed this in very deeply, how some foreign entities sponsor banditry as well as terrorism with the view or the guys to steal our mineral resources. This is really bad. They should stop it. We want a safe country. We want somewhere where we can enjoy relative peace and also conduct business. You know, we can't. I think I don't know who was talking about when was it the National Security Advisor was speaking to a group of delegate, Western delegates, and was pleading to them about the security spike. I think someone within the platform was saying, "Why is he begging? Why are we always begging?" But that's the national security advisor, and he knows much better than us. Even though the news is trickling out that we have foreign sponsors who are sponsoring insecurity in the country, it's a sad one. We hope that these foreign actors will stop this behavior so that we can get our acts together and begin to progress as a country, as a nation. Then I don't want to go into other social issues. We also have the IPOB. We have I think the Yoruba nation, they've been able to address that collectively. But I will call on my brothers the IPOB. I let's resolve this issue, and let's first of all create a southeast ideology, political ideology, before we are talking about moving out of the country. When we speak about marginalization, I wonder what kind of marginalization we face in the country. I don't see any Southeast being marginalized in the sense of jobs or movement, or maybe if you talk about political aspiration, it is our own collective fault. But we still have Southeast governors. We still have our region where we can still control. But when I hear that marginalization, it's not so clear to me. Maybe someone can explain much better to me. I don't think we are marginalized in any form or manner, because Nigeria is still our country, and we are allowed to do what we want to do. So we should get our acts right. We should stop crying victims, victim tears. I don't think we should see ourselves as victims in our own country. A victim mentality means that we do not understand ourselves. We do not want to progress. We always want to stay on the ground rather than grow. We are, industrialized people. We have notable businessmen as well as notable politicians within the Southeast. So we should create a Southeast ideology that we can relate with and make significant progress for our own region. Then over to technology. I think we are growing in this space. Many of us, especially the young ones, we are now technologically savvy, but we can do better. The Minister of Information and Communication, a very nice individual who has promised to train 1 million Nigerians in skills acquisition in technology. I hope that will be able to transform the lives of these young Nigerians who will be obtaining this skill set. I think Nigeria should be the technology hub of Africa. That should be the mindset. That should be the goal. Though we are not there yet in comparison to South Africa and other climes in the world, but we can grow. We can do that. And I see the new minister, who is very young, coming with a clear view on how to re-strategize Nigerian to enter into the technology space and hub and drive that technology aspiration for the country. So with that, I think if I want to score the country, I'll do 4/10, but we can get better. We have a new president, a president who is a progressive, a president who is business oriented, a president who is about to reset the foundation of the country, a president who understands the challenges and problems of Nigeria and understands the enormous work and responsibility that is on his shoulder. All I want to do is to call on all Nigerians, regardless of your support, affiliation, political party, religion, or tribe. Let's give this president a chance. If you're hoping that he's going to be removed, get that out of your dreams. It's not going to happen. Let's pray for our president to deliver. Once Nigeria is working, we can be happy. Once Nigeria is moving, we will also move. Once Nigeria is getting to the promised land, we are rest assured that things will be delivered in the right way. Our prayers should be for the president to deliver on his mandate so that we can all benefit from the dividends of good democracy and governance. Thank you.
All right. Always excellent. You see now why we always hunt him down, Emeka. Anytime he's not here at the session, is the poorer for it. But now the dulcet tones or the silky tones of Zita. Zita, here she comes. Zita, you're up next. Madam Zita. No, I don't think Zita is with us at the moment. So let's go to the Basharuga of Nicosia. Fatai, Alpha. After all this, Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Agba, Alpha. So orun kọ́ ni mò ń gbọ́ fún ẹsẹ̀ yẹn ni.
Ẹ ti jẹran ọdún títí ẹ ti sùn alábàtà ẹ.
Bàbá mi,
dẹ̀ fi bá mi jẹ́.
Kí lẹ rí?
Ẹ̀yin tí Tinubu nìkan lẹ̀ ń dá jẹran ọdún 63rd birthday yìí.
Bàbá, ẹ mọ̀ pé èní gan same day ní Independence Day of Cyprus as well. So I want to celebrate.
Oh, okay. Double Independence Day to you then.
Double Independence Day. Mo fẹ́ lọ sùn ní but mo fẹ́ kí Tinubu kí n tó lọ sùn ní bàbá mi.
Yes, Fatai, it's a bit remiss. I should have actually said it at the start of the session. It is actually the birthday of a member of the platform as well, Bonks Ma. So happy birthday to you, Bonksy. So to you, Fatai. So you must be excited that Nigeria turns 63 under the stewardship of your favorite man.
One man, where's your green now?
I'm background now. Can you not see it? Or is there peeking through?
Your t-shirt is black. I was looking, I say, what's one man doing now? You see our own green now.
Look at that. Let's give them the fullness of it. So the majestic attack. But this your green white green is a bit. I'll just stay there because this is how people should have turned up today. Only Fatai got the memo. So this is how you should everybody have turned up today. Look at that. Look at that. Happy birthday, Nigeria. Look at that.
Well, man.
Why are you wearing 1970 Super Eagles jersey now? You're supposed to wear 2007.
Our patriotic Nigeria.
Yes, this is did you make them aware in Cyprus that is not only them that is celebrating today?
Yeah, I mean some friends they know we talk about it. And yeah.
No. So yes, we were auditing the journey so far, and then we were landing on our TINUBU'S speech for today. So take us through that journey, Fatai.
No, the only journey, the person that I best expressed, Baba, Barista together, but one man you don't know how to Kioriki Nigeria, Oriki Tinubu, one man Barista Tikoliton, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, Americana, Ahmed Amio, Omo Alaja, Bibatu, Mogaji, Yaloja, General.
That's under suspicion now. It might be Omo Guinea-Bissau, according to our friends from the other.
Àmàjù ẹ ṣeun apá gbogbo àwọn aláròká oníká ẹ o orúkọ Tinubu ọjọ́ Tinubu tí ò bàjẹ́ kò ní bàjẹ́ lórí rẹ o àmàjù ẹ ṣeun Ahmed ọmọ Tinubu Nàìjíríà ó dọwọ́ ẹ o bí Barrister ṣe kí Tinubu nìyẹn, you know.
Fatai, you've not finished that song without going to Wasiu. Olófolóbínú ológo. Olófolóbínú ológo.
Mi ò gbọ́ yẹn, mi ò gbọ́ yẹn.
Báwo ni Wàsíù kọ yẹn?
Olófo ló ń bínú ológo.
Ìgbà ló kọ yẹn. Ìgbà ló kọ.
During the campaign. Orí tó kọrin ẹ life. Ó ń pa àwọn obedience olófo.
Orí ọ̀tẹ̀ ò dáa. Orí tó kọ fáwọn national mind nìyẹn.
Àwọn ọmọ ló máa jẹ́ olófò ń sìn, ẹ má wọrí. Ara gbogbo máa tó padà ẹ̀ sìn. Ara gbogbo máa tó padà ẹ̀ sìn.
One of the rallies tó sọ fún Wàsíù pé Wàsíù 5 minutes ayẹta kó bá máa pèlé wọn lórí. A ní Èkó bí Alábẹ́òkúta. Owó ẹ̀rẹ́ ni yóò lọ́jọ́ yẹn. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ bàbá ní bàbá láàrin ọ̀tá. Ẹ fi bàbá ní bàbá lẹ̀ náà.
A lè ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀.
All right. The audience has started.
Fatai, another dimension ló tún gbé dé fún Independent Day yìí o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, àgbàdo la máa ń gbọ́, àgbàdo ẹ̀wà. Àgbàdo ẹ̀wà. Ọmọ Aláàjì Àbíbátù Mọ́gàjí ìyá lọ́jà general akí ọmọ ọlọ́mọ kó ẹ̀rí Independence Day was reading speech. Enough of this hype.
Ọmọ Abùjẹ́bù dànù Fatai tí ó pèsè Abùjẹ́bù dànù nìyẹn ni.
Kí ló mà ti question gbogbo ẹ̀dá ti sọ nǹkan kí ló kàn mà ní gbọ́dọ̀. Àyẹ̀kẹ́ fọmọ ọlọ́mọlẹ̀ kó tẹ̀ sí mi.
Ọba kọrin fún ló wá kùn báyà bí.
Wọn náà kọ́ tó bílíọ̀n náà.
Apá ọ̀tá ò ní ká ẹ o, apá àwọn aláròká ò ní ká ẹ o.
Ó ti káàtì àbí? Ara gbogbo máa tó balẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ ẹ má wọrí 3 hours náà láwà from now to when we go.
Kò sí kọ̀tẹ̀ máa ṣe.
Kí ẹ fẹ́ ṣe.
Wetin I wan remove am. When I want to remove Tinubu, put Atiku Abi. After Buhari, me Atiku go there Abi. They say be careful.
That's what I'm like. We don't understand. She'll be no Jafuni Abi Atiku. Yeah. Are you fighting for Obi or Atiku? Which one?
One man. I mean, Fatai John, small kind of way.
The audience are asking that they want to understand. The audience are asking that they want to understand what you're saying.
You mean me?
Yeah, all of you.
We're speaking Yoruba. Sorry, audience. I'm sorry. We're sorry.
Well, they're racist. So speak to them.
This is what we're saying. These are the people, the Agbado people, when they are here on the platform, they want to turn it to Yoruba Ronu kind of platform. They want to make it like a Yoruba kind of thing. When we say these people they are all bigots, you think maybe that's what they do here. They just come here and want to like talk about Yoruba because Tinubu is a Yoruba man. And so, well, don't get me wrong. I'm just
what is the question, rational man? What's the question?
No, it's a boy. No better question. Or am I fighting for Obi? I mean, for Atiku? No, the point is this. At this point, I don't care. All I care is this impostor we have in Aso Rock that is a criminal, whatever. We need to know the root of who he is. You cannot have somebody leading the country.
The Fatai just sang a song for you now.
On a phony identity that we don't know. It's a matter of national security. Because if you are having somebody that, okay, if Atiku is okay, I won't do anything, but you have to do whatever you have to do. I won't release that thing. He used that against him. And he said, okay, Atiku, I'll give you whatever you want.
We all know he's the son of Iyaloja of Lagos.
Security. You don't need to have such a person leading.
Can you guys sing Fuji music for Peter Obi so Rational Man can shut up? Fuji from Peter Obi, so I don't you just keep on yakking.
Olófo ló bínú ológo adé orí
òfò ní òfò tẹgbẹ́ sí aṣọ rọ̀ tẹ́gbẹ́ léèyàn òfò ẹ̀pẹ̀ wa ló lófo òfò tẹ́yìn gbé sí aṣọ rọ̀ tẹ́gbẹ́ ní èèyàn tó ń lo fóní identity ẹ máa kọ́ nígbà míì ẹ̀ ń tó máa ronú
fóní identity àbí fóní back to fact.
Lábàtà ẹni tá sí lára ó foríjì wa òwe.
All right.
ẹ má fi orí ọ̀tẹ̀ lé rational mind lọ náà.
All right. Back to you, Fatai.
Okay. Actually, I didn't really understand what the point Rastaman was making, right?
Well, join the queue. I don't think anybody has ever really understood the point Rational Mind has ever made. But carry on.
So, like I said, life is very easy. Be careful what you wish for. So everything in life, like what is the end goal, right? So I don't know. I see only two end goals. Look, actually one end goal. So you want to move to and put ATIKU. So after 8 years of Buhari, then you have another 8 years of ATIKU. Oh, I don't even know what is the permutation. But at any rate, all of us go. Me and my popcorn is here. I watch the movie.
What about the champagne, though? Forget the popcorn. What about the champagne?
The champagne.
Yes.
My champagne also day here now. When told you about the Tinubu, my pop champagne, But I think the bigger, I think Tinubu's bigger problem, right, is that it's too defensive, right? So everybody's just attacking you. I think he doesn't have a very attacking legal team. You're just defending yourself. So Atiku is asking for Tinubu's record. Okay now. So Atiku is asking for Tinubu's school record. Why is Tinubu not asking for Atiku's record? Why is they not asking for Peter Obi's record? You don't just let them punch you now. You punch back now.
Rational mind. Why are you not asking for Obi's record?
When the best form of defense is attack, you don't just let people be punching you. You punch back.
Sorry, carry it on in English just for the benefit of people. But when I popped into Rudolph's space earlier on, that was the question I was going to put to those chappies that Obi has more indictable and easily proven allegations against him. So why is the same? And you say Tinubu is the president, but even before Tinubu was the president, all of the energy was pushing in his direction, and no energy pushing in the direction of Atiku or Peter Obi. So that was the question I wanted to put to him, but I just couldn't hang around for
According to INEC, who is the declared winner? Who is the loser?
No, I'm saying even before the president. Yeah.
It doesn't need before now. Maybe you people are disputing it. Okay, so when it suits you, you want to accept INEC's position. When it doesn't suit you, don't accept it. So you are saying Tinubu is the declared winner.
Bring it on now. If you have anything, bring it on.
Rational mind actually call Tinubu the winner. Tinubu Rational mind just call Tinubu the winner.
INEC declared winner. That's what I said.
No, he said. Yeah, he's the declared winner. So because if you are declared winner now,
you don't have the right to declare.
But you say Obi's mandate now. So since Obi is your own winner, so ask Obi. You guys are saying Obi is the winner. He's the one that. So tell Obi to give us his certificate too. He's the winner.
Don't talk. I'm not here for that. You are leading question.
Only Obi will win now.
Your INEC declared president. That's what I said.
They say place where they slap. Ojú tó bá gbá. Okay. Tójú yẹn tó bá fọ́, ó ṣeéṣe kó máa rí báyìí gan. Èèyàn ń jẹ́ kó máa gbá wọn lójú. Fatai no be Tinubu. I give back as much as I take. That's how to deal with life. You give as they give you give them back. Olomilo Mare. That kind of thing. Do with life. All this one, you just allow them. Let me do my last. You know, he's just allowing them to be punching him. He's doing high road. Which is high road? Which one is take high road? Not take high road though. You punch, you bam, bam, bam.
But as the presidency, as the president, rather, surely he cannot be rolling around in the. He's not Donald Trump, you know. He has to have some class to the way he carries himself.
No. Is Peter Obi the one saying this or saying that? Maybe it's his team like doing it. Is ATIKU himself the one doing it? Tinubu and ATIKU are friends, so they are not directly. ATIKU is not directly attacking Tinubu, but his machine is doing it now. You yourself not the machine. Peter Obi is not directly attacking Tinubu. He's not okay. Sometimes he throws some jabs, but it's not really confrontationally. Right? You're not going confrontational. But his machine is doing it. He's a good machine now. You know. But other than the fight, that's how I know how to fight. Though I don't know how to fight. Somebody punch me. You punch me, I punch back. You know. But Tinubu anyway, Sha. Well, you know, if he fought somebody, Sha. Now you know no more. You know, anything what they do, will carry you to be president, governor, president. Maybe it's a good formula. Who knows? But it's not the way I would fight. I would not fight that way. I will never fight that way. I will always fight back. You know, I don't mind somebody to punch me, but I will always punch back. But I think that would have been a better strategy for Tinubu's team. I think maybe it's not really him. I think it's his team. You see, even this, I don't even know this. The Attorney General. It looks to me, I don't know. Is it the one that because of took a resignation, he gave away the store. Say Emefiele should go, just for him to resign. Okay, and we take some. What was the money? 50 billion. Who I would go even know say they collect 50 billion if they go release that one. So when I think his legal team is kind of, I don't know. But anyway, now them Sabisha,
Tinubu's American lawyer, he seems a bit wishy-washy to me. I think it's some Yoruba man that is using there.
No, this white guy.
This lawyer in America that goes to court to be arguing whether the document is useful in Nigeria. What does it have to do anything? My privacy, it's my privacy. Has the U.S. court released Obama's record? Have they released Obama's records?
Oh my God. Why must you be comparing? Why must you be comparing Obama? Obama's situation is different from Tinubu.
One rational mind.
It's not
rational mind.
Start this. It's
rational mind. It's okay. Don't worry, rational mind. Okay, I'm just saying.
All right.
When I think all they have to stand on is privacy.
Okay, stand on that.
I don't want to release my private record. If you want to take the responsibility to force the university to release my private record, it's going to affect a lot of. Look, there are many top CEOs right there on Wall Street. Their records are locked. You can't access them.
Are they public?
There are many top.
Are they public figure?
Wait now, one man. I mean, I gave you one example of public figure. You started to twist it.
No,
I give you an example.
You just want to twist things.
Okay,
but the public are not asking now. Rational mind. It's only Obidios that are asking now.
Listen. Okay, listen.
The only people asking are Obidios now. Why should we answer Obidios?
Obama was not challenging. Was not challenging electoral. It's not an election matter. It was just an individual who was asking some group of individuals asking.
Release your details. The election. What is the requirement for the election?
No.
Did you go to school? The election did not require this transcript.
You see, this election.
I don't tire all day. I don't even get energy to
If you say you are tired, that's understandable. If you are tired, it's understandable. But that you will say here that does not really sit well with the actual fact out there. I mean, I can't stand that. That's what I'm trying to say. But if you want to go on, it's okay. I've tried my best, but you can go on and do your thing.
No, if you are saying it, if you are basing it on election, the election itself does not ask for Tinubu's transcript. Okay, all of these transcripts, they're not basing it on election. They are basing it on public interest. Okay, and all I'm saying is this: public interest versus private privacy. You understand? privacy protection
It's
is
not.
very
You mean
strong
obedient
there.
interest, obedient interest versus private.
Yeah. So going to whether the Supreme Court in Nigeria will be useful to the court is like that's unnecessary debate. If I have as long as I fulfill what the electoral law requires, I don't really think it's my decision. Any additional thing I choose
But
to do,
do you
I
understand,
can
Java, this
release everything.
Fatai, do you understand how the the judge came to the two rulings that were given? Do you know how they came to that ruling?
No, he got a free getaway card now, because the lawyer was arguing that the Supreme Court in Nigeria, right, that the document that TINUBU'S, I think his lawyer were arguing that at any rate the document will not be useful to the Supreme Court situation in Nigeria. But wait, concern that.
I mean the ATIKU people.
No, the ATIKU people say it will be useful. TINUBU'S people say at any rate the court doesn't need to release it because it will not even be useful there.
So why was it challenging it? It was not useful. Why was it challenging it? Why was it blocking them from assessing it?
No, that's what I'm saying now. I'm saying that those are unnecessary arguments. You only need to stand on your privacy. If something is my property, right? If the position I'm seeking does not ask me to disclose all of that, it's up to me.
But
right?
If
the
it's not
court in
absolute,
the US,
you know it's an absolute. Have you ever filled out any disclosure form? Have you ever filled out that? When you are here,
rational man.
Yeah. So, and maybe you can take that along with what you're going to say. If you fill out some forms, institutional form, they will tell you that they can always release your information if subpoenaed or if some kind of, you can always see that caveat there in most institutional form you are filling. I've filled so many forms here for school. They will say to you that in the event of some kind of subpoena or some kind of that you can be asked, you can ask the institution to release your information. Are you aware of that?
Rational mind, save your breath. Rational mind, save your breath. Those are investigative, especially criminal investigation matters.
Okay.
When it comes to all these public interest, whatever. Public interest is debatable. What is public interest? What is not public interest? It's debatable. But criminal investigation, yes. Criminal investigation, yes. It's not a criminal investigation launch.
It's on simple matter. It can be asked. It can be subpoenaed.
Rational mind. Rational mind. Why would they release PII? You live in America. PII and PHI. You know the laws around that. What does anybody want to do with your private information?
No, there's a public angle to it for the public good.
No. Yeah, the PII is not public, except in like they just said no, it's criminal. Well, what is your PII?
Can be released. If a judge asks for a subpoena to be released, give a subpoena, it can be released in a simple matter.
Go check the laws again.
All right, I'm not a lawyer, but that's what I'm asking. We're asking Benny here, but I don't know, maybe because he doesn't practice here in the United States. Maybe
no, I don't know American law.
All right, let Benny put a position to Fatai, and then Fatai continues with his monologue. He came in here to celebrate. Benny.
Fatai Baba.
At
this your under 17 jersey Lego. You've been keeping this thing for how many years now?
Office chat me.
Ti Kanu Lefani àbí ti Yobo Aboli.
Office chat me. Go ṣe jersey or reporting me.
Oh, okay. Good to see you again, my brother. But you see, on that point of privacy, the council couldn't have rely on privacy any longer, because generally privacy, but the reason why they have that law is to set some conditions why you can insist on your privacy again, and those conditions from all the rulings I've been reading are 3. So the first is the court will ask if that document is relevant in a foreign proceeding. And that is why you see that lawyer, what the lawyer has been hammering on is that it's not relevant to the public proceeding. I don't know why.
No, no, Benny, what conditions, what is the condition that will make him not to stand on his privacy right?
So generally you have your privacy right, but with exceptions. So these are the
What
three
are the
exceptions. That act itself creates the exception. So the exception is the first exception is if that document that even though would affect your would breach your privacy is relevant for a foreign proceedings, the court would have to weigh balance your privacy with that. And if the court feel that you won't be harmed or hurt by releasing it, then they have to release it. So
okay, you stand on my let the court let it be. Or when you don't get my point, my point is let the court be doing that. What it concern me, let the court give a ruling that affects a lot of big people as well. Who cares? You stand on your privacy, let the court decide what because giving all these excuses, you are following. Look, when you fight and you are following people, like people that jump around and you yourself they follow them jump. You don't follow, you stay in your corner. Let them be jumping around. You stay in your corner. Whatever. Let the court decide what he wants to decide. Because you jumping around with them, arguing all this relevance, whatever. At the end of the day, you will still lose. So why are you following them for yansh around? Stay in your corner.
You see, I
agree. You won't jump around, you jump around.
I agree with you, but you see, like in this case, if this case will proceed and they will get you to those superior courts in America, and they will start thinking about the policy statement they're going to make, because as it is now, I think they are still at that magistrate district level. If by the time they are getting to the level where you get into policy court, those policy courts will be looking at what is the ripple effect of whatever decision we're going to make on this case.
Yeah, but there is already a gateway. That's my point now. That's my point. So even if you get to those higher courts, right, those are the ones that will consider these things. But right now, when you create a window where you're arguing whether it is relevant in Nigeria or not, right, that's a window. The court can say, okay, well, they can go and the appeal can just be about the relevance issue.
Yes.
And that's and then you are no longer violating. You are no longer in a cluster with a lot of people
again
that could be affected. So there's already a window created for even to lose the appeal. There's no policy any longer when you're already arguing, whether the Supreme Court in Nigeria needs it, whether they don't. Who cares? It's my privacy. I don't want to give it out.
But you can't insist on privacy because of that law now. You can't.
Why? Why will not? Ogbeni, my privacy is my privacy. Let the court go and decide that my privacy does not matter, which affects hundreds, thousands of big people. I just give a simple example, Barack Obama. Just one example. I'm not saying you could think of many top managers, top CEOs, top anything like that. The court protects privacy is a very fundamental right in the civilized in every civilized society.
But it's not absolute now. I mean, you need to understand.
Because deal with it and go and give a judgment on privacy as they like. Because whatever you are arguing, you are going to lose. So your card is your privacy, and you just stick with it and don't care about nothing. When they were arguing,
they're moving it gradually, sir. By the time they move
when
it
they
up
to when they were arguing the tribunal, right? They were tribunal in the election petition, and Peter Obi was arguing about all those things here about the drug case. They didn't even bother to put up a defense. So it's not every fight, it's not everything you fight. You don't need to fight. It's not somebody raise a fight, you'll be fighting it. Why? If you raise a fight,
they did not put up a defense because they knew the outcome of that. They already knew that.
No, they didn't put up a defense because it was pointless.
Not because they know that the law is going to apply, but because they know what they are doing.
Rational mind. Wait, they didn't put up a defense.
When it's here,
They didn't put up a defense because in the first thing, like you don't ask a child whether a child is a boy or a girl from if the mother is a virgin. If the lady is a virgin, we don't need to You understand? So if the law says 10 years is over, if they say 10 years, so 10 years and below, but it's already over 10 years, there's no discussion, it's finished. Why am I going to be arguing with you whether this is true, that is true? 10 years is not applicable. There's, it's not anything anybody.
No, the issue is not 10 years. The issue is that there was a non-disclosure. I mean, is that a non-disclosure? I mean, it did not say, because I think on the form, they will ask you, have you been convicted for the past so and so years? But he said no. He lied on our oath. Is that not it? That's lying on that oath. That's a different thing. That's a different thing.
Who lie on that oath? Who lie on that oath?
Tinubu.
You were there when he lied on that oath.
What are you talking about? What
conviction does he have?
Well, okay, all right. Maybe you caught me on that.
All right. Just if you said something, what conviction does he have?
Well, if you say that's not a conviction, I take that. I mean, I accept that, because
if you say what is not the conviction, what is the conviction?
But he was indicted. Hold on. The issue
who
is
was indicted?
Who
was indicted?
Hold on. Who was indicted? Tinubu was indicted in America. Here in America.
When?
By who? By the American Court of Rational Mind.
By the IRS and the hold on. By the IRS.
Rational Mind service. So IRS does not mean Rational Mind service. So this one you are saying, you told you IRS indicted you. Does the IRS have the authority to indict anybody?
No, it was.
Is it not just this department that indicts people? Even in America that you are there.
I don't know how many times we're going to be flogging this topic. If you say, well, conviction, whether it's up to you, whatever you want to type, but the point is this: the angle these lawyers that are arguing this point from the court is that Tinubu, this guy, you don't
have anything to say in the first place.
If you are saying the truth, you don't have to remember now. That's
it's because he has been saying so many things. I wanted to say something, but then I just
don't think that you're right.
All right, let Fatai carry on, and then I will go on from Fatai to Zeta. So Fatai, back to you.
So anyway, so that's my point. Like, I think he doesn't have a good fighters. I think he doesn't. I think his legal team is not filled with good fighters. And even if somebody does not believe it, you look at how easily if the report is believable. I don't know how true it is. I mean, get away free card. They just hand him. You can wreck the whole of Nigeria. And you just get away like, yo, can you please resign? Okay, yeah, okay, thank you, bye-bye. I mean, what kind of attorney general is that? So what is it called? Moral hazard. So anybody should correct Nigeria now, that's it. When you're an expert is not only you go say, I am expert. Expert has responsibility and obligations. Many experts go to jail for criminal negligence, even ordinary criminal negligence. You can't say because you're an expert now, you say you are a surgeon, you go to the theater, you now you say because well, I'm just doing my job as a surgeon, I cut the neck too much and the head cut away. But you can't do anything to me, it's during the course of my job. What kind of it's ridiculous, but it doesn't have they don't. When I was Tinubu used to be a very good friend with Babalakin. Actually, it was Babalakin that built the Lagos High Court. The contract was awarded to Babalakin, so they used to be good friends. But Babalakin is more like Obasanjo party. More, I think that's where they split out. You have lawyer. Ogbeni, Tola Oshobi. Tola Oshobi.
Yes, bro.
Oh, Wale. Anyway, Shabo, no Wala Shabo. So I think it's legal.
Lawsuit.
The other thing I would like to say, Baba Jani Koko, Baba mi, Baba advise him, Baba, come and beg me, but no. lórí Nigeria currency, what is it called? Because so they are all reading newspaper upside down. Okay, so they say there's a backlog. They say there's a backlog. A backlog does not mean a debt. Okay, and Babalago, I was listening that day. You were making a very fantastic suggestion, right? If the problem existed, assuming that what was said as the problem actually was a problem, the suggestion that like let them create a window where diasporans, right, contribute to
I'm here, but I am enjoying you. I'm enjoying you.
They contribute money or whatever, and they get special rates on the money and something like that to get infusion of dollars. So if the problem existed, that's not it actually is a very common practice with the relationship between banks and central banks. It's actually called what is it? This thing is called a discount window facility, right? It's like it's not even have to be bank every day. So if Ekene was here now, so Ekene has a shop, right? And Ekene there's a customer in front of Ekene who needs a product, who needs a goods, right? Ekene doesn't have it right now, but Ekene's neighbor, the shop next to Ekene has that thing. Ekene could just tell his guy, the apprentice, say, go and collect from me and bring it to me, so that I don't lose the customer. I don't owe you customer on Ishini or Domi. At least I sell the product and we go to fix and later. So it's a common practice in business, right? A special window is created, right? At a special rate.
Yes.
And that's how liquidity problem is fixed between central bank and commercial bank. So there is a special window, the discount window facility created, by which when there is a liquidity problem, which in the short term, the banks can access these funds, quickly fix whatever they do their transaction, whatever. And then when the central bank is okay with everything, then they will be settling the book anyway between themselves. But even in this case, there is even not that problem. What you have is delay. There's no any 10 billion, whatever. Everybody is just saying whatever they want. Some people say it's 4 billion, some people say it's 3 billion. But what essentially it is that
but Fatai, some people were against my my own solution to that forest scarcity. That we create a special window for diasporans, Nigerian in diaspora, to exchange for 1,000 naira, 1,000 naira to $1. So as a quick solution of raising getting an influx of that forex, so that we can use that forex, to settle our problem, and for a short time, while we are solving the problem, and while we are running the economy. You understand what I'm saying?
And how
Why
much
we
do
can
you want
put
to
the
pay them
economy
back?
on the right track.
And how much do you want to pay them back? $1,500.
No, 1,500 naira
You said
to
50%.
$1. That will automatically kill the black market that is killing our economy, because that black market we have there is.
But you think the pushback you got was your return. You said 50% return.
50% return what?
In dollars. So that means you pay back the diaspora people 1,500.
Yes, $1,500 to $1.
Ebola Mari.
No. We have the naira now. What are you talking about? What is
naira.
Ebola?
You said you're going to give them 50% return back in dollars.
No, I didn't say 50. What I'm saying is that exchange rate for diaspora.
Because that was the pushback he got.
Common sense in Baba.
Amen.
So Sherry, is not the Nigeria that will pay any money. So it's a special window that is created for the banks. So the commercial bank, how they want to pay back the money. It's not Nigeria that will pay back the money. It's a special. It will. If there was that problem, it would just be a problem. It would be a window. It would just be a vehicle that the central bank help facilitate. So the people that need the money, they will pay special interest to access the window to fix their short-term problem. And when everything goes back to normal, they will go back to their normal rate. Because if they don't get the short-term fix, it's going to affect their business. So when I want to make you a special favor to fix your problem in the short term, you pay special rate. Now it might not be
no, Fatai. I think what Agaleoko is saying is to attract forex, right? If I get Agaleoko perfectly, you want Nigerian diaspora to keep pumping dollars. So is that what you are saying? Not for businesses to access. Businesses to access.
What Baleko was saying is diasporans to fill up the space of the short of fill up to send forex back home, and then the banks that need, or whatever, the operators that need those dollars will pay special rate to get those dollars, right? The only problem here is that this fix is usually made for local currency. Usually it's not really a forex problem. They call it a discount window facility, right? It's used to solve liquidity problem, but in this case that problem does not even exist. So, but the problem does not even exist. What exists is a lag. Is lag time, right? So if every week I expect to be supplied 50 biscuits, right? And today I expect my 50 biscuits to be supplied today, but they didn't supply me. I will be reluctant to just be selling and selling, so that I don't want to be totally and that's what's happening with the commercial banks. One day when the Kenneth was saying whatever, that the banks were in whatever, it's because the banks, they don't know, they don't have the certainty, the certainty that they will be resupplied as when due. So they are kind of holding back, and that is creating a sluggishness in the system. So when Cardoso comes in and says what he's going to focus on, the first thing is culture of compliance. If the central bank says 12 noon tomorrow, so money will be supplied, whatever. It's not going to be 12:30, 12 noon. If it's going to be 12 noon every Thursday, that 12 noon under no circumstances will not fail. When you create a culture of this, when the system expects that there is no, it's like you expect the way, almost like gravity, that will help. Maybe 50% will ease the problem. Even if problem exists, if you don't create this culture, you cannot even see clearly to even know what actually is the real problem, is the substantial problem. So you need to create a culture of compliance. When Ekani was raising that, also I was saying to what is really first needed to do first is a reform of the central bank. You reform the central bank, have a culture, that dependable culture, and then even if there is some other problem, we will see. But even if everything is jaga jaga anyway, how do you even know whether it's the jaga jaga that is the problem or there is an actual problem? So culture of compliance, as Cardoso said in his answer to the central bank, By the way, it's not only Cardoso. I think somebody was saying one time that Cardoso is another savior. Yeah, indeed, Cardoso probably will do a good job. But it's the same thing Tinubu said at that economic summit. Said the same thing. Say, look, if foreigners expect that so time I'm investing and I'm sure that by what you even call it is calendarized system. That's the way Tinubu put it. At this calendar date, I'm getting my money, and I don't even need to worry. That day I get my money. It's not like go come.
Yes, yeah, right. It says so. Yeah.
It will boost confidence. A lot of things in the market is confidence. If there's no if I'm not confident, if I see 1,000-story building at New York City, I go inside the elevator. I don't even have to worry, and the business is going. 1-story building in Ajegule, they say get elevator. I won't enter them. I'm not going to enter them. So confidence is not because of even whether it's elevator. Even that elevator in Ajegule might even be brand new. But if there's no confidence, a lot of things will not work. Confidence in the system, culture of compliance. I think it will work a little bit. We will see, Shabo. Let's see what they will do. Àti lọ ṣe pàtí látara abẹ́ lọ sùn ni. Mo kàn fẹ́ dúró ká kọrin fún Tinubu ni. Àgbàdo ẹ̀wà.
Àgbàdo ẹ̀wà.
All right, Fatai, bring it home, but bring it home as you came in with another rendition for Tinubu. Oh yeah, before we go on to Zita. Oh no, let me line you up properly. Let me line you up properly. The artist also known as Fatai. Oh yeah, let's have it.
No, Mama, we have entered with Tinubu. You know, let's live with Nigeria.
Oh,
the same barista.
Okay.
That record, democracy. Only Nigeria, ìlú olókìkí. Nigeria, ìlú olókìkí, ìlú tó lóyin tó ládùn tó lárinrin. Ibi yòówù kí n lè wà. Ibi yòówù kí n lè wà o. Wọ́n máa fọwọ́ sọ̀yà lọ́jọ́ kọjọ́ o. Bọ́mọ Nàìjíríà rere ni mí. Àti pa ambassador Nàìjíríà yìí ni mí o. Lójú mi lọ́kàn mi ọlọ́ládé o. Ìlú bí Nàìjíríà yìí o kò sí láyé mọ́ o. Ìlú tó kún fóyin òun pẹ̀lú wàrà. Mineral resources wà lọ bí rẹ̀rẹ̀ o. Nàìjíríà ibẹ̀ láti bí bàbá mi, ibẹ̀ wà ìkàgbọ́n àná, ibẹ̀ láti bí màmá mi, bla 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 bla. Naija labiṣu ta lóko, abiṣu ta lóko, tabata. Àbàgbàdo lọ́lọ́ọ̀lọ́. Ẹlẹ́pọ̀pọ̀ pàtẹ́gẹ̀dẹ̀. Mi mọ àwọn yẹn dáadáa, mi mọ nǹkan títí mọ yẹn o.
Ó gbìyànjú Fatai, ó gbìyànjú.
Naija lélẹ̀ èpo rọ̀bì pẹntirol. Àmọ́ ohun kan tí mo ń tọrọ lójoojúmọ́ fún Naija o ní pé lórí tó máa jẹ́ mẹ́sàyà fún wa lọ́jọ́kọ́jọ́ tí yóò gbà wálẹ̀. Bóyá ó ti dé, bóyá ó ń bọ̀ lọ́nà, Ọlọ́run lóye. Tó bá jẹ́ wípé ó ti dé o, bàbá lókè kó fi tù wá lára o.
Well done. A round of applause for Fatai. Well done. So that's Fatai. So thank you, Fatai. Always a delight. You don't come in often enough, but when you come in, you illuminate the space. So another person to lighten up the place. You waited long enough. All right, take off Fatai. So Zita, hopefully you are ready now. Zita.
One man. Now you can see patriotic Nigeria. These are patriotic Nigeria. Thank you.
Well, I can tell you somebody that can one up him in patriotism, and that is Zita. So Zita, Nigeria turns 63. What says you?
Hey, happy birthday, Nigeria. That's what says me. And happy birthday, Fatai, if he stayed there.
Madam Zita, long time no see, long time no speak.
Now, wow. Where have you been?
Now, wow. You know, say you and Vajani Coco and Doopsy Baby, no rival, forever fan. Forever fan. Anyway, madam. Well done, madam. Well done, madam.
Okay.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. So, one man. What man?
Yes, we were just auditing Nigeria over the last 63 years. We were saying that Nigeria is now essentially a middle-aged man. But how has those years been spent?
Well, not fantastic, because the forefathers, or will I say our forefathers, that the country was handed over to, did not start to do the necessary things they are supposed to do for a young country. Rather, they crippled it. But that being said, Nigeria as a country is a very strong country. And I am so proud of Nigeria. Why am I proud of Nigeria? Because Nigeria have experienced the darkest cloud in its lifetime. It survived. Nigeria has been battered, beaten, all manner of things that will happen to some countries that will break. Experts has predicted that there will be no country called Nigeria. The year they gave, we have exceeded it. Even as I speak, Nigeria is being beaten all over the internet, all over the world. But it's still there. I love my country and I'm proud of it. Yes, Nigeria is supposed to be running. I keep saying this. I get that. We are not moving as fast as we could. We are not even walking. We are crawling at a very slow pace. There are a lot of things that are supposed to have been done. It's not done. People are hurting. I quite agree to that. Some policies are not good. We have some bad actors that will rather die than see Nigeria grow. I know that. But there is one thing I want to tell every Nigerian today. Wherever you are in the world, I am sure you have come across this word. Nigerian-born American. American-born Nigerian. British-born Nigerian. Nigerian-born British. Canadian-born Nigerian. Nigerian-born Canadian. Australia-born Nigerian. Nigerian-born Australia. Well, let me tell you people something. If you hear those words and doesn't make sense to you, I don't know what will make sense to you. You born your children overseas and are called American-born Nigerian. British-born Nigerian. It doesn't make sense to you, but that's fine. But the songwriter said, ebe onye na-anọghị, ebe onye nọ, ebe ọ na-anọghị ana-agụ ya, elu uwe enwe mmeta, onye iwe na-ewe wezila. What does that mean? It simply means a bird in hand was two in the bush. But most Nigerians don't know that. Fourth generation Nigeria in America, fifth generation, seventh generation, are they laugh? Because you have not been opportune to see the secrecy of why they still call born after giving you citizenship. Yeah, there are things going wrong in my country. It's not my country that caused it. It's some individuals. I will always call them out. I will always criticize policies that are hurting my people. But I will never drop down Nigeria. One man, do you know that Nigerian flag is one of the most beautiful flags in the world? Very beautiful. Sparkling, clean. But Nigerians are top notch. And the same those Nigerians that go about saying rubbish about Nigeria. And I begin to wonder what makes a country if not the citizens. Nigeria is a land. The citizens are the owner of the land. So if you go out and say your land is not good, I don't think you are in the right frame of mind. But you can criticize what is happening in your land by calling the policy out, by calling the person's name out, not by their nation, which is Nigeria, not by the institution in which the person is working in, because that person doesn't represent that institution. It's just an employee. Or by their tribe, or by their group. Call them out by their name. That way we change our nation. I wish to thank all Nigerians that have endured. Nigerians living in Nigeria that have endured what some bad actors in Nigeria is doing to them. I want to thank them for enduring, even when they were told to burn down Nigeria. They kept quiet. Even though when they were told, okay, if you cannot burn down Nigeria, go to the street, they kept quiet. One man, let me tell you something. In as much as people go around saying that Nigerians are not happy, Nigerians said, that is not what Nigerians said. I don't know if you people have noticed something. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, TLC and NUC are finding it difficult to organize a demonstration. That means Nigerians are enduring. They don't want to tear their country down. Yes, they are suffering. They agree. But bringing it down, is it the best answer? I thank them very much because I was so scared for my land. But I thank Nigerians. I know they are suffering. We that are in diaspora, we help them as much as we can. I know our help is not enough. I pray that things will change. From where we are in 1960, it's not where we are today. There is a lot of progress. It might not be as excellent, as wonderful, or as fast as we want it. But one thing is important, there is progress. But I want to tell Nigerians one thing they will understand, because I said, is that life is a roller coaster. Those overseas telling you to burn down your country, ask them, the first 6 months they left Nigeria overseas, did they make it? The first 1 year? Apart from those who took the money they made in Nigeria to go overseas to establish themselves. Apart from those ones, the ones that left Nigeria thinking that the green and the pasture is in another land. Ask them, did they make it within the first 1 year? Obviously, the answer will be 80% no. Hold on. It will go up, it will come down, it will go up, it will come down. But hold on. We might even get there faster than we thought. I feel you. It's not easy. I know it's not easy. Because even me, I'm feeling the uneasiness in my country. I feel it. When a situation gets so bad that the situation is putting hands right deep into your pocket, you feel it. I feel it. I understand. But hold on. We move. We have passed worse situation. Obviously, you know we have fought war before. When people could not even see food to eat, even when they have the money to buy the food. It's bad, but it's not worse. It will get better. So I want to tell all meaningful Nigerians and those who call themselves Nigerians, I want to tell you today, happy 63rd birthday. We will get there. Let's hold on. Together, we will get there. We do not have any other country. That's our root. And let me remind them that think they have another country. You are American-born Nigerian. You are a British-born Nigerian. You are an Australian-born Nigerian. You are a Norwegian-born Nigeria. And the day the ships are down, they will do to you what they did to the high military officer from Haiti that was born in America. One man, thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent people. Stay steady, Zeta. Unless you really desperately have to go. Let's hear from Prince, and then we hear from Adewale, and then we hear from Oriola. Prince, could you believe that we're still at the opening phase? We're still taking in opening remarks, even though we're 6 hours into it now. But of course, an important date in the Nigerian calendar. The country turns 63. Which is a middle-aged man by any calendar you want to look at it. But how has those years been spent? What are the gains? What are the losses? And where are we now? We are not where we should be, but what has led us to where we are, and what is your assessment of those years? And you can infuse TINUBU'S speech into it as well. Prince, good to see you.
Yeah, hello, one man. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I've been listening in the background, of course, and yeah, 6 hours still in the introduction phase. Oh man, that's a great one.
Yes.
I thought everyone was supposed to have like 5 minutes.
Well, you know, when you have Mike and rational mind, and then their fight alone is 6 hours. You know.
Gotcha. Yeah, Nigeria's 63. You know, we thank God for Nigeria, right? You know, Nigeria is a country that has a lot of opportunities, right? A lot of opportunities, and we have diverse, if you can say, portfolio of opportunities in that country. And of course, any country that has a lot of complexities, you can expect to have a lot of challenges also. So there's nothing unique in that regard. It's not unique to Nigeria or any other country out there. And Nigeria's a big country. A lot of stuff, a lot of diversity in its composition, the people, the language, the culture, traditions, you know. So as an entity, right, Nigeria is, to be able to reach 63, which isn't, you know, someone was comparing earlier, comparing America to Nigeria, and America, what, 240 years, Nigeria 63. But in that 63 years, it's been topsy-turvy, some ups and down, military, civilian rule, and all kinds of stuff. But you know, as a country, there's a lot of things to look forward to. Nigeria's problem, okay, it's not lack of human capital. It's not lack of creativity or imagination. That we have plenty when given opportunity, right? When given opportunity, just like you can see in the entertainment industry, the Nigerians in Nigeria and across the world, they've been able to showcase their brilliance when it comes to what they can do offer the world. And just like many people have said, also, when we travel around the country, around the world, we tend to do well in different sectors and areas. Some would dominate, but some would definitely compete at the highest level. So it is a plus and a testament to its people. But the challenges we face in Nigeria, it's really that of leadership to the core, and that's it. If I submit to you, one man, and the people on the panel and the people listening in the background on the chat room, that Nigeria is perhaps, if not, but one of the easiest country to govern or to lead. I tell you, I tell you this with great confidence. One of the easiest countries to lead. To lead. Why? Because the people overall are so independent. They're so independent. They don't need much from the government, and that's where the failure comes from. If you can get the right leadership in that country, do what we're supposed to do. Three things mainly, I would say. Great a good judicial system, policing, right, and have a conducive environment for business, and the people would like hit the ground running. They don't need much. The people don't need much. The people are creative at themselves. They are innovative. Provide that environment, and the people will run with it. And that's what makes Nigeria a really easy country to lead. One time I was making on your platform, making an analogy somewhat to like, hey, Barack Obama had it easy compared to Peter B, for example. And I think if you ask me, Peter B as a person, politician, a business person, is way overly qualified over Barack Obama for sure. Anyone that doesn't know that means that they don't know Barack Obama's resume. He has none. And Peter B,
Why do
compared
you
to
have
Peter,
to bring Obama into the equation? Why? Why?
I do want you to go and eat your mala. Is that
I was
I'm just,
kind of surprised you're doing the comparison with Obi and Obama. You can't
well,
compare both.
of course I can. I just told you. I can. Of course I
Well,
can. You can't deny that.
you
There's
know,
one thing to have a system that's well structured and well in place, a good institution, and come in there and be the superstar. Then rule a place that there are so many challenges.
you're forgetting
I'm
that
just I'm just
Obama is an intellectual. Obi is a trader. You're
about
forgetting that.
no, in here we say slow your roll. Otherwise, slow your roll. If you talk about intellectuals, Barack Obama is far from it. Don't even go there. Tell me. Oh, I dare you to tell me one white paper, one article, one name anything that has to do with academics or intellectual ability that Barack Hussein Obama has ever produced. None. You're not going to find none. So let me move on.
No, Prince Daddy, say now for my school area, no go that place. So no go that place. It's an intellectual.
I will
I,
suggest to let me that he finish his submission. Then I will come back
an
to.
intellectual.
well, I said, give me. Don't tell me the school you went to. Give me an
Which state
article.
are
He
you
went to
from?
Harvard now. He went to
Which
Harvard
state?
now.
Which
You
state
want
are
to
you from?
compare to
Yeah,
Obi? I
Obama
mean,
has even published so many books. What are
ah,
you talking
and
about?
he have written so many books as
This
ambassador.
guy, anything we are
It's
Hey
of
guys, you,
evangelist
you guys
purpose on
can
my
you guys
side.
can
That
And
bamboozle.
he
You can
became the
bamboozle
first.
one. Hold on. You can bamboozle one man, not me. Far be from it.
Prince Daddy,
Far be from it.
anytime we are doing special program
Hey,
in our school,
see,
we invite him
I'm. You can call me a nobody, but guess what? Means I can write books. I can write books because I wrote plenty of books means nothing. Okay, Chimamanda Adichie, she got a bunch of books written. I don't know what that means. You know,
It
a lot
means
of people got.
something, no. I mean, if you can write
Prince
books,
Daddy.
uh,
Prince Daddy.
Prince
Okay,
Daddy,
guys,
don't bring that
let's you
Republican,
guys be you guys. We're talking about Nigeria, not Barack Obama.
anti-Obama, Republican anti-Obama. This thing, don't bring it
No,
here.
no, we're talking about
Eh?
Nigeria. So my point here is that look, Nigeria is a great country. Give it the not a lot of things. Like some people, if you let them lose, you still have to go behind them and push them so they can actually move and do something. Not Nigeria and not Nigerians. Not at all. Not at all. Give them the little things that they need, and they will propel themselves. They're self motivated as a people, as a culture, and they can propel themselves in whatever direction that they choose to go. See, so when people like maybe rational mind concentrate on all the negatives, it shows quite clearly lack of creativity, lack of ambition, if you ask me. Because where there are challenges, that's when you see people rise up and solve problems. Simply complaining. See, you don't get a lot of credit. That's why I kind of like leadership in the West. So you don't get too much credit complaining about what somebody has done wrong. Because once you assume that leadership role, people don't tend to care about the past. What can you do in that position? What can you do for us that matters? So the complaining about all the bad things about Nigeria, it shows to me is like, talk about it, but at the same time, proffer solutions or what you think should be done. Uh, Simply complaining about it doesn't help anybody. And yeah, we can. I mean, we can talk about. Listen, I used to say that Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the world, and our election is the worst. But just like Ogbeni submitted earlier, we've made great strides when it comes to election. Perhaps one of the best election process in the world. And I said it before, and people were laughing at me or mocking me when I said this past
In
Nigerian
in
election.
the world, okay, in the world.
Yes, in the world, this past American election is like a child's play compared to Nigerian election. Only if you pay attention to uncover all the corruptions and the malfeasance that went on, you'll be shocked. It's a reality. I wouldn't have said that before if I didn't know what happened this past election. And it's nothing new anyways, but this election was at a different level. This 2020 election was at a different level. We've made great strides, just like Benny said. We've come a long way in a lot of in a lot of ways, but it's a country that's growing in population, and there's no doubt. And the reason why there's so much pressure on resources is because our leaders are failing to invest in the right place and be innovative in their leadership. That's the only problem we have. We have plenty of land for food. We have plenty of brains to solve our problems. We have it all. I mean, we have it all. I mean, many Africans, not just Nigerians, travel. Many Africans travel around the world. Many of them can't make it. They go back home, or they fall on the wayside. They fall on the wayside like the seed that's thrown on the rock that can grow, that can germinate, just like it says in the Bible. But the Nigerians, we always push forward and go through the struggle. We can't deny that's the reason why Nigerians are mentioned in different parts of the world in different industries, because we keep pushing. Of course, I'm not talking in absolutism. I'm not. We have our own challenges, and there are individuals also that fall through the crack. But generally speaking, overall speaking, we're doing very well. It just shows that we just need a little momentum to get us going in that country. And I believe perhaps, actually, personally, I believe that Tinubu, since 1999, is the best elected president that we've had.
Same here.
Thank you. Yeah, and if you look at how it came about, how he came to this presidency, it's undeniable that this man is brilliant. He understands a lot of things, and I said it before. Um, I think before he won or right after he won, that I don't just read books. I read books that people recommend to me, mostly because I don't have time reading trash. But if Tinubu wrote a book, I have to read it. I don't need a recommendation. I'll go buy it and read it. because it has a lot. I mean, see, Nigerians will major in uselessness. I've said it before. The mundanes and things that doesn't, not all Nigerians, but you know what I'm saying. This pursuit of this certificate and all this, Chicago State University stuff, well, I get it pleases ATIKU, but not Nigerians. It doesn't solve problems for Nigerians. It does nothing. It doesn't. But someone like me, I believe I can think for myself. I don't need somebody to tell me. Tinubu writes a book, I'm going to read it because I believe that it has a lot to say. At least I'm going to learn something. The whole purpose here is for me to learn, and that's why sometimes when Ogbenin speaks, I don't try to come into the studio. I just stay in the background to listen to learn. Okay, Nigeria. To wrap it up, Nigeria is a great country. We have what it takes. Sometimes they say, "Hey, man, you have what it takes." No, yeah, people do. We have a good manager or a leader by what they do with what they have in their hands or what is before them. That's when you have a good leader. Sometimes, many times for that matter, people have they have a lot of skills. They're talented. They're brilliant, but they don't have that push or drive or that self-confidence. It takes a leader like Tinubu to come by to recognize those deficiencies, recognize those talents, and tap into it to bring the best out of the people. And that's what we call a leader. And I submit to you guys, personally, I can go back far in history like many people can do on this platform, but I'm telling you, just like I studied Peter B, and I look at Tinubu, we have a good leader. It may turn out to be a great leader, but let's not be delusioned that because you're a great leader or someone that is smart, it doesn't mean you have to produce. Sometimes there are challenges in the system, there are pushbacks. But if you look at the individual, we can draw a conclusion that, hey, right now we have a great opportunity in our hands as Nigerians to move forward. God bless Nigeria.
All right. Well, Paul, I think that deserves that epic speech by Prince Daddy certainly deserves this, if I can find it.
Minus Obama and Obi comparison.
All right, that was does it get a minus for that? Does it get a minus for that? I was looking for the old school Nigerian anthem, which yes, it deserves this.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Why did Obasanjo change this? That man and his two no.
And with that, a
Well, I
nation
know
was born.
when I look at this picture,
Hey, thanks,
something
woman. That's
bothers
an
me a
honor.
lot. It bothers me, man.
What
You guys,
bothers you?
the picture there bothers me. Like, He had a group of Igbo people raising up a flag, and the blacks you see there, they look like a group of slaves and house slave and few slaves. Where are the kings? Where are the actual owners of the? You are creating a country with the absence of the kings and the real, I mean, people. Like, it bothers me, man. Like, that picture bothers me, to be honest.
Or maybe it's an independence ceremony somewhere in the 60s in England. Maybe it's a society that did it.
I think those white people were South Africans. That's what they said.
What?
Yeah, they were South Africans.
It can't be, one man. You joking? Come on.
That's what I heard. I couldn't verify it, but that's the yeah.
They will spit on that flag even.
And even in Nigeria, when they were handing over Nigeria to creating Nigeria, they were handing over to people like ATIKU, Awolowo, Tafawa Balewa. Are those the owners of the kingdoms? If you want to hand the country over to people, you invite all the traditional rulers of that kingdom, of that entire place. So all come and receive a country. You don't just go some bourgeoisie guys that just because they can speak English, they've been brainwashed in England to be Englishmen. They don't see themselves as Africans anymore. And you just hand a country over to them. And some soldiers who train in England, they were in Sundust, and they're all British boys, and you just give country over to them. And till today, this continues. They are turning us to a bunch of Englishmen. We are confused. We don't know what the hell we are. I mean, you don't know if you are Yoruba, you are English. You don't know if you don't know what. That's where the confusion is, to be honest. Like, we never really sat down to say what is this, and let's create in our own way. You know, it bothers me, man. It bothers me.
All right. Zita has a question. So Zita, ask that question, and then by response, Dewale picks it up to have his monologue, and then we go on to Oriola as well. But before all of that, let me just let me do the super chat. So Ayo, of course, we always mention Ayo, and we always mention Ayo more than once. So we mention him not once, not twice, not 3 times a lady, but 4 times a gentleman. So that's Ayo doing as he always does. So that's Ayo right there. Thank you, Ayo. Ola joins him in that space. The man with the golden gun, Aiko Geme, with the James Bond bow tie, he comes in there. And then there's space. And then glorying in what he sees as some sort of victory for Atiku Abubakar, Joel of Nashville cannot help himself. And once it starts, it doesn't stop. So that's Joel again and again. So that's Joel right there. And again, and of course, Prince Daddy, by way of a hello, he does that. So that's Prince Daddy. This is some chappy, Oladipo trying to flog Dupsy. Good luck with that. He'll probably beat you up. And that's Ola right there again. So that's all that. So thank you for all that. So thank you for all that. Zita, ask your question. Thomas picks it up. Let me play Thomas' intro music. After the music lands, Zita asks the question. Thomas takes charge, and Dewale comes in. Thank you, everyone. We reconvene tomorrow.
Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy.
Yeah,
Yes, Daddy.
Yes, thank you, Thomas. I thank you for turning up. I know you have to you make adjustments. So we reconvene tomorrow to discuss the fallout of whatever it is that Atiku got or did not get at the whichever court in Illinois. But we do that. But in this instance, we hand over to Thomas. So Thomas, your music. Then Zita asks a question. Dewale picks it up, and Oriola after him.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, welcome to the military era. No playing, no marking around. Yeah, Madam Sita.
Okay.
No marking around. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
It's actually a puzzle I want you people to solve for me. everybody on the platform this time around. We all know that emotions is being generated on the four of the senses, right? Organ, the ear, the eyes, the touch, right? And the taste. I be 4 of them. And everybody, we have our own. If there is a soup in Nigeria, everybody knows that soup. It's called the egusi soup. They called Thomas and asked Thomas, do you like egusi soup? Thomas said, yes, I like egusi soup. And they asked Thomas, why do you like egusi soup? Thomas give good reasons, pleasant submission, beautiful things he said about, exciting things he said about egusi soup. Then they now called me. He says, Zita, do you like egusi soup? And I said, no, I don't like egusi soup. And they posed that same question to me. Tell us, why don't you like egusi soup? And I sat down. Thomas said his own with his facts, with his figures, whether truth, whether lie, with his propaganda, everything. But he made sure he kept his stand that he likes egusi soup. They asked me, I said, I don't like egusi soup. They posed the same question to me. Why don't you like egusi soup? I said very terrible things, unpleasant things, facts, figures, trying to push my point why I don't like egusi soup. Now, I want to ask a question. That's emotion. He has his own sense organs that will run his emotions. I have my own sense organs that will run my emotions. In that way, for me not to like something, and you are saying pleasant things about that thing I don't like, definitely will anger me, will irritate me, will disgust me. Vis-a-vis. For you not to love something and somebody saying something unpleasant about that thing, definitely it will repel you, it will anger you, it will frustrate you. Now, I did not attack you because you say pleasant things about what I don't like. And I ask everybody on this platform, is it wise for you to be attacking me because I said unpleasant things about what you like? That's my question this morning. Can anybody give me reason why you should be attacking me because I said I don't like something and I asked, why don't you like it? I give my reasons. And they ask you, you say you like it. They ask you, why do you like it? You gave your reasons. I should be angry for you praising what I don't like. You should be angry for me, not praising what you like. But 2 of us have an emotions. I controlled mine. So why would you be attacking me because I said I don't like what I don't like? Can somebody give me that reason why it should be so? That's the question I'm asking.
Madam Zita, propaganda and agenda is like a religion. Because over time, if someone has not set his mind free, and if someone is not open to change or open to divergence in opinion, so it got to a stage that such person will get his mind sealed, closed. And once he's driving that agenda, and maybe at the point the person feels that, okay, I'm winning, my agenda is going as people seem to be liking, or I belong to the group of people that believe that our agenda are moving forward, and all of a sudden, from an unexpected angle, those agendas now make some kind of opposition. So Why some will be able to just keep the shock and think before they react, some will just flare up because they've already got a situation that okay, it is either a disease or nothing. And the mistake that many of us make is that we believe that in the entire universe that is having about 9 billion people, that oh, people must always roll red carpet for me whenever I try to say things. And when those people now face some kind of challenges, that's the way they react because uh, it is human thing. It's not everybody that really understand the environment at all. This environment, you are to persuade, you are to convince, you are not to impose. So if someone now is now resisting you, it is your duty to learn why the person is doing so and convince. So what they are doing to you is not Adam, what they are doing to you is not it's not new. That's human nature. That's just the way I see. I don't know whether the elders can say any other thing again.
Okay, from your understanding, from what you just said, my understanding is that they are not speaking from their reasoning, they're speaking from their instinct. Because you don't like it, I don't like, you like it, I don't like it. I don't like it, you like it. At least we should respect each other's opinion. And by the way, would you force somebody to like what the person doesn't like? Not even somebody like me. I'm an adult. Trying
Madam Zita, if I can say the thing, if you don't mind.
to force me is like you had the word unwilling cause. You can't force me.
Madam Zita, if someone personalizes a thing, be it a person, whatever it may be, to them, if you attack that thing, that means you're attacking them directly. They don't distinguish between the two. See, so the way you may handle stuff or see things is not the same as others would. So it all depends on the person's, again, uh how they value that thing or how they see that thing. Some things you don't care about, some things some people are willing to kill for it. So again, it goes back to personalization.
Thank you, and bye bye. But if you think somebody's voice is strong to destroy what you like, you will do more on wooing that person into your side, not to attack the person. Because if you do that, the person will end up destroying that thing you like. Bye bye. I take my
Madam,
bow.
you're right, except that not everybody has the skills and the talent that you have or to think that way. So that's a challenge you face.
Because over the time, everybody has some kind of experience that helps deal with a different matter, you know. Because you start wondering, if I tell you something and the thing is not sitting down well with you, it's not as if I'm insulting you, and you are flaring up. No, because when such kind of person that is flaring up gets at home, how do you feel when you look at yourself through the mirror? That oh, because I say something, someone is not agreeing with me. The next thing is just to start fighting, so you start throwing tantrum. It doesn't work that way, you know. That is
Well,
why
that's we make a lot of assumptions. Just like we make a lot of assumptions because you again, just like I said earlier, because you have certain skills, ability, and approach to matters. You don't expect everyone to have it. People react based on whatever reason, their emotions, their background, their culture, the way they've been trained to do so. Not everyone is how do you put it? Not everyone is the escalator, if I can say that, to situations. Not everyone has that skills. Not everyone has the skill of change management. You have those skills. It could be natural, it could be innate, it could be you learn it because or you observe from your environment, and you're like, hey, I like the way that thing is being done. That's what I would like to do. Not everybody has it. We all have different background, come from different places, and
No,
sometimes
no, no.
when people behave
No, things that
irrationally, it's not because they're bad person or bad people rather. It's just because they don't have that skills to handle the situation.
I agree with you, Prince Daddy. You know, people should know that interaction is just like when you set up your market. You have products you are selling. Now, if I'm going on the street, you ask me to come and buy your products. I said no, I'm going to buy from another one. And you now come up to beat me up for not buying your products. How for you not to know that I'm not buying your products because your product doesn't meet my requirement? It says a lot about you.
Yeah, but
You
you do
understand?
not. Sorry, there's one thing also you have to keep in mind. For example, when people react based on something like simple or trivial, you got to keep in mind that it's a culmination of what has happened to them in the past. The good example you just give right now, you said no to a vendor, say I'm going to buy from the next person, and he starts to beat you up. You wonder why. Maybe because 100 people have turned him down, and the next person next to him has been getting all the sales, and he has pressure at home, also financial obligation. So it just mental state of mind can be imbalanced so quickly that will make people
Prince
react
Daddy.
irrationally. Yes, sir.
Prince Daddy.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Simba. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Yeah, okay. I think I want us to also see it in this way. What Madam Zita is actually clamoring for, she's not the only one clamoring for that kind of thing. So why is she that she's the one being vilified? Because let me tell you one thing, there are things that are going on this platform, and some people that are in the habit of reporting some people to one man. If you are not aligning with what they are saying, they have a way of blackmailing you. They'll be sending messages to one man, putting you in a bad manner, just because you have a contrary opinion to what they have. So she's not the only one. So why is she being the one being vilified in that manner?
I don't know. I
That's the
think
question I'm asking.
I was sensing that she was saying, because what I noticed was when she started talking about Nigeria, how patriotic and things like that she was, the good thing. There was this Igbo guy in the section. I forgot what's his name. Say, let's see.
Nwachukwu.
Yeah. He started attacking her immediately. Like, just started insulting her in the comment section. Like, for saying, how the typical.
Mike, they started
Like,
with Emeka. They
yeah.
started
Like,
with Emeka.
any Igbo person that doesn't align with,
I
yeah,
think what
that
exactly
typical this thing, they
when
start
they
fighting. They'll say
see,
they are not Igbo.
Mike, when we see, we don't attack rational mind the way it was. We cannot go to and be saying something bad about rational mind. But anytime they see anybody from their own enclave that is not actually supporting their view, then they
They'll begin
tend to
to.
now, yes, they
They
keep,
call it
you
a
know,
fool. They
understand.
won't say they are not. They won't accuse them of.
Exactly. You know, about 2 or 3 days ago, I was attacking Ekene on one issue. Then the next thing I got was a message from one man that I don't allow people. I don't know when I became like that. That's me. Whenever I come on the platform, I don't allow people to talk. I always, impose myself. I said, me? Though I didn't respond to that message, but I felt bad about it because I don't know when I became so erratic, so arrogant on the platform to the extent that
Simba,
people are now
Simba,
reporting me.
you were confused with our rational mind. Sorry, I think they made a mistake.
Simba didn't get that. No, Simba, see. Anyway, it's good that you did not really take that one to your heart so much. Like I said, we can handle pressure more than one another. That's just the way it is. That's why that some people, when you attack them, they will just be looking at you, but it doesn't change anything. But in reality, what I am happy about is this: if you take a position and someone comes after you, the more you are able to stand your ground, that means that it defines how independent you are. You understand? If someone is pushing a very strong agenda, that's the thing you will find. It's just the same way you find that when we're doing all this Yoruba Nation, Biafra, people have agenda. But everyone that knows me here, that I'm a pro-Yoruba Nation. Even there was like a week or two that I was even totally against Tinubu. In fact, during Yoruba Nation, I was totally against Tinubu. And why? Just because he brought Buhari. You understand? But immediately when it came to that election, I will not carry, because if you ask anybody, if you see anybody that flip most in this platform, I should be the one. Because I've said from the beginning, I'm dynamic. I face the reality. Like I used to tell people then that, okay, if I don't think Yoruba Nation will just come easily like that, but I prefer this, I prefer that. Immediately we narrow this thing down to 3 people. I was so furious that Tinubu was even making the same ticket. Because of my anger that day, I flip. I said, okay, I'm supporting Obi now. I did that. After 2 days, when I sat myself down, I tried to figure out, say, maybe I just talked to myself, am I being sensible? Because when I got all the facts about Obi and I got the fact about Tinubu, I was just saying, am I not stupid? But I was not ashamed to come back and retrace and say, okay, this is where I want to go. And I stand by it. Even some people abuse me, that we are taking note. I say, good to take note. I say, I've told you I'm dynamic. I won't say because I took this position yesterday, even if I was headed for the doom, and you expect me to continue that way. No, I can change my step 100 times. It depends on what I think worked for me at that particular point in time. So, because it came to me that the only thing I didn't want at that time is that ATIKU should not be there. I will manage anyone at that time, but definitely not ATIKU. But now, going to that election now, when we now have people now want to make themselves to be more patriotic, where you want to think that you have more share than myself in this struggle, that whenever I say anything, you are not saying me reasonable, and you believe you are more reasonable than myself. I say, okay, we were going to match ourselves research for research. So that was one of the reasons I started digging into TINUBU'S. Okay, I started going into research sites, although the research gated everywhere to even see what they were talking about TINUBU. What I discovered about TINUBU, I was surprised myself that this man that we are not celebrating here, some people are even bold enough to use it to teach the students, Princeton University for that matter. If they could use that, then, so am I saying that I know more than those people? Because those guys, they have methodology. You understand? They apply into doing their things. And someone will now be telling me story. I say, okay, back up your story. Okay, you want me to support your candidates? Give me that. Give me why I should support it. He did this, he did that. Okay, no problem. I like financial reports. I like seeing fact. Okay, bring the financial report. Let me see. Never just switch off lights. But you just want me to believe that I must do this. No, because myself, I'm that stubborn that if you try to abuse me, I can flare to let you know that, okay, I'm not okay with that. Maybe tomorrow I forget. I don't even care about you because what I want to speak.
No, sorry. I was just going to ask Thomas, have we heard from Adewale and Oriola?
No, not yet.
Yes.
And Simba.
When Ola lands, can we hear from Adewale and Oriola, who have been waiting for a long time?
Adewale know how to push himself. He know how to push
Honestly,
himself in.
Yeah, but Oriola will not push, though. Oriola will not push unless you invite him in.
Thomas is a dictator. He's saying I know how to push myself. When was the last time you called on me? I heard you when you were interjecting earlier.
oh
You
yeah,
were pushing yourself so vigorously.
Speak.
Baba, this Thomas regime is worse than Abacha regime.
No, it's not that it's worse. It's just I think it's the first son of Abacha. When you look at it's using white glasses. That's why transparent. That's why we are deceived.
You see that is
Oh my God.
You should be aware
Yeah,
of those
let's go for Adewale. How are you, my brother?
I'll be all right. I'm okay, but I'll be all right.
Happy independence. Are you patriotic Nigeria?
Of course, I am a patriotic Nigeria. I believe in the country. I believe we'll be better. For those who are very, very pessimistic and full of what do you call it? Cynicism. Well, I wish them the best. When Nigeria is getting back to its glory, they will be part of it. I hope nothing will happen to them. I've had so many people, rhetorics on this show today that I would consider unpatriotic. Whatever it is, Nigeria as a country made who we are today. Whether we pretend or
But Adewale, before you go on, can everything be bad about Nigeria? Because some people, they always bring the negative vibe. They will never see anything positive. Can everything, I said everything from the parastatals to everything, can everything be bad?
they used to say a hen has a prestige outside but doesn't have it at home. We like to point at other places as this is the best, but where we come from. I was earlier. I wrote something at the comment section, and I said that the Chinese, today, they are still leaving their country and coming to North America, going to Europe, even to Nigeria, and they have a lot of huge numbers of Chinese in Nigeria. Have we ever asked why do they even decide to leave their country? Despite that, the fact that they are emerging as a power broker or power economy, is because even the Chinese know there are opportunity await them outside the China, right? We have Nigerians in China. I think World Peace is in China as well, right? And I've heard Remy Coker speak glowingly of Chinese, how the economic is so good and the society is so, conservative and vibrant and all that. But yet, every day they leave the country, they go outside the country looking for greener pastures. If we ever ask why, such people that have it good at home migrate to already developed economy, we should ask that question. It's in the nature of man to look for greener pasture, for something better, but that doesn't mean we should diminish what we have back home. Yes, we may be having it hard, struggling, but other countries will be looking at us as if, man, Nigerians have had it good. I wish our country is like Nigeria. But there's a power in projection. America have ghetto neighborhood, but hardly you will see those ghettos being projected in their movies, even on their mainstream medias. Why? Because it has been part of their culture, not to showcase such negative part of the country. Yes, you have some media that will want to showcase that, but how many of such video clips have you seen on the national television? Even when they want to show it, there's a way they will bring it forward that they won't even draw attention. But we like to speak down, and it is wrong. It is a very terrible mentality that we should be speaking ill of our country. Till tomorrow, Nigeria is the only country that we have. Yes, somebody said we should blame our past leaders. And
no, Adewale, that is wrong.
Well, somebody said we should blame
some people have other countries, even though it is not materialized, it's not living country. They have some country in their mind.
When they speak the moment they open their mouth, I could tell that their allegiance is towards Nigeria. No matter how they're trying to, cover up or say that they now belong to different country, I know that they are Nigerians heart in their own heart, right? So, why do I say this? That we shouldn't weary of speaking ill of our country. I've heard so many people say Nigeria is young at 63, and we should blame our leaders. That if had the time the military make incursion into the leadership of the country, that the 29 years after since is it 29 or 23 years of civilian rule that should have been significant and make a great impact in the life of Nigerians and all that. I think Babajale Kuku was the one that said that. You see, militaries were not trained to build infrastructure. They were not trained to build economy. They were trained to defend. They were trained, to assert that leadership authority, but not to build people, but just to ensure there is peace, in the environment that they have been, that they found themselves. But you see, when we now have situation where they have to uh, build the economy, build people, bring harmonies and all that, that is more than what they have been trained for. Well, I'm not giving excuse to them, but today I'm not going to blame leadership. It is we. We have the culture that is tearing us down, not building us up. The culture that is not, making people to be accountable. The same people that will say, you know what, this is our leader, this is the one we've loved, and this is the one representing us. These same people will be the one to be pulling those leaders down, going behind to advise those leaders wrongly. Yes, we may say, well, leader doesn't need to listen to them. Haven't we seen in Nigeria where people will be accused of something, and then the next thing you see is to see one or two people gather together and say, this is our illustrious son. And we won't sit back and watch him going through this because this is a witch hunt. Let me borrow Trump's slogan, witch hunt. These same people, in same
We're
country,
chanting.
yeah, witch hunting. They will say, well, he hasn't done anything bad. I mean, haven't we seen somebody done something terrible than this? Well, look at Emefiele. Look at Emefiele. Is it not the same country that I've seen people say, well, he's being prosecuted because he hasn't done anything wrong? But when he introduced a terrible monetary system that was killing people, throwing people in a grave en masse, nobody says that. Nobody say, "Oh, he's our kinsman."
You are biased, Joe
I
Adewale. You
I
are
know
very
I'm
biased.
I know I'm biased, very very biased. But I'm speaking from where it hurts me the most. Uh,
No,
I,
I'm only kicking at you.
I know. But you see, we are our leaders are the true reflections of who they represented, which is we. It is what we allow them to do that they will do. I've heard our professor, erudite professor tonight, doctor in making, Ogbeni, speaking about, you know, um, our leadership or the progress we've made in electoral area. That if you compare it vis-a-vis to what was obtained in 1999, 2003, and so on and so forth, that we've made may not be steady progressive, but at least it's some kind of leap progressive, because we can compare what was obtainable then. We've had a president that says this is a do or die election, compared to some of the rhetorics that have been, that we found on their social media. I mean, there was no social media then anyway. Even if there was, it wasn't as used or common as it is right now. But like I said, our leaders, whether at the local level or the national level, are truly a reflection of the society they are representing, which is we. So no matter what it is, we should speak good of our country. At 63 is still carrying a show. Let me come down to a little bit of a soft side of me. 63 is still doing good, is still bouncing. and we are 63 is still young. Okay, now Nigerians want something more magic. Let me put it that way: something that is sudden has to be done, and they also believe that some of the so-called leaders should be put in a place and exterminated or something, that they are the problem of Nigeria. But whereas it is we, it is I don't know if this has to do with our orientation. Nigerians has like to make life difficult for one another. We found ourselves abroad, right? We jackpot, we now congregate here. How many Nigerians have come together to say, let me show you ways to make money, ways to make create wealth? In some of the in North America, you will see Vietnamese, you will see Chinese, congregate in one location, even have a bank that will service their people. But we can't do that. We don't do that. We don't believe in we have to help each other. And that is how it follows us even abroad. I mean, remember the young chap that was, that was speaking to the media earlier in the UK, talking about Nigerians, coming to London's and all that, and showing them the reason why Nigerians were coming, and the old Nigerian rose against him and said he was speaking the truth, but does he have to do it? That is just the mentality. Even though at 63, we have a lot of things to criticize, we have a lot of things that we should talk about, but that doesn't mean we should be speaking ill. Anytime national anthem is being played, a few days ago, I just don't know. My little baby, I just don't know. I played American national anthem and I played Nigerian anthem to her. It was so sweet in my ears, and I wanted her to be, to have that identity that even though you are born in America, you are still in Nigeria. And when I listened to Nigeria national anthem, my hair was swelling because I just don't know. I was having this nostalgic feeling, playing that music. Anytime, I don't know of anybody on this platform, if you ever travel, going back home, there's this feeling that you have. Going home, you have this little butterfly inside you. It doesn't matter whether you are going there back to back in a month or something. There's this feeling that you have in your stomach that, yeah, I'm going to my country. I'm going to see my people. I'm going to be in my homeland. Except you want to deny that it doesn't happens to you. Even though some of us want to stay maybe 2-3 weeks and get out of the place, but at least you have that feelings going there. It's because of the love that we have for that place. Sometimes we feel a little bit of, uh, depressive mood, seeing all those tattered rules and just like the settings and all that in Lagos when we get there. But the moment we land and we're on the ground in that place, we forget about all those things. We get into that mood of, yes, well, I'm in Nigeria now. Let's go get that pepper soup. Let's go, no matter how worse it is, Nigerians are still eating pepper soup. Mesuya hasn't stopped making suya every night, and people are still eating it. So when we are making reference to the progress Nigerians has made, and no matter how hard we try to knock it down, I'm just speaking generally. I've not even picked, some areas, some phases of Nigerians' lives, and see how, how what to criticize or what to not to criticize per se, but just to re-examine, what we've done. People are still doing good. The money may not be equally or well distributed, but I'm talking about the wealth. But we are making progress, and I hope that the current administration is not going to relent on their promise by ensuring that they put some policies in place that not just for now, but maybe in the nearest future, that we'll be able to have a gain recorded from it. But we should also be patriotic enough. That is why it's so painful when I was listening to Benny Colley about ATIKU's expedition. This time around, it doesn't even matter. I can understand what is being, happening. I'm very, when it comes to criminal justice and judiciary in America, I'm a little bit more enlightened in that area. But I see what is happening in Chicago as a power game. Okay, there are some powerful forces behind and trying to make sure that whatever it is that the Tinubu is not trying to uh, uh, make public, is being made public. But I also see that as I think be the federal government or there's a high power uh, personality involved in this. This wouldn't have even gone to the district court. Number one, the magistrate court, the county court at Lord George was really wrong for saying that, granted that article, that request, because you are making it public, but it doesn't really affect um, the homeland per se. There's no interest. But when he approached the court and said, well, his case, it depends on what is being revealed, and the court decided, okay, we're going to look at it and all that. But regardless, to me, it's just a show of shame that he has to go to that length. Some people might argue that yes, he's trying to, claim his mandate or win at whatever cost it is and all that. That is all fair game. But it shows, it shows how patriotic we are. One thing American until Trump became president, American detest any interference from foreign government or foreign government. Till today, it's still against the law. It's illegal for a foreign entity or foreign government to make donation to the election of any candidate, even at the local level in America. Do they do it? Yes, they do it behind the door. But except the federal government doesn't get to know about it. It's still, they consider that illegal. And that was the reason why the Democrats were so hell-bent in sending Donald Trump packing or sending him to jail when he was making some moves about the Russia and the Ukraine interventions requests and all that. Because they believe that for the democracies to be well grounded or continue in that way. I know that's Prince Daddy. I know. Don't worry. You don't have to interject. I know that's Prince Daddy. They want to make sure that whatever they do is within the domestic circle. It doesn't get outside the country. And to avoid some sort of embarrassment like this. Look at it. Recently, the Democrat was accused of taking money from foreign entity by using his position to acquire some wealth. And what did they do? They found some gold and vehicles and some money in his house during the investigation. And the guys claimed that we haven't done anything wrong. Well, we'll leave that to the court to decide. But that tells you how they want to guide the democracy, because anything that has to do with bringing, foreign interferences, they don't want that. Of course, everybody wants to buy, but look at Tony Limited John donating to what is it
So
called?
everybody should be a criminal for the whole world.
No, it's not that. You see, it's a national security issue. You don't want your political player or political actor to be involved or neck deep in some controversies that will tarnish the image of your country. Number one. Are you saying that there's no way the American or the Fed, NSA or CIA would not know that Trump, would not be privy to some of the Trump or any of the president or any of these political or politicians' activities in the foreign land? They do, they know. But to safeguard the democracy and just to protect the interest of the homeland.
So they had wisdom.
If they have to apply some hard measures, just like they are doing to that Democrat politician, they will do that because they wouldn't want a situation whereby people will be compromised and American interests will not be in jeopardy. Okay, but before you get to that level, they will have put it nib it in the bud. Lately, there was a hearing. Was it last week about Biden's son's interest in Ukraine and other countries, and they are trying to tie Biden's son activities to his father. You see, and as that hearing was going, even the witnesses that were invited were saying, "Look, there's no enough evidence here to tie this guy's activities to his father, right?" But that is to show you how the level of protective mode they've gone into, because they want to make sure that if at all it has some political undertone in there, they still want to make sure that they protect homeland. Okay, they wouldn't want a situation whereby somebody would now be using something against them, against their politician, back here at home. They don't want to compromise that at all. But it's a shame that Atiku has to go to that level. You couldn't win at the ballot. You couldn't win at the ballot, but you have to go to make sure that, look, I'm going to destroy your reputation so that I will be able to have upper hand. Let's see how this power plays.
Adewale, sorry, I've been holding back. Don't
No,
be hypocritical. You can't blame Atiku for doing that, and you support what they're doing to Trump. That's being hypocrite. No, let's not go there.
well, if you put it that way, Trump on is a self-inflicted one. He chose to go through that path of self-destructive, by getting himself neck deep in all these um, controversies up here and there. For a man who, anyway, I don't want to bring America because we're talking about Nigeria here. I'm just speaking of the fact that where is our patriotism? Politicians are soul loser. Our politicians are soul loser. They don't see politics as a sport. They see politicians at the hands to their means. If they don't get the
Yeah,
work they need,
sorry, I agree. Let's keep it Nigeria, but I was gonna say, see, I like when we are able to express our freedom, whichever way we choose to, as long as within the bandwidth of the law. I'm not against, a lot of people, some people have spoken on this platform, and we've seen different views. You know, people can say maybe Ben was more balanced. He talked about the good things about Nigeria, and he talked about our shortcomings. We have people that rational mind anti-Nigeria. We have some other people, but it's both positive and negative. So I don't have a problem though. People criticizing a country, individual, it's not a problem. But it doesn't mean that we have to vilify those people and annihilate those people, but alienate those people. That's not the way it should be. Yeah, I don't believe in that. I think people should be free to criticize. See, I like, if you listen to me, when people talk about Tinubu, I never did defend Tinubu about this corruption that it doesn't make sense. I don't go into that. I try to stick to facts, the things that I know, and I would talk about those things. Those people that talk bad about Nigeria, see, the problem is that they're not lying, but it just their approach or presentation seems to be the problem. They have this literal explanation or presentation of Nigeria as a country like it's the worst thing ever created in this world. So that's the problem. But I do like people to I'm not going to criticize people for being hard on Nigeria. I don't. To me, I don't think it's fair. They should be able to express themselves just like I do too.
I'm only speaking in the context of the celebration. I'm not really going,
Let me ask you guys a question.
I'm just
Are they
taking it
celebrating the independence in the Southeast right now?
Mike,
No,
don't go there. Don't go there, Mike. Don't go there.
like Wala. You see Prince Daddy. You see
Not
one
just
thing is
Wala.
this. Nobody is saying you should not react. But the question is this: Yoruba will say, "Bí ọmọdé bá ń sunkún, a máa ríran." Or let's say generally, bí a bá sunkún, a máa ríran. You understand? Even if someone is weeping, you're crying.
But sorry, Adewale, I didn't even call you. But you and we just talked earlier when Madazita was asking the question. See, because
Is
the
this
way
Adewale speaking? This is not Adewale speaking, though.
a lot immense. You and I spoke earlier when Madazita asked the question, but that and I made the point, and I think he agreed that because you're a bad person or you're a bad trained individual would answer a question or behave in a certain way. We're not going to compel an Hausa person or an Igbo person or someone from the South to do the same thing. If it's not their culture, if it's not their approach, we can hold them. It's not fair. Do you not think so?
This thing has nothing to do with the region, to be honest. It has nothing to do with the region because let me just mention this. Obedience is from everywhere. You understand? We have Yoruba that
I'm not disputing that. The point is that their response, if their response is different from yours, let it be. You don't expect them to be like you.
No, that's why we are trying to see what this forum is. That it's just to tell ourselves the truth and change our orientation. You understand? I'm not, like I said, I'm not expecting anywhere. I'm not expecting anyone or everyone to agree with me. It is me to try to convince you. It is not for me to try now to say, okay, because you are not agreeing with my point, that I should impose or I should go angry with you. What I should do is to improve on my scale just to convince you the next time. That's what I'm saying. So, because there's no way we are not going to address this. Yes, they can respond the way they want, but at the same time, we have a duty to keep teaching ourselves, to keep encouraging ourselves. Now, the likes of people we are talking about, we find them here too. Till tomorrow, any little thing that Trudeau does here, some people will never agree, especially people from my province. Even there's a group that formed on Alberta, that some people are saying they want to leave Canada. But if someone from their province is the prime minister tomorrow, everything just dies down. But immediately another person gets to that place too, agitation starts. The same thing Quebec. They've wanted to go even probably before I was even born. So it has always been like that. But the thing is this, in all this, you draw the boundary. You understand? When Canadians are speaking to Canadians, you don't come here to come someone's zoo. You don't come and tell people that say Canada is a zoo, or you call Canada name, or you just say, okay, you know, go agree, there's by force. No. Even though I know that people avoid politics, because once you mention politics, there's some people say no politics. They will just stop it there because they know some people can go wide. But so what we are saying.
Sorry, I got a question for you, though, man. I think you're not being fair to some degree.
Wait, can I make my own point, man?
Oh, I just want to ask you a question. Okay. You know me here. I'm someone that I don't agree with Kanu for it. I don't like the guy. That's number one. But when people that calling Nigeria zoo kind of taking out this frustration Nigeria thing, I think we need to understand that. Me, I have issue when he's taking frustration out on Yoruba, attacking my ethnic group. I got problem with that. Or attacking Fulani ethnic groups, I have problem with that. But if you have problem with Nigeria as a state, that I have problem, but not. I also understand because the Nigerian state committed genocide. A lot of these people lost their relatives, and I understand the war, yeah, but Nigeria never addressed it. They never address those victims. Rather, they reconcile with actually the perpetrators, like Ojukwu. They reconcile with the people that led their people into hell. They gave Ojukwu his pension back in the military. They are giving money. Even when he died, they awarded him and buried him as a Nigerian hero. However,
his house in Lagos was given back to him.
His house, exactly. However, the population that suffered, he didn't address them. He just ignored them. The war ended. He didn't talk about what happened. He didn't even talk about it in school. And then those people, when they come out and say Nigeria is a zoo, I understand why they would talk like that.
Okay, I think let Aurelia continue. I think he needs to speak. Actually, he hasn't spoken yet. So
I just want to quickly address Mike. So, Mike, I think the blame should be put squarely on Ojukwu and his leader and the Igbo leaders, because they are the ones that they refuse to tell the whole truth. Because no matter what happened, when you are dealing with a region or set of
so you are relying on a criminal to come and be responsible to tell the truth. So we rely on people to be responsible. It's the Nigerian state. The government is the one responsible to address the people, not the criminals there.
Listen, Mike.
Yes, I agree with that point. Yeah.
That's the same thing where rely on Nnamdi Kanu to be the one to tell them the truth. Is it not Nigerian state that should be telling their people? Are they not Nigerian citizens? Nigeria, the government is responsible for the citizens.
There should have been some contingencies. There should have been some contingencies. There should have been some contingencies. I was agreeing with Ramitio. You made your point, Mike. There should have been some constituent. What am I going to say? There should have been some. They should have agreed on the plan rather than Ojukwu was settled, right? He got what he needed, and
but they go on. He wasn't allowed to even run for presidency, to be senator. He had everything back in Nigeria.
But the people were not taken care of.
The people were not taken care of. They were ignored.
Mike and Prince, that you forgot one thing. You forgot one thing, that before the pre-Civil War, a lot of leaders in the northern part of Nigeria were killed. And then they are not the one that started the Civil War also. The Civil War started from the southeast also. They are the one that started that war.
But the people or their leader.
Listen. How do you want the northern people to feel they lost their leader like that? They just killed them and they mocked them. And, something like that. I think what the Nigerian state have done after that war should be commendable. They reinstate this guy. They pay them all their allowance, and I know there would have been talk for them to go back to their region, placate the rest of
But Mike, they were giving £20 now.
No, I understand that. I understand. No.
Upon that, most of their businesses in some region in Nigeria.
That's just joke, bro. Don't come after me, oh.
So I think at the end of the day, the Nigerian state did a wonderful job. They must be commendable for their action.
I agree. But to Mike's point, see, the whole story was not told to the people, and they allowed the Biafra people like Ojukwu and the other people take over the narrative. So the people were kept in darkness. They didn't know all this benefit, all the great things that Nigeria did for them. They don't know. They can care less. They never knew. You're right that they did a lot of things, but the people don't know that because their leaders, them embezzled all this.
Even at that, Prince Daddy, this is how many years now? From 1967, over how many years to this time? Close to about
go say that to the Arabs in the Middle East, man. It don't go like that, man. It don't matter. It's generation after generation. It doesn't matter.
No, people actually experience this. They are still alive. And you're really talking like this. The children, Kwasheko children, are still alive today. They're talking like this. Come on now.
What do you mean, Kwashe? Nigerian state also lost a lot of life in that war.
You are doing strongman argument. Is anybody denying that? Everybody here suffer everywhere. We get it. But I'm saying that you are saying it's long ago, as if it's people that experience it are all dead and gone.
I know, but that doesn't mean that you should now take it against it. Look, let's be frank today. They are the luckiest people in this Nigerian country.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that. The luckiest ethnic group in Nigerian state is Igbo.
They have been vice president, they have been senate president.
But that has to do with individuals.
Remy, you say that a lot, and you do enumerate these things that I myself didn't know. That the southeastern, they've had a lot of benefits in the Nigerian state. But again, it comes back to sometimes some people have a gem in their hand, or they have something so valuable they don't know the value of it until it's well appraised and say, hey, what your grandfather gave you many years ago is worth about $100,000. They didn't know. To them, it's almost trash. The same thing applies. Even with all this great benefit and opportunities they've had in the Nigerian space, they still don't. Somebody hasn't come around to tell them, hey, you guys, you've done great in this country, and this country's been fair to you. But a lot of them don't know that. Regardless.
So you can see it now boils to this present situation. The Nigerian state is calling their bluff now. Enough is enough. You are not the only region in this country, for God's sake. If you don't want to grow, then we will let you be, and we will grow at our own
state. Can I take your audience? Can we go back to Nigeria at 63, please?
Of course, we can.
Yeah. Let's leave Biafra. We always land on Biafra. I'm tired of hearing that.
Yeah.
Okay. Oriela can go ahead. Then Barack Obama is in the house. Can go too, I guess.
Yeah. Hold on.
All right. Who is Barack Obama?
Yeah. Hold on. Adewale.
Who's the Barack Obama?
In a couple of sentences.
Adewale is Barack Obama now. I think President is
okay. I didn't know.
There was a day they spent 5 hours arguing among themselves. I was just these two dudes. I don't understand.
Who is Barack?
It's Adewale now.
No, it's not Adewale. Adewale is on the screen.
Yeah, he's calling him Barack Obama now. It's Prince Daddy calling him Barack Obama. You don't understand. You don't know.
There's somebody on the screen named Barack here.
There's another person on the screen.
There's another Barack. I don't know who is that person.
Don't mind. Adewale, a couple of sentences so we can go to others.
Oh, okay. Well, what else would I say? The conversation was going different direction, talking about the civil war to Ujuku back to Nigeria and all that. But what I would say is that for those who are even calling Nigerian zoo, they should have a rethink. You don't I don't know. You can't shit in the same place where you are going to eat. So be mindful. Tomorrow will not be like yesterday. And if you think you are being marginalized, there's always a way, to everything. That's what I would say. And I'll let others, contribute as well. And I will come back to have my.
Yeah, yeah, we need to speak something. Do we have Sinda?
Uh,
Doctor.
wait,
Odulogumabere.
you wanna like go ahead of me? It
That's
should be me,
another
man.
dictator that we have in the house. So according to him.
Wait, it should be me now. This guy, why are you
Okay, go
calling
ahead.
Simba?
It's fine.
Who is talking? Who is me? Only
Oriola,
God is
man.
me.
Well, you Oriola, man. It should be me. I've
I
been
want
waiting
to
for so long.
I want
I
to
want to go to bed.
marginalize you. I want to marginalize you like the Southeast.
Go ahead. I don't care. I'll speak up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, go on, my brother.
Well,
How are you?
I'm okay, man. So
Nigeria
quickly,
is 63. What is your
Oriola is
yeah,
take?
on the southeast of Chicago.
good for good for Nigeria. Okay, here's the thing. Here's what me I want to say. The way I see Nigeria is this: Nigeria is like a black man that's when his kid says, "Oh, dad, I see this one way or this," the dad doesn't listen. The dad, every black man, we just want like a lot. Maybe it's the new generation or some people are becoming different. It's just like this is what I tell you to do, and that's what you need to do. I don't care what your view is. I've been here before you. This is what me. And if you don't listen to me, I there's a corporal punishment for you. So they beat you, they do whatever. They won't listen. That's what Nigeria is. And I hope that even though I know I'm not, I want to be optimistic, but to be honest with you, I'm really not. Because I don't think this direction is going to work at all. It doesn't matter who is in charge. Even if God comes down and be in the seat, I don't even think with this mentality, I don't think we will get anywhere. So and
What
so
mentality?
well, whatever I just explained mentality of a black man that's refused to listen to his kids. If his kid is saying that this is what I think this is what I see, this is my own observation. No, I'm your dad. If I want you to become a doctor, you go ahead. If you
Oriola, a quick
if you
question for you.
if you do anything wrong, I smack you and I beat
Oriola,
you seriously. Yeah,
Oriola,
go ahead. What's the
my
question?
question is simple. I want you to put your analysis you just said about comparing Nigeria to an African dad.
Yeah, because yeah, go ahead.
I want you to put them into percentage. How many of these dads that their offspring have turned out good into percentage, please?
They didn't turn out good.
Are you
I mean,
sure?
we can lie.
Are you
We can.
sure? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm 100% sure. Just because
No.
you.
No, no. Even Michael Jackson's dad, Michael Jackson rejects his dad in a lot of ways, but because of the strictness and exactly what you just described, his dad would not listen to him and made him do things that he didn't want to. But guess what? It turned out to be great in a lot of ways. There are plus and minuses in a lot of things. You can't say well,
Right,
If
right.
you are talking of a Nigerian context, I can categorically guarantee and assure you that about 60 to 70% of African that are treating their children this way are turned out good. Do you think it's easy to be an engineer, or is it easy to
what
be
is
a
good to
doctor?
you?
Or is it
Oriola want Nigeria to be like his dad. Allow him to smoke weed,
Wait. Let me wait.
smoke
Let's
weed,
have
and
let's have this conversation. Let's have this conversation.
Mhm.
I think Remy just said a lot of guys that with the iron end, they've
Mhm.
become successful in life. They
Mhm.
become doctors. They've become lawyers. They've become
Mhm.
politicians. They
Mhm.
become leaders. They've
Mhm.
owned banks. They've owned
Mhm.
everything.
Yeah.
If that's the case, how come Nigeria is not as good as is not better than what it is today.
Well, imagine if they had not done that, what Nigeria truly would have been today.
No,
Nigeria is more successful than most black countries.
Wait. I actually think if
what's your argument?
Oriola, your parents
do you want to listen or you just want to? I mean,
okay,
you just asking questions. Let me talk too. I mean, do you if you're not using if they're not using the force hand, because is a two-way conversation. If they actually allow them to say, because you see it from their point of view as well, I'm definitely sure they will, whatever success you think they have today, they will be more successful than that. And let me cite an example to you.
Okay, go ahead.
The first country that everybody is running to, do you think if they actually use the same iron hand that they maltreat their kids by beating them? Because that's even a crazy thing to be doing.
So, what country that? Hold on, let me answer the question. What country? What country you talking about?
It's US that is talking about now.
Okay,
Children are so spoiled. Most of them are on drugs. It's the same Nigerian children that are coming here to rescue the country, and you're telling us
they are coming here to rescue. Okay,
is it not immigrants that are rescuing America? American children that are terrible, they are spoiled. Most of them, what are they doing? Drugs, going to gangs.
Which one?
You kidding me?
Which immigrant kids?
Do you want to compare the American children with the?
How many of the Fortune 100 companies as your Nigerian people?
Go and look your research. Most of the Fortune 500 companies.
Allow me quickly. You'll be shocked.
Just name
You'll
one.
be shocked that what you just described about Nigerian fathers or African fathers was exactly the way American fathers were and still are in many ways, in the way they dealt with their children.
Like that.
Well, let me answer
you can
your
say,
Fortune 500.
Okay.
They correct their kids, but they
let me answer your Fortune 500 company question.
They don't give them the corporal punishment like we do.
No, you're wrong about that. You don't know the entire history.
I'm not wrong. I know stuff. That's give me an example of someone that actually.
Let me tell you something. 4 years ago, I was coming from Orlando. All right, Orlando, Florida. I was coming to Texas. There was this Caucasian woman with I've said like 2 years old son. This little boy was throwing tantrum at the Orlando airport. I was standing by the gate just to board. The next thing I saw, this woman took this little boy to the corner and spanked him with a two stuff in his butt. Just one, two. Everybody was surprised seeing this woman whooping this little boy with just 2 taps in the butt. You know, when you have that little cry and you just suck it in, you don't want to cry too much. We were all surprised that a Caucasian would do that to a little boy. We didn't say anything. I myself, even being in Nigeria, I was a little bit surprised.
The example you just give does not even, it doesn't make sense.
No, that tells you that
you can spank your kid.
What I want to
listen, you can spank your kid, but not beat.
Says
That's
who?
what I'm saying. The way you
understand what we're like.
To them.
No,
Adewale, is that the end of the story? Is that the end of the story, Adewale? Let me finish the story.
That was the end of the story.
That's the point he's trying to make, that you spank his kid. You're allowed to spank your kid. But what I'm just saying to you is the way the way you're being treated, the way
Oriola, when you finish, I want to ask you a question.
Not just African, the black people actually, all black.
Oriola, can you share your experience? Maybe you have a very bitter experience. That's why you're talking like this.
I don't.
Can you share?
Okay.
So how do you not got to know? How do you not got to know all these things that you are saying?
Okay.
If you don't have the experience.
Okay, let me explain to you. So, see, do you want to? Okay, so let me explain mine. So, I grew up in Nigeria till I was 15. Every school that I went to, if your teacher beats you, if you do anything wrong, that's one. Your parents at some point, if let's say you have bad grades, they would either give you same punishment. It's just like a normal thing that we have in that part, not just that part of the country, because I know anybody that looks just like me, they all act the same way. They take out belts and beat their kids up. What I'm saying is, And also, majority of like people like this us, we don't listen to just because the kid is
Did
younger.
your dad did the same thing to you?
But let him, like, we're trying to understand his point.
Wait,
I don't think
don't
what
all
he's saying is
Africans
about.
does the same thing? What are you? Why are you asking my own parents? I'm saying that all African does it. So I just give you example
No,
that
why?
I
Because
had.
let me tell you why I'm asking you,
But Simba,
Oriola.
let's know what his
Because
point is, because we don't know what his point is. I think that's the particular point he's trying to make, but we don't really get it
Yeah,
because
I
we
just
never
wait.
landed.
Well, if you listen carefully, you will hear the point I'm making. I'm just saying that our the way of life that we don't give a chance, like the way we do corporal punishment that we be kids, and if you're an adult, you don't give a chance for kids to actually like if you want your if to say, oh, the way I see my kid is you have to become a doctor, and if the doctor
so
says,
we don't allow
wait,
them to express
let me
themselves.
land. Man, let me.
Simba, let
The
him
guy,
land.
the other
Kind of
guy
gets
just
me.
said he doesn't understand my point, and I'm trying to make the point so everybody can know exactly where I'm going. So if you're a kid and let's say your brain doesn't want to do like let's say um science courses, maybe you want to become a doctor, but you rather be a teacher or be let's say into
Something
music,
else.
they say no. And what I'm trying to say to you is the way we force something, a father will force his own agenda or how he train his kids without letting him talk. I mean, it's okay to train your kid, but it's not like become a dictator. That's what I'm saying. That's the
I
way.
think you are
That's the
Okay, okay,
that's the way
Ariela,
we live.
quickly
Listen,
address this. Ariela, to Ariela.
that's the way we live, and if we
Okay,
continue
Ariela,
to live
answer
like
this.
that, if we
Ariela, a quick
continue to
question,
live
also a
like that, we're
follow-up
not
question.
going anywhere.
Follow-up question. Do you think, in this example you just gave, that you just gave right now, do you think African fathers make a distinction between their daughters and their sons?
No, no, no.
Hold on,
Same thing.
hold on
I
before
just
you
use the
answer.
son as
Oriola,
example. It's the same thing with men and
Oriola,
women. They
hold
treat
on,
them the
please.
same way.
Why are we are why are we diverting out of the question? Let's stick to what we are saying,
No,
please.
no, that's a good point. He's taking it to the way he wants to. That's
Please
That
don't,
is his own
please.
way, and we are trying
Wait,
to.
this is the
No, no,
route
no.
that
Let's
I'm
stick.
taking it.
Hold
And,
on, please. Hold on, please. Let's stick to Nigeria, please.
yeah,
Please, we will
I'm
speak
talking
other
about
things that day.
Nigeria.
he's talking
I'm
about
talking about
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Nigeria
I'm
is a
just
stubborn
using a
child.
father. I'm using a father and a son or daughter as an
Nigeria is a
example.
stubborn child that don't listen. That's why he's trying to make
No,
an
no, no,
analogy,
no,
right?
no, no. Nigeria is not a stubborn. Nigeria itself, the people in charge. So now let me now
Nigeria
use
is
Nigeria
like a
directly.
stubborn father. He said Nigeria is
Yes,
a stubborn father.
Oh,
right,
father, rather. Okay.
That is
right.
basing
Now
the
let me
children how
now
he
let
likes.
now let me make it the way you will now get it. So, for
We already
example,
got
now
you.
the Nigeria has people in it that's saying we don't. This is how we see stuff, and this is how I see stuff. But the people that actually control it, which we will call the Nigerians, the leadership, refused to listen to the kids. They were saying, we don't care. This is how we should do it. This is how it would be done. If you like it or you don't, this is how it will be done. So,
Oriela, one
no
great
matter
selling
how you
point.
take it,
One
listen,
great selling point. Allow me. See, what you're talking about right now is exactly what is going on today. That's the reason why a 6-year-old child or 12-year-old child will go tell their parents that, Dad, the boy said that I'm like a girl, or I want to be like a
No,
girl.
no, that's
And
different, man.
that's
no,
You're
not.
not
What
being
are
fair.
you
You're not being
talking
fair.
about, man?
You're not being
well,
fair.
That is very
You're
well,
not being
different.
no,
fair to his
no.
point. You're
No,
not being fair to
it's
his point.
well, you can't restrict that conversation to
No,
what
no,
the way
no,
you
no, no.
understand it.
Don't say
No, no,
that.
no.
See. Just are you
What
saying that just because you can,
This is
just
what he's
because
saying.
I don't beat my kid, I can actually train them? That's not true. I can train them. I don't have to
But
forcefully.
I,
No,
I,
no, no.
I tend to agree with him to a large
No,
extent, to some extent.
no. You've been talking about. No, I get you the gist in the sense that look, African parents, they not. You can say they don't have a listening ears, or they did not. I mean, sensitive to their children to see how they feel about a problem or a situation, and take into the account
Even
other
about
solutions.
themselves, even about the kid's self. So That's what Nigeria is,
Even
and
about
that's
the
why I'm
kids, what?
Scared.
Even about the kids, what? That's
The
Oriola is
fact that
forgetting one
the
thing.
fact that listen, the fact that we can actually iron our issues by saying that, oh, if I'm saying I don't feel, I don't see things this way, or you don't see things that way, we use force.
Oriola,
That
the
this
boss,
Mike,
is this
the
is
boss
how
take
things
the
should be
boss,
done.
the boss makes the call. The
Prince
boss is
Daddy,
the shot caller.
Prince Daddy,
Good
give me
luck
a
on
second.
that.
Give me a
Good luck.
second. Let me Oriola, let me support you. Let me support you. Let me support
Good
you.
luck.
Here's what Oriola is saying, which I agree, and I've always felt as a problem too. He used the analogy of African parent. Sometimes
It does. It's not
African
even all black
wait
people.
now,
All
the
black.
African Nigerian parent in particular, they would say, I want you to study medicine. Maybe deep inside you, you know that your calling in life is engineering or something different. But they will say,
Oh yes,
when
oh
they
yes,
will say, I'm your father, I'm your father. You
But
must wait now, you must do what I want you to do. They do that. And now he is now using that, referring to the Nigerian government, how they also approach citizens. The people may say, we this is the way we see things. You understand? But they will say, I'm the one in power. This is where we want it. I'm the one in power. Just like I'm your father. I have control over you. You
And why is
doctor.
that? Why is that unique to
yeah,
Nigeria, Mike?
No,
Why is
I'm
that
not
unique
saying
to
it's unique
Nigeria?
to Nigeria. And
Bring
it
that
may,
So,
to
it's not unique to
how come
Nigeria.
Oriola keeps saying black fathers or African fathers? Then if it's not unique to
No,
Nigeria,
he's
why?
not. He's not. I think that's where me I get where it's coming.
but
That's
he
where I
actually has
get
a
that
point.
he's saying. Maybe he's saying something different. I don't know. But that what I think I'm getting from
No,
what he's trying to say.
I think that's
That's
your
the
analogy
point.
makes
See,
sense.
that's the
That's
point
not what
I'm
he's saying.
making.
No, no.
He has a
That's the
point,
point
but
I'm
his
making.
analogy
See,
is
Then
quite
why do you restrict it to black
not
people, black
understood.
fathers?
wait. Do you
You,
have you seen Caucasian does that?
that is what he says.
Wait, does Caucasian? No,
Are
if
you
you
speaking? Are you speaking in absolute terms? I can even say that. Ariel, I can even say that.
no. I've seen
But he has a
Caucasians,
point.
and I've seen. I've never seen none of them act that way. And
Okay,
even
good.
when when you look at
He
the
has a
series, I'm
point.
not sure how you're familiar with like the child's like all the comedy shows when you're younger, like from the 80s to now. I'm not sure how familiar you were with those series.
He has a point.
They don't act that way. And I've have friends, I've lived among people, they don't. I'm just trying to make a point that Nigeria seems
Okay,
that's how not just
okay.
Nigeria only, majority of African nations.
Okay, let
They
me answer the. Hold on,
forcefully
allow me, Remy. Allow me,
He
Remy.
has
So I
a point.
think I understand. Hold on. If you talk about American shows like I don't know, Fresh Prince or these other things, maybe. But your point is that I
Fresh
think I'm.
Prince, yeah, that's just one, and that's like
But
more black
Okay,
it shows.
the Cosby Show. But the point here is that allow me is that okay? What you're saying it happens, but not to the degree or the level of maybe African people. Okay, I get it, but I'd like to submit to you also that you have to customize your approach to things based on your culture and tradition. Because
There's no culture. See, well, that's where me I have problem.
well, of
Whatever,
course,
when you say culture, remember that
well,
before, wait,
well, I
Oriola,
was answering the
before
question.
1914,
please,
Oriola, hold on,
please,
before
make we know.
hold on, please, Mike,
Yeah.
Mike, are you there? Are you available, please?
Yeah, are you leaving?
No, I'm not leaving. I just want to step out for 30 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
For
Yeah,
lunch break,
need
for
this.
lunch break, huh?
Not you get it. You get it. Yeah, Mike. Yeah,
No problem. No problem.
take charge. Yeah,
All
thank
right.
you.
all
Okay,
right. So
let me line
what
my
am I
point. Let me
saying
line my
again?
point.
All
Let
right,
me
go
line
ahead.
my point. Sorry. So see, I don't agree with your point. Say,
Hold on, Prince
But he
Daddy,
has
please. Oh, hold on, Prince Daddy. Yeah. Mike,
Yeah.
Barack hasn't spoken. Remy hasn't give us his view. Simba hasn't spoken. So please, if you can go to them,
Okay.
please.
Okay. This is how I'm gonna
Yeah.
do it. I think what makes
let me
it.
answer it. Let me finish the line,
Wait,
please,
hold
Mike.
on, Prince Daddy,
Let me land.
hold on. Wait, now
I was
you go.
answering the
Wait.
question.
I just wanna. I think one thing that makes the simple conversation stretch, maybe a simple point, it stretch so long where it could have just been nipped within short strike, is that a person is trying to present something, but we don't allow him to like get to that point I trying to present. So we take the point out of context, and then while we are responding, to something else that is we think he's saying. But then he's keep trying to stretch that point. So keep going. So that's why I keep saying let that person learn completely, so you understand the full context of what he's saying. So that way, when you respond, you just give him a straight response, and we won't spend too much time on that particular point the person is making. So go ahead and respond, sir. But I just want to put that in, so that way you guys can quickly,
Okay.
go within two responses you done, and then we can move to the next person. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I think my position still stands from the beginning when it started the conversation. I think I understand where it was going. The fact that he singled out, isolated the black fighters of African people to make an example is the problem. Now, uh, I know nobody believes here that the way we do things, that's why we have different cultures and traditions around the world. And that's why if you give an Asian person, African American person a problem to solve, the approach to that problem will be entirely different from one another. Okay, so you trying to have a cookie cutter or one approach to resolving the problem is what I don't buy. The fact that African fathers may be hard on their children may not necessarily be a bad thing, because why? We have different challenges than they do in the West. We have different. There's a lot of things that come into play, so you can't just use that one example and alienate a group of people to make your example. I don't think that is fair. You can still make your argument that hey, maybe we should have room for better interaction, communication, and be open to other people's idea in order to have the best solution. And that I buy, because in the West, that's what they do the best. They take the brightest minds. It doesn't matter, even the color of the skin, they will skip on that as long as you have something valuable to add to the equation, they'll take it. And that's why the West is so unique in so many ways. So the rephrase your point there.
My
It's
guy, see, me, I don't care how you think, man. Me, I'm just,
what
that's how I see it.
well,
We don't see,
you
let
should
me land,
accept a
let me
superior
land, man.
argument. You should
See,
accept a
All right,
superior
all right.
argument.
Let's
let
go
me
to
land. The way
let's
I
go
see it
to
is what I
Barak.
just said.
Barak.
Let
Is
me
it
land,
Barack
let
or
me
me?
land.
I am here before Barack now.
Oh, sorry,
No,
I didn't know. I thought.
you
Okay.
know,
Okay. Remy, go ahead. Okay.
Okay, happy Independence Day to all of us Nigerians, and we are happy we are as a country we are still kicking. Actually, to me, if we look at say from independence, the country has improved and make a lot of progress in all ramification of human life. Is it from politics, sport, education, health, and the rest? Maybe some aspect is not good enough, but there always a room for improvement, because our country is there for the rest of time. People will come and go. What I mean is that you were born there, you live there, and when you are old, you go on to another life. So far, it might not be El Dorado, but at the same time, it's not all that bad or worse. For the first time since 1999 to today, we have had uninterrupted democracy in Nigeria, and we are beginning to bear the fruit of it. It might not be perfect. In 1999, it was very difficult for judiciary, the judges, to remove a governor or to say you are not the winner, this is the winner. And the last election was very competitive, and we can see from the judgment of what transpired. So to me, I think when you look at Nigeria now, sometimes you also discover that there's some pocket of development in most of the state capitals. Some are doing fine, some are not. Who will believe that in this new era that Lagos still will have a light rail and is working perfectly okay? This same Lagos that is full of debris, dirty, polluted water, unplanned, unstructured 20 years ago, just opposed to today, is another new Lagos entirely. And if you look at some states like Ebonyi State, even the so-called war-ravaged Borno State, they are changing the landscape every now and then. I think there is a cause for us to be happy, but we must continue to push ahead. to be much more, to be better. But unfortunately, for Nigerian people, we are divided because of so many things. Tribal is there, political lineage is there, and also what I would call African or black man greed and selfish and selfishness. That has been the bane of our problem. Politics is just a game. If you win today, you might lose another day. And if you lose today, you might win another time. Buhari contested for 4 times before he won. Atiku had been looking at his chances for the 5th or the 6th time. And if you are rejected, I will look at it. Is it a matter of life and death? The people rejected you no matter what happened because you did not get the 24% spread all over the country. So all these things you are looking for in Chicago State University, blah, 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 blah. What are you going to find? There's no big deal. I've read, everybody knows the transcript of TINUBU. Whether they are looking for the exam they use, the qualifier, the result is used to get into the university, it's not a big deal. At the end of the day, nothing will come out of it. It will be an exercise in futility. Now, just opposed to today, we are happy as Nigeria that we celebrate our independence. I would have loved Nigeria to be like China or even better, because we celebrate the National Day the same day. China also is celebrating their independence. It's also October 1st. We share the same day. But what I found different from Nigerians and Chinese are so many. Chinese will never badmouth or demarcate their country. They will never do that. Even if their country is not, their leaders are not treating them very well, they will not demarcate their country. They will never call their country a zoo or whatever. They will never do that. Sorry guys, another person can call in. I need to pick this call.
Okay, let's go to Foley then. How's this working? I think. Abby? Foley.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Independence Day. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you guys.
Yeah, happy Independence Day, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think the last speaker actually speak a lot of things. I think I need to pick him up from there. In a real sense, Nigeria is growing. We are growing in population. We're increasing in number. And we're actually increasing in a number of people that are actually are suffering as well. And few people are actually here, also enjoying the country more than the others. But my own point here is this: if all of us who are seeing how other country works and are still seeing Nigeria as a place that works, I think there must be a question about that.
Sorry, quickly, Foley. Mike, Sinbad, and Baraka wait in the background to let him in. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Thomas didn't send me this thing to be able to. I forgot to ask him, and I was thinking maybe I could. Yeah. So I'll see if I can have that account, and then I can get it back. Well, right now I don't have the access to the back, but I'll see if I can get it. Yeah, continue. Yeah.
So if we are seeing our country, Nigeria, as this doctrine, as if the country is working, the way things are going in the country, where our children are becoming more thorough, where school parents cannot even pay their school fees, their children's school fees, where family cannot even feed themselves 101 a day. And we're all here thinking that Nigeria is working. I pray that a day will not come that all of us outside there will want to come back home, will see a country to come back to. I pray that doesn't happen. But for us not to allow that to happen is not about prayer. It's about what all of us need to do to save our country. We have a very beautiful space as a country. We have one of the best places to live on earth as a country. Well, I think the problem we have here is people governing the environment starting from the palace, from the church elder, from the mosque elder, go to the councillors, governors, everybody in the high position in Nigeria. Most of them they are actually they have a questionable character, which I think this is where our problem is. A country whereby when you have your good intention, you have nowhere to go. The country that actually reward the bad ones among us to govern the society. I think we should see Nigeria beyond being doing road alone. We should see Nigeria beyond just a country where we can actually come here all the time and talk about without having a solution to how we are going to solve the problem of this country. This country is trailing, as in we are going down every day. People are going down. Forget about all these sweet mouths that people talk about this country. I'm in Nigeria here. I know what people pass through. And each time we speak like this, people think that it's because we are not, I'm frustrated. I'm not in any way frustrated in this country. But I'm seeing what is happening around, and I'm not pleased with it. And I pray one day things will not just happen, and everybody will not find anybody will looking for where to survive or to run to. I pray that doesn't happen. But for us not to make that happen, we have to be intentional about this country. We have to think about this country deeply. It's beyond the way we are seeing it. So, just independent, happy independent, we are enjoying it. Thank you very much for giving me the space to talk.
Yeah, well, good
my question, I got a quick question for you, though.
Quick question,
so I kind of like want people to be able to present like also solution and also be able to say why something is what it is. Like, okay, so you said things is not working. Like, give us an example of how it's why it's hard for people and why, can you like give us an example of who it's hard for
Yeah,
and why
okay.
it's hard for them.
I think the reason why Nigeria is like this is because actually we are the product of what we are producing as a leadership. But for a very long time, the good people of the country have been defeated. They have seen the country as if it's not their project. Most of them have left the country for the Okanians to take over the space from them.
You know what I'm saying? What is not working for people? That's what I'm asking. You say it's not working. Like what? Like just give me an example of what is not working for someone.
A lot of things. People are not finding it easy.
Okay, for example, there are some people that are making it.
There are some people are making it. There are some people are making it, but we have to question how are they making it.
No. Some people are making it legitimately.
Legitimately, but
I wish Simba can come here. Simba, for example, he lives over there. He owns a farm. He grows his food. He grows everything.
I'm also making it. I'm also making it.
Okay, so what is this generalizing that it's just bad and it's not working for anybody?
I'm not saying anybody. There's a problem we have here. When we are talking about a society, any society that 90% of the country or of the people they are not enjoying it, and only 10 is making it. You can't rate it as anything good.
Okay, good point, Fal. Yeah. So continuation on that point. So one or two questions. So you say you're making it. So are you special? Number two, do you think why how come those opportunities that you are able to access are not available to other people to make it? And to the and if in the earlier presentation also you can answer this. You pretty much insinuated that hey, this country is going to blow up, man. It's going to blow up if things not taken care of. Tell us what is one or two things that you think would happen or can happen that will make the country blow up and everybody's scatter.
The reason why I'm saying all this is this: we always go to the streets. We see how people are looking for a way to survive, whether it's genuine or not. People just want to feel themselves, and that alone is bringing more problem to the country. Whereas in a situation whereby everybody don't even have a place to go and look for something to eat, people that even go out come back home without getting anything to put it to get for themselves. And people are even trying. The system is even frustrating them to not to even.
Are you talking about people in the cities or people in the villages?
Not even in the city. Even in the city. I stay in Abuja.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So this problem is a city problem. People in the inner cities.
Even in the village too. In the village too.
So the people in the village, their crops are not growing. Is that what the problem is? Because village has a farm.
Oh, okay. I think I like that. I like that area that you. These days, if you look at the way you are even talking about the people in the village, their crops are not growing. Look at it very well. How many tractors is in any local government to help those farmers in the village to even grow their crops?
But without tractor, they can still grow their crops now. I mean, they've always grown their crops for thousands of years.
How many farms do you think one person can actually cultivate to enrich himself? How many? Just one person to go.
Well, they can work as a team. I mean, they survived with the farms for thousands of years before country was created, before government were ever in place.
Are they able to feed themselves? But quickly, please answer the question about
I'll give you an example. Sorry, Prince Alice. Someone like Simba. I wish Simba can come on. I wish I can have him. Well, Simba is a farmer. He doesn't have a tractor, but he tells us that he grows things, like he grows his crops. Like he say, he put things within days they've grown. Like he puts seed in the ground, and within days he can harvest.
You have to check Simba's background, what he's doing. It's okay. I can.
No, farming. He's doing farming.
I also farm, and I know I do my farming, and I know how much I put in farming as well. So it's not everybody that have that capacity to put there. Okay, so few people have that capacity to do what we are doing.
To farm, everybody can farm. Everybody can farm. It's the simplest job. Simplest thing ever.
Everybody can farm, but at the same time, for you to be a successful farmer, you need to invest heavily in it as well. You can't just go to.
Well, you don't have to be a success. You can be a farmer to the point where you're not starving. You're not
exactly. You're talking about commercial farming. Can you farm? Can you grow seed? Can you grow food for yourself and your family to survive? And are you saying because you're able to have access to capital or land to farm, that's why you're better off than other people that are making it? I'm trying to see. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn how come you're making it. What are the things that you're doing that you don't think other people in Nigeria have the access? I'm trying to get there.
Like me now in my farm, I have my family land that I can lay on anytime I want. That they are even willing for me to come back and do something like that. So anytime I go there, I still need to invest heavily to have my crops, to pay for the laborer, and for me to to buy the seed that I would like to plant. All those things requires money. So if you're now saying somebody should feed himself, life is not about just feed yourself alone. Everybody is aiming to get something better, and that's why you see people leaving the village to run to the city.
Exactly.
Because people are looking for people. I can't. Look at me now. Let's say
it's faster in the West. It's faster in the West. People are living in the West more into the bigger cities than the rural areas.
And that's where the root of the problem is, because what's going on is everybody wants to live that city life, that flashy city life. It's a global phenomenon. It's the same thing. People like to want to live in big cities so they can experience that city like the fun. What they don't understand is when you get to the city, the way of survival in the city is different from the way of survival in the rural area. In the city, you have to depend on someone to give you a job, someone to employ you. So it's harder. It's like you don't have control of yourself. You have to depend on someone else. And the chance of you finding someone to give you a job or to give you opportunity is difficult. That's why and what's happening in Nigeria, people are just living their rural areas, running to the cities. And when they get there, what they end up creating is just poverty. Like you're already in a rural site, you're already growing food, you're already living naturally.
The same way you actually pick up your things and leave the country to look for a better life.
Which is okay, it's fine. It's fine to do that. But what I'm saying is, you don't now blame government for that situation, because there's no way government you can leave your rural side, get to the city, and expect government to give you a job there. Governments don't create jobs. Entrepreneurs create jobs. Creative
Okay.
people create jobs.
So, Folly, so one thing I learned, if correct me if I'm wrong, what you said is like, so you were able to get what we call, I guess, here generational wealth, and that's why you have a head start. Is that what you're saying compared to other people?
Come again, come again.
I said you were able to get a head start because of generational wealth. Because you talk about your family have land or some farm, and you kind of took over, or that's how you started farming.
I think I will just make a kind of throwback about myself. I've been on the street for like almost 22 years now, and I'm just 40 now. So for you to know when I've started being on the streets, okay? And when I was on streets, most of my colleagues actually trying to go to university. They were getting the admission, they are processing the admission. But me, I don't have that background to go to university immediately. I have to go and do things on cheat things to like do, like you have to do security, I'll say, all those things for me to come back to come and continue my education. I haven't started business before I start. I use my money to even train myself in school all through. So I've been on the streets, and I'm not regretting being on the streets for that long, because the project for everybody wants to go to university when we are young. Everybody were rushing there. Nobody is mentoring them that you can actually do this, make your money, and after you make your money, you can now proceed whatever you want to do with your life. Nobody is doing that to our people. Nobody. It's only few of us that actually see beyond that. We just go to school alone. That's the only way you can better your life. Those are the few people of us that are actually doing it then. So many of them want to go to university. They're not even training them to like, okay, Oga, go and do this first. Make way for yourself. From there, you can do whatever you want to do in school. Most of them that go to school then, they have their certificate. I also have mine. We're all sleeping on it on our bed now. Okay? But what I did before I got my admission, before I actually planned to go to the university, is what I'm doing today to cater for myself. And I always be the kind of person that actually see things before it happened. I'm lucky to always be in the first space for people that join the new ideas. I think I'm good at that, and that has been helping me. So any good idea before people know about it, I'm already there trying to make it happen. I used to be the first people that actually make things happen. I don't wait for people to do things before I do it, and it's helping me. But it's not every one of us that have that. Many people have been programmed.
Well, okay, let me interject real quick. You just answered that question. It's not everyone that has that. So what you have, I hear you talk about self-determination. I hear you talk about being consistent, I mean, it looks like, I mean, you're not unique, but you're a special kind of a guy. Don't think everyone has a background, not because you were wealthy, but not a lot of people can do what you're doing. See, most people, it's not unique to Nigeria. Some people here in the West also, they want to go to the big cities or places they think they can find things easy. Nobody wants to go start from the scratch. It sounded like you started from the scratch. Trust me. The reason why a lot of people go to school.
If you notice in the inner cities in America, I see a lot of people just if they take away the welfare system, all these feeding programs, food stamps, you will see a lot of Americans would just be like millions of people. I mean, they would just be like just suffering like everybody else in third world countries.
And you're going to be still a lot of dead people on the street, and that's for real. So, I mean, I'm just trying to get. So, I'm understanding a lot of things about what Foley is saying and about himself. But just like you said yourself, not everybody has that tenacity. What you have is unique, bro. Not everybody has that. Some people put in your situation, they would have given up. They would have been lost. So you can be a great mentor to a lot of people, a lot of these young people you're talking about, because Nigeria, I don't think anybody's going to deny that Nigeria is tough. It is a tough place. And trust me, bro, it's tough in the West also. A lot of people here come here, they lost too.
The industrial life is tough. And unfortunately, humanity wants to, everybody's trying to live the industrial life, get into the industrial thing. But I'm sorry, not everyone can make it there. The rural life, to me, is the easiest. You don't have to be a rocket science to survive in a rural environment. You can be the dumbest human being alive. All you have to learn is just put a seed in the ground and grow
No,
it and raise the chicken, raise the
Really what I said.
livestock, and you will be alive. But this suffering thing is because everybody want to participate in this industrial life, and only this brilliant, creative, the gifted will make it in the cities. I'm
Yeah, now
telling you.
even with the brilliant among us, even okay, let me set an example. 2017, I look at myself, I look at where I'm coming from. I know, okay, I have to change my space. That's why I moved to Abuja to go and start something new. I believe that, okay, if I can start a business, let's say 13 years ago, and I can become what I am now, and let me leave that my space, my comfort zone, to go and look for another life somewhere else. That's why I relocated to Abuja. And I left my state, which Ekiti, then with almost 10 million naira. I came into Abuja. I didn't live as if I have money, I have something already. I have to go to one market there. We call the place GSM Village. I
You said you
started
left
learning.
Ekiti with 10 million naira.
Yes.
How did you make 10 million in Ekiti?
Why not, Mike? What are you talking about? Go ahead, Folly. Go ahead, Folly.
So that's a story for another thing anyway. So when I got to Abuja, I have to go and I have to
you
go
are a
and,
rich man.
no, I'm not a rich man.
By Nigerian standard, you are a rich man. We are all here in abroad. You are calling from Nigeria right now using your data, right? You know how much data costs in Nigeria? You are a rich
Yeah,
man.
fine. That's why I said. That's why I
Even the
said.
rich will tell you they are suffering. That's the thing about Nigeria, man.
But now, where we are talking about it, you can be a rich man, and then when your society is not safe, they can all this struggle that have been put in place. One guy that wants to feed himself can actually kill you and terminate your life. That's where the problem is.
I get your point on the societal level. I actually understand, but I
In
tell you,
America too now, there are some people that they will shoot, they will kill people just so they rob people and kill people. It happens
yeah,
all over the world.
but Folly, with your mentality and the way you're talking, just by what you just said, we can alleviate 20 to 30% of Nigerians' poverty among the youth.
But do
I'm
you know
telling you.
I've not finished my story.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I came to Abuja. I have to go and learn how to piece phone, as in with my level. I have to go to the market because I'm new in Abuja. I want to study Abuja. That period, I didn't even come to Abuja with car. I left my car at home. I left everything there. I came here, start living another life again. But do you know what funny? I invested that money. I bought a land in the market. I went to FCDA to have my allocation. They gave me allocation. I collected the approval for the prototype of the structure they want me to build on that place. Okay. I went to Park and Recreation. They approved the land for me that I can go ahead and do whatever I want to do on it. And I built that space. Okay. After building the space, I only used that shop, that space for like 8 months. One morning like that, a tractor just drove into that market and demolished the market, demolished the structure. They call it illegal structure. They said the person that allocated the place for me as a director in one office, okay, he did it out of the former as in out of the plans that the market already have. And how am I going to know? I'm a new person. I went to a government office to acquire something that I meant to I actually have to have there. But for me now, I invested my money. Somebody just came in because they changed the director of that office. They were like, they have to come down, demolish all the structures. So I'm talking about the impact of this of a dirty society.
But
Of
why
a
didn't you
corrupt
get a
society.
lawyer? Though? Why didn't you use a lawyer?
You know what? Let me make an adage for you in Nigeria. They are saying that okay, goat. They want to arrest a goat, and a sheep was running. They now asked that sheep, "Why are you running?" He said, "I have to run because if they arrest me, it will take me about 10 years for me to prove to them that I'm not a goat." Okay, so that is Nigerian for you. If you're talking about yes, if you're talking about judiciary, don't even go there. You would
No.
just
I'm saying you wanted to start a business. You should have got a lawyer
yeah.
to help you do the documentation. and then before that thing happens, lawyers can, before they demolish your web, lawyers can handle your business for you right there. You know, it's like
You can only do that. You can only do that in a country where it's not. I'm not the only one. We are many that they just demolish the whole place. It's on. It's on. I'm not the only one. Nigerians, when we are talking about this problem, our problem are complicated. Every sector has its own issue. That's what I'm saying. Before you can even get your lawyer to even win a case for you in Nigeria, you spend almost 80 years on it. And yet,
no, the lawyer, before you bought that property, what I'm saying, the lawyer would have verified and make sure. Hey,
no, the place is verified. It's just like they show us the prototype. Like a market is already there, and they want the remaining space to be occupied. Okay, that's why they now added the new structure with the market. And in the map, the new map, you will see the new structure. But the guys that want to demolish, because he want to make his own money as well, he has to go back to the old map, old plan of the market. So that's what they used to demolish. They said the other guy is doing it to make his own money as a director.
Yeah, get the police involved. Get the lawyer, get the police, and they arrest whoever is doing something wrong. It's not a rocket science.
That's why people.
If it's about to demolish, you call your lawyer, you call the police. The police look at the documents. All these things is not
That's why I said you can, like me now, I've moved on, and after that demolition, I've done a lot of things that even give me something more better than what I have there. Okay, but instead of me keeping myself, going to court with them, disturbing myself, I've moved on immediately. But it's not everybody that have the capacity to be able to move on. Some people will borrow money to invest in that kind of business, and that thing will happen. They take them back to square one. Some people will use their property as a collateral in a bank to borrow that kind of money, and today it will be story. And majority of people that are on the street, that's what they pass through all the time in the country. So you can't easily blame them for not doing good. The fault at times comes to the society, to the system as well, because people want to do things in Nigeria, but the system is pushing them back. That is exactly what I'm trying to say here.
So that guy that went and demolished this is something the wrong way. Is the system that told him to do it the wrong way, or is it guy?
He has his own reasons for do that as well.
So it's not the system that asked him to do it. It's just the one that decided to make one bad decision.
He said what he's saying is the market already has a structure, okay? But the director that was there before wants to make the remaining space to be occupied. So he now changed the structure on ground, the former structure on ground, to suit for people to be able to have more shops in that line. That is why he begins to share the allocation to the people.
So the director did something illegal.
How am I going to know?
Well, I get a story quickly. I get a story you're talking about. So in the West also, you can have a building, a structure, but if you want to make what do you call it? You work in construction, you do construction. What do you do? If you want to do something to your property, not renovate, but in addition to it, you present the blueprint or the plan, and you can do it. So it sounds like when that boss or the director at the office there, they decided to change annex or change the plan of the marketplace. Are you saying they didn't update the official documents to reflect that?
I didn't know. My one is to go to their office. I'm not working in the office. My one is to go to their office and see exactly what is there. And I saw the new shops added with the new plan. But when they are coming for demolition, they are now using the old documents. I'm not the one that will verify that one.
Okay, I see.
That is really what happened. Okay. And there is not even a notice that they were coming. This particular day, I was like, what is that? I didn't even bother to even take my things anymore. People are just rushing to my shop, taking my phones, because I was actually doing the business for phones. People are stealing things. Yes, because I don't even believe it. My own personal phone that day was even taken away, apart from the one I'm selling. I put all my things inside my car. I was like looking at it. I want to drove back to my state. So when I go to Bagbalada, I just said myself, quitter never win, and winner never quits. I have to go back to Abuja again. Come back to Abuja again. I just rented a shop. I put the remaining goods inside, and I travel back. I spent 2 months in my place before I now came back to Abuja. So I'm saying all these things for us to know what people are trying to achieve in Nigeria and what the system is actually taking them back to. People want to do things in Nigeria, but the system is fighting us. The corruption is fighting people's back.
You see, there's another thing. There's another thing I suggest. Okay, okay, Barack is where. But Barack, give me 1 second. You go next. Okay, you guys had the experience like that. Now, don't you think it's on you guys to take it upon yourself to do something about it? Like, for example, somebody did something, made a bad decision, did something incorrectly. Don't you guys think it makes sense to organize yourself, get lawyers, and go above him and address it to people that are above him and discuss that, okay, this issue is what we're having. How can we stop this from happening again? So it doesn't happen to the next person. But instead of just moving on,
Mike,
if people, what I'm trying to say, people, why can't people organize themselves? Wait, guys, please give me 1 second. Why can't Nigerians themselves be organizing themselves?
That day we organize. Organize what? Organize what, bro? Organize
In a
what?
place where things are working, you can organize.
No. You make the things work. You are the people running the things. And if you ignoring problems and just complain, then the problem will not go away.
And by the time you think you are actually fighting them, the time for you when you have the energy to move on, I think it's better for you to channel your energy towards.
So you don't have energy to effect change, then there will never be change. If everybody keep saying,
you will just waste your time for almost 80 years and nothing will still come out.
It's not. I'm not talking about just you getting your land back. I'm just saying,
the person that is coming to demolish your space, he has his the owner of the office. They have their structure, they have their plan. Before he can even have the mind to come and demolish your space, he already has a backup. The man beside me that actually take him up. Today, last time I went to that market, I look at that man. The man actually used his retirement salary. It was a retirement salary payment to invest in that business. Today, the man cannot even feed himself anymore with his family. So,
all right, let's hear from Barack. Barack, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Good morning, everyone. I've been a fan of this show, and I truly respect what everybody is doing here. But I think there are many issues with Nigeria regarding to what Mr. Fali said about his shop. I think the issue we're having here is blaming the system. I don't think it's the system's fault. I think it's just a monopoly and power play. Because if just like you said there was a director there before, and he's taking order from somebody, is the order coming directly from the government, or is just him playing power monopoly in the market? That also has to be put into consideration. Secondly, Mr. Mike said they should gather themselves together and look for a lawyer and go above him to resolve the issue. Then someone started laughing and saying that they don't think that is possible. Well, if we cannot organize and we cannot have discussion, we will not have solution to all this problem. That is just my own point to Mr. Afali, because he's saying, the man, he went back to the man. Only the man cannot fight this person. This person has a lot of resources. He knows people. He's well connected. So if we cannot come together and form a unity between us, I think 2 heads are better than one. Only one person cannot fight this man alone, and there are people above him. So, but I don't think the system is in play in this, because you said they have a foundation for it already. They have a plan. You've done your job, but it's not all about just paying them and going into business. They said you can get a lawyer as well. Getting a lawyer also.
Well, sorry, Barack. You can't say the system's not at play. When the man went to the official government system place to inquire.
But sir, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. Even in the local government level, people do monopoly. They do power play. That's what Nigeria has been. Nigeria has always been in power play. Is it actually coming from the government, or is coming from him? Because we might be saying, this is the government doing this. It might not actually be the government. It might be somebody trying to get access to the land. He knows him, he pays him. He say, okay, let's just turn the book and let's do this. So
Yeah,
by
but
going to
sorry, I got your point. I got your point that the directive may not be coming down from above in the government. But here's the conundrum. The man went to an official government institution. I mean, so who's to be blamed for that? He doesn't know if this is a fake director general or director of the place, but he went to do the right thing, and the system beat him. So we can't blame directly from the top, but somehow, some way, the people. That's why they said that the bureaucracy or the people in charge of government affairs are the ones that are corrupt. So I mean, how can you easily escape such a system? It's a tough one. I know. I hear what you're saying loud and clear, but it is tough.
right, thank you. I appreciate your point of view also. You're also correct and you're also right. But not making any attempt in the first place creates more problem for us. We can all agree on that. So when he said they can't go further to fight this man or go above him, that means there is a problem there. We will never find solution to this truth. If someone comes to you, if someone did something bad to you, and you said, okay, I'm just going to let him go, instead of reporting to somebody who is above him, then you are giving that person power over you and monopoly over you, and it can be done again. So it's not until we start looking for scapegoats, because I think this thing is even common for us in this country. We like looking for scapegoats. That, oh, this is the person that did this, this is the person that did, instead of us having a clean and settled argument or discussion about the problem, about the issue we are having at hand. Does he have a lawyer in the first place? We need to know that. You can't just go to a government facility and pay for this and that and don't have a lawyer. You are going into a legit business. You are required to have a lawyer to represent you. That I'm not going to blame him. I know everything is hard, but also we have to look at the slight mistakes we also make in our actions. Does he have a lawyer in the first instance? If he doesn't have a lawyer, then we know, okay, now there is a problem going on here. If he has a lawyer, his lawyer could take it up and fight for him. They could come in a team and fight for him. The problem we are all having is, oh, once it's not my problem, I can remove myself. If it's happening to somebody else, it's fine. But if it comes to my own, I will fight. But if our neighbor is going through something, we are meant to come together in unison and look for a solution and go to someone bigger than him. Perhaps when this thing is happening, they call themselves together. Somebody might know someone. It's all about networking. One person cannot fight this system alone. This is the problem we keep on making. We can't say, oh, only me will go and fight this battle. You can never.
Do you know that, Barack? Do you know that all these problems that Nigerians are having, they can form a non-profit organization, right?
Thank you, sir. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's solely just focused on taking care of all these corruptions, right? A non-profit organization. And whenever something like this happens, you report to that organization, and that organization, boom, jump on it. So
thank you, sir.
Well, Nigerians, they all of them, because the reason why they all ignore it is because they all participate in it anyway. So they all
Thank you, sir. Going back to the. I'm sorry to take much time, but going back
Sorry,
to the first.
Barack, the same
going back
people
to
you
the
are going
first.
to report to are the one that will be doing you under. So
Yes, but sir, there is the court system. Sir, there is a court system.
Right? Which country?
In Nigeria, I mean, we can't.
Don't leave that thing. I pray you don't have kids in Nigeria. I pray you don't have kids in Nigeria.
Bro, you are being too pessimistic. The reason why it's not working for you, because you people yourself, you are weak. If you make yourself strength, we just give you an example.
Let me chime in quickly. See, Foley is a business person.
How come
Foley is a business person? He has to reduce his expenses. He's a businessman. See, what you guys are talking about is about social justice. Yes. See, the way he thinks as a business person is not the same as a social justice person would think.
But so we get it. We're not saying issue, but that's why we are teaching him. That's why we are explaining. We're not blaming him for not thinking like that.
You should know. Sorry, you should know by now that I'm a social person by now, right? Because even for me to be supporting Showore, I think I belong to Showore Kakos, and I know what it takes for me to be in that place. Okay, so now I think anybody that knows me very well knows that I'm actually speaking about the society all the time. Now, I think I've grown myself to that space. I'm only telling you the background of what I've passed through. Okay, what actually make me believe? What actually make me believe that this country needs tough people to come together to change the narrative, and those are the factors that actually push me to looking for where I can actually being the part of people that can make that change happen. So
you agree with us then with what we just tell you?
Definitely.
You start from where you are now.
So you agree with us?
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
What you told us when we asked you, okay, this thing happened to you, what did you do? You say, I didn't want to waste my energy. Then you just contradicted yourself. You told us you didn't want to waste your energy, and then you said you have people that want to make change.
So sorry. Then I don't have the capacity to even people that even try to push it. Then till today, they are still looking at me.
No, it's not a matter of pushing that one particular case. Listen, my brother. Wait, brother, give me 1 second. This is where you make change. It's not by you pushing that one particular issue that happened to you. It's a matter of you making sure it doesn't happen to someone else, even if you can't get your own justice. So that's where you effect changes. Okay, this thing has happened to me. It's looking like I may not get justice, but what do I need to do to make sure that man doesn't do to another person, and this thing doesn't happen to other people? It doesn't continue.
But then
what you did by just moving on is you kick the can.
Mike,
down the road.
We don't have the capacity. Then we don't have the capacity to do that.
You do.
We don't have it. We don't have it.
My brother. I just give you one example.
I think, Mr.
Mike, you're talking about selflessness and sacrifice. Really, in that's how easy we do it over there. I don't think so.
Prince Daddy. Let me give you one example. This thing happened to this man, right? It doesn't cost money to start a non-government organization, right? It doesn't cost money to just go and get register a non-government organization. Name it. This non-government organization stands for anybody that this kind of thing happened to. This non-government organization, come and join this membership. We are a group of people. Before you know, 100, 10 people, 20, 30, 40. Wait. Let me land.
If it's that easy, Nigeria will be.
My brother.
Okay.
Stop what this person make. You guys are too. This is what frustrates me about Nigerians. When you want to discuss solution ideas, they'll be the one to even destroy before even bring it out to materialize. You people yourself don't even want things to be fixed because when somebody's trying to show, you already studying. Don't give it up. Okay, let's just all give it up then and let it keep going. And that's why nothing has ever been solved. Because when people want to solve problem, the people they are complaining about the problem really want to even trying to cut your hand from trying to solve it in the first place. So that's the problem. I'm telling you.
Sorry. If you know what I'm doing today and what I've been doing to my society today, you won't think that.
No, I'm going by the word you said. You said yourself. You don't want to waste your energy to
that period.
I'm going by what you're telling me.
Somebody that is being carried away by water, you will try to hold anything on that water for you to be able to stand. That period, I can't even face them. I can't even do that.
But we understand that, and that's what we are telling you. It happens to you.
Excuse me, Mr. Fali.
What did you try to do to make sure it doesn't happen to somebody else?
Mr. Fali, the only thing Mr. Fali, the only thing I'm hearing in this conversation, I'm sorry to criticize you. The only thing I'm hearing in this conversation is I. What me and Mr. Mike is saying is not about you alone. Yeah, we have this tendency of saying I in this country. When it happens to somebody else, but when it's happening to that person, we will not see anything then. Because we perceive that, it's happening to them alone. It has not yet knocked on our door. It is not about I. It's about us as one.
Sorry. So you think people that put their investment in that place and the government just came in and demolished it, you think that they will just forget about it? They will try their best, but it's not working.
But what do you mean it's not working? Explain what you mean.
Wait. At that particular period, we gather ourselves, we try to do something. We have series of meetings, but when we see that it's not yielding anything for us, we have to abandon it and go.
What did you do? What did you do in your meeting? Tell us.
Tell us what did you do, sir?
Okay, immediately something happened. We rallied around. We first went to that office to know exactly what happened. Okay, the new man there now came out and showed us his own plan. that the former director was actually the one that actually bring that plan on the news prototype. That the initial plan for that market is this only. Okay, even that the market itself, they are just giving them that place to use for a while, for temporary use. They are still going to relocate them to another space. Okay. After we heard that, we come back to our own space. We have our meeting again. We went to some offices, but we are not seeing anything happen. Okay. And we look at it that instead of us to like continue these things, that is not till today, they are still promising me another land. Till today, from that same office.
Did you guys involve a lawyer to look at who's right, who's wrong?
Definitely.
And what did the lawyer say?
The lawyer only give us what's it called? His own legal advice.
And what was it?
What he gives to us is like, we can push it. We can actually go to court with them. But me,
Did they make it clear who's? Wait. There's 3 people involved. There was 2 directors from the government side.
Exactly.
One of them had one plan, another one had another plan, and you guys, the third party, and you lost. So the fault will be at one person.
One
Whether
person.
it's one director, the other director, or you guys.
Also, Mr.
Were there contract involved?
Mr. Foley, do you have your own plan? The plan they give you at the office. Do you guys have those plans?
I said we have the prototype. They gave us the prototype of exactly the shop they want to build on the place.
But they are giving you a prototype. Prototype does not mean the actual thing.
Barack, the fundamental question is this: were there contract involved? Were there contract?
No,
Mr. Foley.
Prototype is to test. It can be faulty.
Let me tell you how the market works. They will give you, initially, they've already built some shops in that place. But the shops are like all these markets, small shops. But when I came in, I'm not really okay with that small things. Okay. I now have to I asked people in the market. They now said, this land at the back, that they are giving out the allocation now for people to build. That's what actually prompts me. Okay. So how can I get the allocation? They now said, I have to go to FCDA where they are sharing the allocation. So when we get to the FCDA, they give us the allocation, and I have my own allocation with me. Okay, this area, this from this place to this place, you can do this on it. Okay. And I went to federal government office, not a business center. Okay.
Okay.
And they give me the prototype. I paid the necessary money that I need to pay.
All right.
And I collect that one. Then I have to go to park and recreation again, because they are the one. The bucket is like a garden, like where they are allocating for people to stay. It's not like permanent. Okay. But I went to
that land is a temporary land.
So that land is a temporary land.
It's temporary land.
Okay, so they can take it anytime now.
No,
so
they can take it anytime.
But I'm talking to you, the market is still there.
You're making it look like you bought the land and then
what you just told us is like you said you bought the land.
I paid. Anything you paid for, are you not buying?
Yes, okay, you paid for a temporary.
You paid for it for that period.
Sir, you paid for a temporary allocation. This is what Mr. Mike has said in the first place. Why?
And if the market is going to go down, there must be a notification. Like people give you a notice that
wait. When they were giving you this land temporarily, is there a contract that you signed that they will give you this land for this amount of time? Was there any contract?
They are not actually giving time in allocation.
So they have a right to take it anytime then, because there's no agreement, there's no contract that says.
No,
there was no contract. There was no contract involved that says we are giving you this land for this amount of time.
If you know how allocation works in Abuja, you will understand what I'm saying. When we said allocation in Abuja, you will definitely understand what I'm saying.
Allocation is across the board.
Okay, tell us what it. Tell us what
they will give you that land, okay, and they will put it there for temporary. But if at all they are going to take the land away from you, they are still going to relocate you to another place. That was the right out.
Wait, is this the permanent agreement that they will relocate you?
That they are going to relocate even the market itself. Like so now,
but do you guys do contracts? Like in a contract, wait. If you're not owning something permanently, it means you are renting it. So Now, if you are renting it, there has to be on the contract that this renting will be for this amount of time, this period of time. Now, if there's no time in your contract or there's no agreement of what time, then they can come anytime and take it from you.
No, the question here is this: the real market is still there, okay? And I'm telling you, this is why I'm talking about. This is even the land. Wait, even the land they demolished, the shop they demolished. See, as I'm talking to you, nothing. It's only my tax, the floor, the tax that I use for that place that is still in that place. It's not like they have done anything on that land. They just,
Mr. Foley, I don't think Nigeria was your problem. I think you are the one that don't know how to invest your money.
Mr. Foley,
You took a gamble with your money. That's what you did there. So it's not Nigeria that's your problem.
Mr. Foley,
I won't try the same. Even in America here, I won't try it. I won't put my money
Mr. Foley, just like you said the land is still there. They've not done anything to it.
Yes.
And
the market is still there too. And the market is still there too.
Exactly. The market. Sir, let me illustrate what you just
People are still
for you.
coming to that market.
Let me illustrate what you just told us. You said they have a market plan already. Then there's an extra land at the back that they started
in the market, inside the market,
inside the market. There's an extra land for temporary allocation.
Yes.
Then they demolished that.
Even the market itself is also temporary.
Okay, fine. The market is temporary, but your own land
everything on that space is temporary. Even the market itself.
Okay, but now they demolished everything.
No. They demolished that new one that they attached with the market.
That's what I'm saying. The problem is not with the market now. Is the land that you got.
Oh, okay. Where do you wait? I didn't collect the land from the market chairman. I went to federal government office.
Yes,
to give me the allocation, not the market chairman.
Sir, when they give you the contract and the allocation to this thing.
Okay.
My own question is, I don't want to criticize you. I just want to know what's going on exactly. When they give you the allocation to this land and the contract to this land, did you yourself table the contract and try to understand what the contract is saying, or at least involve a lawyer that could take it up and see and explain it to you properly, so you can prepare for the future of what's coming? Because now you just said
let me. The land is actually where you invest on that land, okay?
Okay.
And you build on it. You already have your mind. There are houses in Abuja as well that have that kind of mindset. That government can come anytime and demolish the place. Okay, that you are on a borrow time.
Okay.
There are some lands there are houses in Abuja like that. That people, any houses you see in Abuja that people are not actually building very gigantic building on it. Okay.
Okay.
They are on that space. Okay. There are people like that. Okay. That initially, before we even started, we know that is going to happen, but we didn't see it as if it will start that early. Okay.
Thank God you already said you knew it's going to happen. And you know, in court of law,
we are only talking about the problem that this country have.
It's not problem Nigeria. It's the problem of you Nigerians, the way you do things.
This is not.
I won't have mentioned that shop to you. I'm only telling you how people are making efforts to
the
better
the problem is not Nigeria, it's where Nigerians do.
The problem
you guys are the one not doing things right way. Even here in America, you can't. That's not the way you do things.
Mr. Foley, the problem is not Nigeria. The case you are presenting to us now is a power play and a monopoly thing, or probably a Ponzi scheme.
People playing each other, exactly.
Or playing each other.
In a country where things work, before you can even come to demolish anybody's things, there must be a notice that you are coming.
It's not the country that did that to you. It's the individual that didn't give you notice.
It is the individual, because you said there was a director there before. The director left, and this is a new director. So how does he know what the old director has done?
And blame Nigeria for falling for the trick of other Nigeria.
And who is that individual? Somebody that has been hired by government and they are paying him salary.
But he was supposed to notify you guys because it's an old
director. That is the I'm just telling you the system, the way the system actually.
It's not the system. It's you that you don't use the system. You don't. The thing is this. That's why people go to school to become lawyers, right? use their
Actually,
side because they lawyer this know the protocol, the laws, everything around everything, how contract works. That's why you hire them. They help you design contract and give you one year. Listen, you have to draft contract like this, draft this like this. In case this will happen to you, you have to put it. If they're gonna allocate land to you, make sure you put in your contract that they can't take it from you from this amount period of time. You have to design contract. It's the way all the same thing all over the world. In America too, I mean, businessman. My lawyer will tell me, come on,
Okay,
we have to
Mr.
draft the
Mr.
contract. Make sure you put the clause in your
Okay,
contract.
let me
Mr. Mike,
interject real
Put
quickly.
this thing in your contract.
Prince
But
Prince
in
Daddy,
Nigeria, you
Prince
guys don't
Daddy,
do contract. You just expect someone to be fair to you.
Prince
Let me
Daddy,
interject.
Prince
One
Daddy,
sec.
please,
No,
Prince
hold
Daddy,
on.
please, for 1 minute, please. I want to give him an example of this same issue he's having. Okay, in Lagos here, in Magodo, my aunt bought a land in Magodo years back. Then this same thing you are speaking of happened. This is even different. It's not even allocated land. They didn't even, it's not like a temporary allocation. This is a land that they bought. Then with one wuru, they took the land. But because she has already involved a lawyer and she has already followed the right process and followed it up, she went to the state office and they gave her a new land somewhere else. Because what you are telling me, I have another experience from the experience you have. I'm only listening from my own part of the experience, and yours is different. And this is even much more different because now she bought the land. She's the owner of the land. She has C of O. She has the right to everything, and they gave her a new land because she involved a lawyer, and she followed up. Because what you just told us now is not like you just said let it go. You did not follow it up. You don't have a lawyer. So definitely you've already made a mistake from that place. If you are faulting some a system, we also have to look back and look at ourselves also and say, okay, where did I take a misstep or where did I did something wrong? We cannot just keep blaming everything on one person. We also have to look at ourselves as well. We cannot be scapegoating
no, I
someone
don't.
else.
And the reason why you are standing this way is because you don't know how how allocation in Abuja is operates.
Yeah, actually,
They
before you
give us
continue, probably
they give us
apart from the
garden here. They give you garden here to start a business there, but they're not giving you that land for life or as a property for you. But you can start whatever you want to do there. You will tell them this is what you want to do here. They will give you that place to be using
For
for
how long?
temporary use. No,
But did they give
they
There's
won't
no
tell you.
number. There's no number
They will
of
not
time.
tell you how long. They are not going to tell you how
did they
long.
give you a time
So if they don't
frame?
tell you how long, then it's your fault.
All,
You,
But
then
you
you
are,
are
you are
are
supposed to
gambling. You are
ask.
all the
gambling.
gardens,
You are
all
supposed
the
to
gardens
ask.
in Abuja, there is none of them that know how long they're going to use the garden. They are
Then
just
yeah,
there
that
of
means that it's
display.
your fault. You are playing gamble. If
That's
they don't tell you how long, then
I'm
it
sorry.
means it could be 1 day, it could be 100 days, it could be
I
1 year, it
swear,
could be 10 years.
very sorry. I'm very
So you
sorry.
are the
That is
one that
Mr.
gamble
Mike.
your money.
Mr. Mike is right. You should not
okay.
ask them for how long.
Well, see, let me try to interject quickly. See, I see a lot of things. You, Mike, and I guess Barack, you guys are right in your own way, but following on the other side also, you guys are talking like in a in the Nigerian system, they don't have ways to want to defraud people or to manipulate situation.
It's
Yeah, you can
every
try and
system.
hold on. Let me finish. You can try and blame.
Praise Daddy,
Oh,
we already accepted. There is a way to defend. We said this in the
I
conversation.
said
There's a
that.
way to.
Okay, hold on. I said that to say that I know you guys probably heard this story before. I think it happened like few years ago. I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, about a Nigerian doctor. Well, the guy they live, I think, in America, right? And he bought a property somewhere in Lagos, I believe, and he built a really nice house on that property, beautiful house. Somehow, some way, a minister or one of the politician decided that they wanted that building, they wanted that house, and guess what? They did whatever they had to do, right? And they were able to take the house from this man. Of course, the man did everything correctly, built a multi-million dollar home on that property, did everything. But the minister and the politician, it happened to be an Ahusa person and an Igbo man. They worked together in conjunction and defrauded this man and took his home because why? They wanted it. Of
So
course,
they
this man.
But
Hold on.
that's what
The
we are
man
saying.
did. He did.
This
Huh?
is a power play.
He didn't have his document right. He didn't
Of
have
course,
his
he had his.
lawyer.
He had. Why would someone like that? He had everything right. In fact, it took them to court. Actually, I forgot. It took them to court. They went to the court system. Also, they did because the guy's like a reputable person. Like, hey, he knows his right. He did everything legitimately. This land, it was undisputable that the land belonged to the man, and of course, the house belonged to the man. But the politician, the minister, and the court system defrauded this man, and they took his home. They took it
So
away
they use
from him.
power to take stuff from him.
So let's not pretend like we live. Hold on. Let's not pretend like in Nigeria everything's so smooth. You
Listen,
can
in
go to.
America, okay, you
Prince,
saying
that,
the
Prince,
okay?
Prince
Wait, wait,
Daddy, you
wait,
are
wait,
very
wait,
right.
wait, wait.
It's power.
So he has a clash with the power system. That's what you're saying.
Hold
Now in
on.
America,
It's not a
which
clash per se. It's not a clash.
that's what it is. That's what it is. But let me land.
Oh,
That situation will be very rare. It's not that many Nigerians will end up in a situation where they are clashing with powerful, like the government officials. Even in America here, if the state governor or the state politicians, they want to take your property, they want to take your shit, they can use their power to take it.
no, Mike. What I'm saying, don't go that high. It
That's what
happens
I'm
at the
saying.
low.
But
It happens at the lower level too. Let's not go all the way. I just give that example that I know that was in the papers that I read
you
about.
say politicians, of course, those are powerful people. They're
But
powerful.
it happens
It's
at
the
the lower
government.
level too. If
Okay,
you
give me an example. Give me an example.
what Foley is talking about. If you ask me, it falls into that category. Exactly what
No.
Foley is talking about.
Okay. That if they go to court, that lower level guy cannot, collude with the judge because he's a lower level dude.
He
The
can't,
judge will jail him.
Mike.
The
Of
only
course.
people that have the power to collude with judges will be top politicians, ministers, and things like that.
Well, at the lower
Not some
level,
low
hold on,
level
Mike.
police,
At the lower
not some
level,
low level civil servants. You go and
no,
collude with
at the
judges.
lower level, Mike, you don't need to go. You don't need to deal with the judge. You deal with the police. You
Prince
deal with the
Daddy, this is
police.
what you said. Hold on, guy. Hold on. Prince Daddy, you said the politicians colluded with the judge to take that man's property. We get it. That's the power. Those politicians in a very powerful position. Anywhere in the world, if the politician and judge collude, they can get you. It's
Now
rare. But but you can't tell me. Wait. But you can't tell me that low-level civil servants who go and collude with the judge.
A director? You mean a director
A
is a
director is low level. A director is not in a level to even collude with a judge. Do you know the level of the judge?
That's the point, Mike. At the lower level, where the director is operating and the policeman that would jack you up, they operate at the lower level and they do the same thing to
Even
the people at the lower level.
before you know, the directors are talking about, they are friends of the judge as well.
No, director cannot be a friend of a
They are
judge.
friends.
Why
So
not?
Do you know what a judge is?
do
Oh,
you
come
know
on,
what
Mike.
directors is as well? Directors they are sitting with judge as well. They were like
Listen, the
they are
judge.
friends.
If you get a lawyer, listen, wait. If you get a lawyer, that judge, what's they call it, Miss something of justice, miscarriage of justice, things like that, whatever. That judge, the lawyer can take that judge to the bar and present the case to the bar above the judge. Clear that this judge collude with the director, and that judge lose the license. You know what a lawyer is? Are you kidding me? You think a judge can just tell the lawyer, "Hey, I'm judging this case where I like." The lawyer would know, like, when it's clear that they do.
In Nigeria, you mean in Nigeria?
Yes, anywhere in the world, yes.
In Nigeria, that judge can even tell the lawyer to go and imprison lawyer for going against his
No, the judge cannot break the law. Cannot break. Listen, legal system. It's not just someone. That's a problem.
Do you know about what's it called? Do you hear about this guy, a lawyer that was sentenced, that was sentenced for a month?
Yeah, he insulted the judge. Yeah, he broke. Yeah.
How do you know he insulted a judge?
Dude, they bro.
It's power playing. That guy did not.
They can do it, but bros.
It's power playing.
Bros.
This country, you talk about this country as if you are talking about a country that things actually working.
Man. Listen, bro. Listen, man. The problem with these Nigerians, man, that's the problem. They don't understand how system works and everything. That's why they just, you take your time, go and learn our systems. Listen, if I'm a lawyer right now, I'm in front of a judge, and I present evidence to the judge, clear evidence, against another person I'm challenging.
Mike, is there a country where police shoot lawyer?
Let me land. Clear case. and the judge say, I'm ignoring your evidence. I'm giving a judgment in favor of that guy. I'm a lawyer. I go to the bar, straight to the bar. Like, this is what happened in court. This is the case. This is the case. And the bar will look at the case. And it's clear that this judge here just did that. The judge is in trouble. There's something called bar association. It's everywhere in the world. Are you kidding me? You can't just do whatever you like as a judge. You can play bias, but the case has to be something very close. But a clear case, you want to play bias? Are you kidding me?
I think what actually brought this conversation is because we're talking about the people moving from rural area to go and do something for their life. I think that is exactly what actually brought us here. So I'm only saying all this for us to know how Nigerians are actually trying to make sure they better their life. But one way or the other, things is actually fighting them back. Okay.
Yes,
That's
yes.
why this is why I just
life is what's fighting them back. That's anywhere in the world.
let's
Life fights back.
forget about my shop. Forget about
I'm
my
not talking
shop.
about your show. Life is hard anywhere in the world. Let's not make it about Nigeria. That's the problem. Life anywhere in the world is hard. You have to fight in life to make it.
Mr. Foley.
Yeah.
I perfectly understand where you're coming from. Totally. And I already said from the beginning, we know Nigeria is corrupt to some extent. There can be power play. But what I'm saying to you is that at least you also have to take responsibility in this situation. Because you already said they gave allocation and you collected it, you paid. And you did not bother checking or even trying to understand what's going on or even ask them for how long it's going to be.
No, because I know you know it. As long as my plan was, as long as the market is still available, my shop will still be available.
Hey, okay. But Mr. Foley, the new land they were giving, it's a new land. The market, even if the market,
the same fencing environment,
I understand what you're saying. In the street, they can demolish somebody's house. Mr. Foley,
the market is actually fenced. The market is actually fenced.
Can you just give me 2 minutes, Mr. Foley?
Okay.
In the street, they can demolish one house, and the remainder of the house will still be standing, right?
Okay.
And it can be a new built house. This land you are saying, he said it's a new allocation. That means it does not, even if the old land in that market is allocated and it's a temporary allocation, that new one is not pertain to the old one.
How?
Okay.
Because the same allocation they give to those people in the market is the same allocation you are having.
When did they give them this allocation? How long has those things been
actually there? The market is actually somewhere before they move them to that place. And they give the people that are coming to that place new allocations. So they now build the place for them.
Now you
so
see
this one, the same content that they gave to those guys as allocation is the same content that inside my own allocation as well.
I understand, Mr. Foley, but what you are saying is that the market was somewhere before. That means these people that they brought to this place, they probably own the land in that market that they are taking away from them. Yeah, am I right? Am I right or wrong?
They didn't even own the land as well. They were using one under bridge before, but for them to move them to where they can continue their business, that's why they reallocate them to another place.
So listen, I don't think Mr. Foley. Hold on, I don't think Mr. Foley paid a bunch of money to know that his building will be destroyed in 8 months or less. I don't think so. Exactly. And if that were, if that were the case, I think they should, even though it didn't have a lawyer, they should have told them, well, you, at your own risk, right? Buyers beware. Have your enter. Okay, right. If you buy this property, in the next year or whatever, 8 months, we're going to destroy it. If you're okay with that, go ahead and buy. If not, you know the consequence. They didn't say that. So the point here is that, look, we can try to blame Mr. Fall. They should have known better. But I'm telling you, based on the story, assuming it's true, that it was an attempt to defraud people. It could have been Mr. Foley or Mr. Mike or Mr. Prince or Mr. Barack. I'm telling you, they would do to anyone. I think
Prince Daddy, you're actually correct. You are actually correct. I have no disagreement with what you just said. I already said from the beginning, it could be a Ponzi scheme or a monopoly or a power play. But my own issue is, did Mr. Foley ask how long would this temporary allocation last for? He said he did not do any of this. He did not even contact a lawyer in the first place to explain how this is going to take place. Presume he already knew that this is going to take 8 months. Will he invest his money? Let's also have that conversation as well. Like, if he knew this demolition is going to take place in 8 months, will he invest his money on that land? Because we can just say, oh, this is
Well, I
going
will
to take
answer.
place.
If I answer the question for him, I say no.
Right. Okay, you want to answer the question and say no, he did not know. Then we can say the fault is on both sides. But I'm not saying one is right or one is wrong. I'm saying, did Mr. Foley make the proper step to know how long this is going to stay for?
Do you know why? Do you know why I didn't bother to be explaining myself further? Because I noticed that we don't understand how the market or my intention of getting that thing is, and the purpose of that market. So you trying to talk about it, you won't get the picture. It's me that I was there. I know what is happening. So I know exactly what I'm venturing my money to at that particular period.
Well, Mr.
I didn't
Foley,
mean that shop is still available. Wait, sorry. I didn't mean that market, that my place is still there, okay, without that demolition. And I'm waiting for the day they will now come and demolish the whole market and relocate them. By now, I will have made my money. I took that risk, okay? So I know that the place is not the permanent place that they can actually relocate anybody anytime. But I know it's not going to be that fast. And the market in place, they actually give me the clue to that give me the mind to go and acquire the land. It's still here to you.
So quickly, if I see this, check, you guys check this out. It's like you buying a television, a brand new television, and you're using the television, and the television broke down in 10 years later. Would you be upset? Of course not. Even if the TV broke down in 5 years, you still won't be upset because you think you get the value for what you paid for, right, Mr. Foley? That's what it's thinking.
Okay, Mr. Prince Daddy, this terminology of the television, did you get the television from a place that has a good warranty that says if it breaks down, you can bring it back and take another one? Or did you just go to
Well, not for 10 years. Not for 10 years.
No, I'm not saying for 10 years. I'm not saying 10 years. I'm just saying, let's just use that same terminology. If you buy it.
Okay, let's talk about guarantee now. The guarantee that we had now is the market is my own guarantee. That as long as this market is still here, my shop will also be there. That's my own guarantee.
That's the warranty. That's the warranty in like the television. Yes. So you expect the market to be there to protect its investment. Hold on, its investment, and it was open to recoup its investment in as long as that market is there. Yeah.
Well, the problem is there's fault on both sides, and
I'm just saying all these things because I just want us to know how people are trying in this country.
Yeah,
I didn't mean that. I don't have something to go back on.
Mr. Foley, I'm in Nigeria as well. But I know it's difficult. I know it's hard. But the beginning of the conversation was how Nigeria is progressing.
Yes.
That is the angle I'm bringing it from. No one is going to deny. No one is going to deny the fact that we are not trying in Nigeria as a whole. But there's something holding us back. We know that. We know there's power play. We know there's monopoly. We know that as well. But we also have to make attempts. That's what I'm just saying. I'm not saying, oh, probably you are wrong.
And do you know I have a resolution now? My resolution is anything that will make us to push government away from this set of people that is governing the space is what I'm actually into.
But Mr. Foley, now let's make this a comedy. This thing, you know that it's not possible.
It's possible. It's possible. If Nigeria can actually see themselves that they have the power to change their stories, they can change it.
Mr. Foley, even since when have we been saying we want to change Nigeria? You know this is
we can change Nigeria. Chinese are more. They are not. The Chinese are worse than Nigerians in 80s.
But what are the policies the Chinese did? They took
It took the country, the citizen of that country, to rise up one day and said enough is enough. We are not going to take this any longer. It's just simple. Today we are celebrating Chinese.
But who's ready?
Barak, what you are saying is untrue. Who told you that the Chinese people rise up and said, "Today is our country. We are taking our country back"?
I was not the one that said it. I was not the one that said it was Mr. Foley that
It's me. It's me.
No, it's wrong. What happened there was they have a cultural revolution. It's a dictatorial environment by Chairman Mao in the 1940s. So what they did was very simple. Through that man, they took a lot of people from the city. They took them to small county or village to go and work there.
Rural area.
So they transfer them from city. For example, maybe you're a Lagos boy. They now take you to Ogbomoso, and that will be your new place of abode. I mean, that is you are now an Ogbomoso. You are no more a Lagosian. So that is one thing. And another thing that he did was that there was a lot of protest from students. A lot of them were killed. They were shot. So many things happen. Okay, if we start to talk about it now, you won't like that kind of thing to happen in your Nigeria.
So if that can happen and it can give us the kind of country we want, I'm okay.
So how would you feel if you're a married man or father and they kill your children and they also kill you? Is that fine with you?
No, I know, and I know they can't just kill my children. There's no way they can just kill my children.
Who told you that? Who told you
that? Mr. Foley, Mr. Foley, you are saying Mr. Foley, you are saying you do not mind for that to happen in Nigeria.
Yes, now, if that can change
if you are going to
calm down, Mr. Foley, Nigeria is a capitalistic system. We run a capitalistic system. China is a socialist system. Government owns everything. Your business that you are doing here in Nigeria that you are free to do, you cannot even attempt it in China there without government taking everything.
As long as I can feed myself, I can take care of my
How long did you take the Chinese?
I'm not looking for much. I'm only looking for little to take care of myself. I'm not looking for much. Okay, because if you like, I'm not this kind of person that
will you accept to have only one child?
What's the essence of having 3, 4, 5 child that I can't even take care of? If it's one that will take care of, I'm okay.
Mr. Foley, I think the issue we have here is you have not left, just like we've not experienced what you went through in the market. Let's just pray this China thing does not replicate itself in Nigeria, because me and you will still be on this platform complaining about the same thing.
No, as long as I can have a blueprint of where the direction is going to. You know, when Tinubu remove subsidy, who are like, people are saying is bad. I know it's bad too, but my own problem then is like, what are the projects? What are the projectors? What are the promises after removing it? What are we doing? Where are we going to after removing it? There must be a conversation between the citizens and the government. Okay, we are taking this away from you to suffer for it, but we are going to give this to you in the next 2 years. That's the only way I think I got it wrong then. I never said they should not remove subsidy, but there must be projects that, okay, this is where we are going to after removing it. It's not like you just tell me to go and suffer, and I won't have where my suffering can lead me to. I won't be able to condone that. But if a government come to place and it told me that, okay, I want to staff you for so period of time for us to achieve this, and we're all of us to be looking at that thing that we want to achieve in the next couple of years. All of us we align with it, but not like when you just take away our this thing, and you are now giving us. Okay, I'm listening.
Mr. Foley, you said the first subsidy issue is a problem between the government and the marketers.
Okay.
Of course, we know we are going to suffer it. So this issue is between the government and the marketers. But at that point that this thing is happening, you yourself cannot deny. If you used to use gas was exponentially low.
Okay.
So you can see the difference. It's not taking something away from us totally. People say, okay, it's bad.
Is gas still low now? Is gas still low now?
It's been long I've checked the issue.
That is even more higher than what it used to be before.
No, but gas is not as expensive as petrol, right?
Right.
Gas is more expensive now.
Really? No,
Yes.
I think it's
expensive.
Gas is now around 1,000.
It used to be cheap. It used to be very cheap before.
How many kg? Or it's much cheaper than before. Before it was like
But no, it's not high again. Yeah, it has high again.
it can fluctuate. You know what? Let me be frank with you. Nigerian can get better if the people also want it to get better, and people are ready to sacrifice more. I will be frank with you. The rest of the world are also in a serious mess. Everywhere in the world.
Look at US. US is saying they are trying to pass a bill to prevent the government from shutting down.
Every country,
issue.
Because the effect of the post-COVID, or what do you call it, is a big deal. So every country is in a mess, and Nigeria included. And you cannot compare Nigeria that was not planned for with that monumental corruption that has spanned over 4 decades or more than that, and you expect it to change overnight. And I don't understand Nigeria. You people shouted there is a huge corruption on subsidy. They removed the subsidy. Of course, we know we'll suffer for it initially, but as it goes on, it will fine. In 1999, a starter pack was sold for 33,000 naira. I'm talking about a SIM card, a SIM, and a Nokia 3310.
Wish 99. Wish 99.
Sorry, 2000. Yeah, 2000 plus. Don't know about
2001.
2001. I want 2001. It was sold for 33,000 naira. Today, and a SIM pack that time, because I supply Nigerian bills, a lot of them. A SIM pack that time was 10,000 naira.
Sorry, Remy, did you just say 3,000 naira?
10,000 naira for one SIM card.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 3,000 because I bought my own.
10,000 naira. But now a SIM is as free as 500 naira, even below that time.
It's even free, sir. You have to pay to register.
So Rome was not built in a day. It will take time if Nigerian people want their country to develop. And I always continue to give example of Lagos State. It's really a pace setter, to be frank. What you have in that Lagos, if you go to some European country, you don't see it there. But you people, you don't appreciate what you have. You continue to compare and contrast every time, like the people.
Sorry. When you guys are speaking like this, I was like, are you? How long have you? When last have you come to Lagos?
I was in Nigeria Mr. Foley, I was in Nigeria in January this year.
Mr. Foley, I'm in Lagos.
You're in Lagos?
Yes, I was in Lagos. I was also in Abeokuta. So what do you want to ask again?
Mr. Foley, I'm in Lagos currently.
Okay. Have you ever come out when there is raining in Lagos State?
When
there is raining in Lagos State.
I live in Lagos with my grandma for like 3 or 4 years.
But is that mainland? Is that a mainland issue or an island issue?
Okay, and I will now ask you this: if I want to set a standard for Lagos, with what Lagos is getting, with what Lagos is bringing in, I will set a standard of somewhere like Hawaii for Lagos.
Like what?
In America, somewhere like Hawaii in America, one of the biggest cities, that's supposed to be one of the biggest cities in the world.
You can never compare Lagos State to Hawaii, bro. Mr. Foley,
they are not the same
terrain. I'm just telling you now. If I want to tell you, if I'm to rate Lagos State with what they are generating in that state, okay. I should be seeing Lagos. I should be seeing in Lagos. I should be seeing in Lagos that people will travel down to come and see.
Yeah,
that's in me. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about me. If I should rate Lagos,
and financial center of Nigeria.
Lagos is a metropolitan city.
It's
for business.
It's
not for living.
Like
it's not for tourism. It's for work.
It's for business environment, business city, and
the only place you can compare to Hawaii right now is Calabar.
Yes,
Cross
thank you.
River.
Or those Akwa Ibom side or
Cross
something
River,
like
civil
that.
servant state, civil servant state. It's not that
Those
expensive
ones
there. Those are the
can
places you
be
can compare.
No, those guys are not. Those guys are not. What I'm talking about is the kind of IGR that Lagos State is getting compared to their achievements. I'm not saying it yet. Me, I'm talking about me. What these people are getting and what we are seeing in Lagos.
So how
We
much
cannot
can you
identify.
quantify how much is
How
Lagos
much do
State?
you think? How much do you
How
think
much do you think Lagos is generating? How much, sir?
Lagos State.
Yes.
Only Alimosho is getting almost 40 billion
We are
every
talking
month.
about Lagos. Forget the local government.
Forget
Total.
local government. Total.
Is it not part of
Lagos.
Lagos?
No, just
No,
tell us
no, no, no,
entire
no,
Lagos.
no, no,
Lagos.
no,
Just
no, no,
guess.
no. Entire Lagos. You said Lagos. This is not
You
about
said
Alimosho.
Lagos.
This
You
is
not say
Lagos.
Alimosho or maybe Lekki
Wait,
or what?
we're talking about the Lagos we all know now.
Yes,
Yes.
tell us how much. Tell
How
us how
much?
much they are generating.
How much they are generating per year as revenue?
Even per
Lagos
month.
Lagos are getting nothing less than 100 billion every month.
Every month, 100 billion what?
Okay, let's
Naira
assume
or
that.
dollars?
Wait,
Is it
Yes,
is it
no,
is
no,
it
wait,
is it
wait,
dollars
wait.
or naira?
Naira.
Let's assume that. Wait, let's assume that Lagos is getting 100 billion every month. So that make it 1.2 trillion in a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that is less than 2 billion. That is less than 2 billion naira dollars.
Yeah.
And I live in a city that generates 5 billion, and we have 1.6 million. We generate 5 billion in a year.
Mm-hmm. Look at the
For a city of
population.
1.6 billion. So the
And
truth is this: Lagos is under marketed.
Yeah, they're
The
supposed to even
revenue,
generate more than that.
So
is too
no,
small for the
Mr. Foley, listen to this thing. Oh. According to December 2023, the bill Lagos State generated 924 billion. By December, they said it's going to generate 924 billion naira.
No, you
And
have
do
to
you know?
also you have to
Wait.
factor in the
And if you are
population.
talking about Lagos generating money and you are seeing the figure that they generate 900 billion, I will not lie to you. They've make times 3 or times 4 of that thing that they actually declare.
That is your own personal opinion. You
I'm
can
just telling you what Lagos supposed to be bringing.
That's your own personal.
Even fully. Let's assume that even
If there is no corruption, on that land will have been something different. That's what I'm saying.
fully.
But it is
Let's
something
assume that
different.
Lagos. Let's assume that Lagos is even generating 5 billion in a year. Now, you realize they are going to pay salary of the workers.
Mm-hmm.
You realize a lot of things, the debt they are paying based on what.
Okay.
So the thing is, a city like Lagos, normally, if not because federal government is the type of government that want to foreclose at everything, Lagos normally should need an average of 20 billion dollars a year.
Right.
Just for us to say we want to really get a real metropolitan city in the next 15 to 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's just reality.
And
So
also,
what Lagos is generating is a joke of revenue, to be honest.
Yes,
It's a
and
joke of revenue.
let's Mr. Foley also has to put in mind how many population, what is the population of Lagos right now? How much are they generating as revenue?
yes, the population, if they really want to count, it will be close to up to 30 million people living in that.
So that is nothing when you're talking about the revenue.
How
The
many of
revenue
these
can
30
only
million is
are
even
paying
paying taxes?
paying taxes. Yes.
Yes.
So
majority are not paying.
Let me tell you so many things that how Lagos, the federal government is actually slowing down development in that country. Like the traffic in my city now, the air traffic in my city is more than that of Lagos. I don't really want to just go to Atlanta to just go and say what is there, because the traffic in Atlanta, for example, in Atlanta, I don't think Lagos can process that in 3 years.
okay, if everybody's flying to Abuja because the traffic is little.
Even I'm telling you that Lagos has more traffic more than Abuja. Funny enough.
Yes,
and why all this? It's just because Lagos as a route, don't let me use all this British English, as a route, is shorter to many destinations. But those people that wanted to redevelop Murtala Mohammed Airport like about 2 decades ago, the federal government would not allow them because of vested interest. Because that should be like, it's supposed to be like some kind of hub This one that you be going to Addis Ababa, all those, Lagos was supposed to be like up, just like Heathrow is to London. That's what Montana Mohammed is supposed to be. And hopefully that is what we are expecting the airports that's going to be within Lekki's Heathrow to be.
Yeah, I think that's the trajectory they are heading to. They need to have two airports. Then one should be focused on international, and the other should be a route airport, like you said.
So I think Lagos has been misjudged for its revenue. Yeah, can they do better? I would say yes, but how better? You understand? Because okay, assuming that okay, maybe let me use road. Maybe Lagos State need like let's say 30,000 kilometers of road, for example, and you will need a proper revenue. Let's assume on average of $20 billion a year for Lagos to function properly, and you are generating just 2 billion. So instead of 30,000, you are constructing like say less than 1,000 kilometers. You understand? That's just Lagos. Because we are quantifying it because that billions in naira is so huge to us that we are forgetting some other things that Lagos State government will do. They will pay wages for the workers. They will even pay some contractors to execute some things. They will still run this the electricity they use to run the processors. So a lot of things they will do there. So to me is I don't know that country. I think we need to restructure because you know if you see the way I've been praying that all these VAT things that they are that Wike should win it because so some people are just there collecting money while they are not contributing. You know, you have your Guinness in Lagos, you have the Nigerian breweries in Lagos. You are supposed to expand revenue. Some people are telling you that oh you cannot bring this in. They are breaking your bottle. And these people, you still want to be collecting VAT and be giving them. You know, so we just need some kind of structural reform that will reset everybody's brain. Everybody's brain.
And you need the leadership to make that happen.
Yeah, we need leadership to make it happen.
But we have a leader. We have a leadership now. Nobody is good.
We don't have leaders.
So
no. For Libby, yeah, it's two-way things. Yes, we need leaders, but still within the leaders we have, we can still the followers too. We can mount prayer because the space of obedience now.
Sir, we have a leader. Tinubu is a leader. The problem with us is that we are
it can't be Tinubu alone.
We are failing to support. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. We are failing to support him. We are only looking at Tinubu as the head. How many people are under him?
If we are talking of leaders, even governors and local government chairpersons, they should be the one that should be doing most of this thing. That is why I'm praying for structural reorganization. Because when you have 36 governors doing something simultaneously, if you see the way I'm happy on this matter of power, it's not going to happen immediately, but in the next 10 years, it's just for maybe Lagos and Ogun State to just do something about electricity. Now, if we are lucky enough, if we can get favorable judgment in VAT, before you know, people will start finding alternatives. Because the little one that Lagos has achieved, we've seen so many people coming to understudy. Soludo on his own went to Lagos to understudy. It's just a matter of time. Immortalize. If it keeps up fully, people will understudy. So if we get that power distributed, and if we start getting back, especially because like I said there yesterday or 3 days ago, for the big scale, large scale like Dangote, no problem. Those guys are going to generate electricity. But it is unfortunate for Lever Brothers, Unilever, that they ran away, giving excuses of electricity. Very unfortunate for Dunlop, that ran away, giving excuses of electricity. But If we can get electricity, if the medium and small scale start coming up, see, medium scale, small scale, I'm talking about, average people like us say, we can set up a tire manufacturing factory. We can set up like small textile. We can we can set up like brick. I mean that when I say brick, the serious brick, not the kind of a badge that some brick building factory are doing today. We can do little things. We can set up ties industry. In those days, we used to have average people like us that used to run plastic industry, tomato paste, a lot of things we can do. Because for those people within small and medium scale, they will need power. They surely need power.
But Mr. Ola,
yes, sir.
This thing, I appreciate what you're saying, but what you're telling us is we can do. Yes, we know we can do, but in this economy, nobody's ready to do anything. We have a consumer population.
Consume society.
We don't have a production society.
That's part of government policy to do. See, when
that is not government policy, Mr. Ola.
When Jonathan, wait now, it's government policy. It's government policy. When Jonathan wanted to eliminate cement importation, the first thing he did is he withdrew the licensing from those that they gave before that were supposed to be importing, while putting some backward integration infrastructure back in Nigeria. This guy failed. They would rather go to China, bring cement to Nigeria, maybe the landing cost will be around $200, $200, repackage it, I'll be selling for like 2,800. So now when Jonathan stopped it, and we have the like of Bua, Lafarge, and Dangote left. See, that was when Dangote now aimed at, okay, it was going to be the largest manufacturer of cement in Africa.
Okay, what does that do to Nigerians? What does Nigeria make from that Dangote cement we are talking about?
Okay, what Nigeria made from Dangote cement? Let's start from how many workers do we have with Dangote today? Just imagine, as Dangote is the largest employer of labor in Nigeria.
How much is it paying its workers?
It doesn't matter how much it's paying.
It matters.
It
matters. All this thing matters. A bag of cement today is around 5,200. A bag of cement. Today in Nigeria.
Mr. Foley, I think
so. Where is Dangote getting his machinery from?
Machinery. What is
machinery? In Nigeria.
All those machines that are using in the factory. Where is he getting it from? He's getting it in dollars. You understand?
Is he buying the machine every day?
Oh, there will be maintenance for sure. All those parts that will be used to maintain the machine will still be in dollars. And this guy is still paying some dollars, I
think we should stop celebrating failure. We should stop celebrating
No. Wait. Dangote can do better.
That should not give him an excuse not to pay proper salary to the workers.
No,
buying machinery does not involve that.
No. Look. When you say he's not paying proper machinery, proper this thing, one thing the way I argue my own is this: if anybody really want to look at what Dangote is doing, and you want to challenge Dangote, it is fair to lay hands on Dangote Group financial reports and see how things are running. Then you can take a decision whether it can pay more than what it's paying. But if you do not really go through his annual financial statement, and you are saying you should be paying, then based on what? On what basis? I'm not depending him on that.
Me and you know that Dangote is actually making big money from that cement. He's making big money from that cement.
How do you know how much did Dangote make last year?
So why is it? Are you asking me how much Dangote make last year?
Yeah, I just want to know. I'm interested.
Wow.
I think
think
No, I'm interested in knowing.
let's leave how much he makes to his accountant.
No. We should be able to talk from the because sometimes we make assumption. That's what I'm saying. So
I think Google can help me about that, even if I don't know.
No, for the B. You see, one thing is this: that 5,200 you see, that's the final price. Now the question is this: how much is this cement getting out from the factory? That's where that's what I want to
Wait,
stay on.
you just see something now. How much are they selling cement in China? And what are the things they use to make to produce cement? We have it here, raw materials. Here.
Who is buying cement in China?
No, I'm just he said you are importing it before that they get it cheaper. How are they doing it that make it come cheaper?
Those ones are taking our resources and they are manufacturing and they're selling it back to us.
No,
those they are large.
Here we have our resources here. We are getting
China has so many advantages over us. They can manufacture all the machines they are using in the plant from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, China is manufacturing.
Chinese factory, some of them are well automated. And then not only that, China has problem of oversupply. You understand? They have issue with oversupply as at that time. They actually produce more than what they need and more than necessary for them to push it to the international market. So when you hit oversupply situation, you just want to sell anyhow. So there's no, don't even like when it comes to even manufacturing. No. China is even a very terrible example to even compare ourselves with. Even we can't even compare ourselves to India. So talk of China. So our situation. Do you know that Dangote is generating the power supply is using for himself, and that's maintenance on its own. Yes. Dangote cement we are looking at is bringing machine and is sending people on training that are maintaining that machine. You understand? Dangote is servicing both local and international debt. Now, if you can get some guys that can compete favorably, maybe Dangote is looking at let's say break even of 10 years. He may be forced with his lenders to increase that break even to like say 20 years. So they won't be in that for a hurry. Just like when MTN and Econet were lying to us that, per second billing was not possible. Until Glow that had no option than to sell, for him to break into the market, just came at per second billing. Yeah, I agree. People will have to come in and challenge Dangote. But the entry barrier in that business, it's not the joke, I must tell you. That's just my opinion about that. Everybody don't go. Thomas, be like everybody don't go.
So what I'm saying is any business that have a competitive with Dangote cannot do well in that field. Dangote is only using its monopoly marketing to extort Nigeria.
Well,
there's any other business Dangote have a competitive.
You can't say that. BUA cement just crashed the price of cement to 3,500 yesterday. You can't say it's totally BUA. What do you call it? BUA cement in Nigeria. It crashed the price of cement to 3,500.
And that is competition we're talking about.
You cannot say Dangote is.
And do you now know? Sorry, do you now know? Dangote is now promising Nigeria now to drop his own to 2.8 by December.
Yeah, we wait to December.
So what happened before?
Before now and December, BUA can also crash it more further. So
what now happened before? That I'm talking about monopoly here. The problem
I know
Are you not a businessman? If you are a businessman, you maximize.
Any business you are doing that people you are killing people, you are not doing business. You are being wicked. This is wickedness.
No, you are
Don't
looking at it
count
from
anything as business.
You are just looking at it from the.
I'm a business person. I will never do that.
No, you cannot totally blame them because you have to look at their cost of production also. Because
what now is that cost? Is that cost reduced now?
I don't know.
That's the question.
The reason why you
there is a monopoly. There was a monopoly somewhere.
Listen, why you will crash your price is that when you are not selling at what you used to sell, the quantity you used to sell, that means you are losing money. So you don't have a choice than to drop price to increase your sales.
Let me even tell you for be about my.
It's a small
so people are not building house again in Nigeria. That is no more selling.
No, they are building, but they will not build as usual.
I said this guy is using monopoly over Nigerian. That is where he's making his money. He's monopolizing Nigerian.
No, I don't
agree. Sometimes, yes, let's assume that it's even monopolizing. But I just want to tell you, sometimes the price of cement you see does not reflect what is coming out from the factory. That 3,200 you are talking about now, that someone says is going to crash it to 3,200. It is possible that it was coming out of the factory for far less than 3,200.
No.
Along the line, I'm just assuming. I'm not saying that.
I have friends that are into cement that they pick from the factory direct. The margin between factory and wholesale and the retailers is around 200, 300 naira.
Are you sure?
I'm telling you, I'm into telecom. And I know what MTN give us recharge card. I know how much we sell. There is nothing, there is no margin from the factory in these things. It's a price from the market from the factory that will determine the market in town.
Because sometimes my feeling is the amount lost because this thing when you transport to some regional area, because the amount you find in Ekiti now may be different from the amount you find in Mowe.
What these people do is this: they will they'll have their depot in each state,
yes.
Okay, where people normally go to go and buy. There's only few people who still willing to do this, to stress themselves to go and buy from the factory. They are the ones that are still paying to the factory. They already have their depot everywhere. They have people that have their license to bring it to that depot. Okay, so I'm not sure these people have issue of distance when it comes to price of cement. Cement, these people are just being wicked. Just take it like that.
Okay.
If last month someone is selling cement closing to 5,000 naira, and now today is now telling me, even when the cost of production is even more higher in Nigeria, when salaries, when the subsidy is even there, killing the business more, is now that you want to reduce the price. What happened to you 2, 3, 4, 5 months ago? Why are you selling it higher?
That thing may be between government and between the government and the product. I don't know. Because why did I say so?
It's just that the big elephant in Nigeria is they are trying to kill everybody. They are just together to kill everybody.
Because why did I say so? We don't know whether government is subsidizing them. That's one thing. I don't know. I'm just guessing. So don't take that one as the truth. So from my experience in the past, for that China you are saying, because why did China get to the position of oversupply? Government lowered the cost of production for them, especially during between 2007 and 2009, when everyone was in recession. If you look at China at that time, they managed the recession perfectly. What happened? Where they were paying $1 per kilowatt hour of electricity, government said, okay, don't worry, we pay 2 cents. And once investors still have more money in their pocket, the next thing they will do is to keep investing, keep expanding.
But in our own space, the money that are meant to do that, some people are using to buy Prado Jeep to build houses for themselves.
I agree with you. I agree with you perfectly. But the thing is this. But the thing about Nigeria is, to me, I will not care more. It's not as if people should not care. Don't get me wrong. But then I will not care much personally. This is personal choice. As long as governments can provide enabling environment. What do I mean by enabling environment? Your policy, the type of policy you make. If you want to promote toothpick production in Nigeria now, ban those people that are bringing it. If you want to promote education, you want education people to invest in more in education at home, then stop giving. I'm sorry to say it may sound wicked. Stop giving people that are going for training in Dubai, people that are going for training in India. Stop giving them money. Let them go to some local local training provider in Nigeria. Or if they are so thirsty for foreign education, let them go for let them go on YouTube. Because some people they need forex even to go and study in Kutonu, to go and study in Ghana.
And these people you are talking about, who are they?
Yeah.
Is this the same set of the leaders, children?
Sometimes people like you and myself, that we have some that we are carry that. No, you don't see. Let me tell you one thing. I know many of my colleagues, including even my own brother, that send the children to this place. You understand? As I'm speaking to you, I'm helping someone to pay his acceptance fee next week.
Okay,
Already
why are we? And why do you think Nigeria can actually go that far? Not common Nigerians. Why do you think they can go that far? Because the school here cannot meet up with the standard they actually want for their kids. And even after the kids actually, most of them were using the opportunity to actually allow their children to go out so that they can be doing whatever they want to do over there.
The public school you meant to say? The public school.
Yeah, the public school. Yes, the public school. So okay. even most of people that are actually sending their children to school and school abroad, they're actually doing it so that the children can actually have their life over there after the school.
Yeah, I agree.
But here, after you spend the whole money for your children here, it will still come and meet you on your 3-seater couch to be sleeping with you. You still be the one that be feeding him, giving him, marry for him, continue training his child as his children. So these are the things, when people are going extra mile to go and to send their children out of this space, it's just they are actually running away from that full soul of their children. They don't want it to be jeopardized. If this country can actually create an environment for people to work and school, and after you graduated, you get a job, people will be here making the country works. And this is a country, this is a country where people actually came here to force you away from here to go and do slavery. And this is the same people now today. You are even taking your own money now to go and continue the slavery. I think our problem here is leadership issue. We need somebody who can actually understand our problem here and just put us on that path that can lead us to where we're supposed to go to, how we need to do it, what we need to do. We can pay the price. We are ready to sacrifice anything for it. But we need that leader that will be part of us, that will be ready to lead us. That it's not like you are telling me to not to drive a car and you are buying jets. I won't believe you. I won't trust you.
I think
Foley, I agree with you.
Foley, I think the way you are putting it is not so simple as what you thought. First, you have to realize one thing: we live in a globalized world. So the world has changed totally, not like the old way that, okay, let's close up, we have a leader, we have this, we have that, we must do for a leader. So in what capacity? So if you name your own type of leader that you want that kind of leader to rule Nigeria, maybe the rest of Nigeria don't believe in the kind of person you have in mind. I think here now, all over the world, there is competition all over the world. So if you want your country to be better, and if what I think the present government should do is that maybe give the federal university their autonomy. And if they give them their autonomy, will Nigeria ready to pay school fees? Because the government does not have money to subsidize school fees for them. So if you want the best quality, Then, if the university are the one that provide all amenities by themselves, then they will be able to discipline or do the right thing to the lecturers. Because some of these lecturers, they don't stay in one school, they continue to teach all around. So if you want best for your country, there must be what we call is a give and take. Even in the so-called developed world, if you look at all this Western world, they don't send their children to university. Most times their children get a student loan, and when they start working, they pay back. But in Nigeria,
because they have where to work.
Listen, a Nigerian parent, the system we have in Nigeria, you don't know what you guys have. If you know what you have, then you thank your stars. In Nigeria, a Nigerian parent will send their kids from kindergarten to university. And at the same time, they also want more. They push him abroad for master's degree or something like that.
Okay.
So you can see that to the extent of how our people can pay money. For example, look, if you are a medical doctor, if you want to be a doctor in overseas, you are going to pay a hell of money to study in the university if you don't have that scholarship.
After graduating, what happened?
Of course, after graduating, they will find job. In Nigeria too, they also find job. Where find a job. They find
Where
job.
is the job in Nigeria?
No. What you can say is that, listen, you can say they find job, maybe the remuneration or the benefit is not enough. We can understand. But telling me they do not find a job, that is a lie. For a medical doctor, if you are a well-trained 6 or 7 years spent in university in Nigeria, you find a job. Because we have shortage of doctors.
Okay, wait. Okay, you are not what you are saying now, you are not asking me to invest like 50 million naira to go and study medicine in Nigerian school, right? Is that what you're saying?
So if
after graduating,
What I'm trying to say is this: if they give the university autonomous, that means if they give them, that means they will charge tuition fee.
Fine. They will increase the school fees, right?
For some selected courses. For some,
fine.
Because Nigeria is
wait now. So the school fees will now be increased, right?
Of course, it will be because
fine. And after graduating from that same school, the same me will now go to a market where they will be paying me 70,000.
No, you cannot. Things does not remain static. Look at what happened today now. Yesterday, TINUBU said that the low income earner will get additional 25,000 per month for the next 6 months. Within a split of 2 or 3 hours, they increase it to 35,000 for every worker, federal worker in Nigeria. We don't know what the state will do. That means this is a listening government. And what I'm just trying to tell you is that don't expect an El Dorado overnight.
Actually, if I've been listening to me since I've been coming here, there is no time I've ever accused TINUBU in person because his government is still fresh. So you
are preaching that social kind of
yes.
social welfareism or something like that. That is what you are preaching.
His government is still fresh. For me to have anything to blame TINUBU now, maybe after 2 years of his ruling.
Unfortunately,
but for now, I still keep my reservation about TINUBU.
I will ask you
I want him to whether he succeeded, either he succeeded in building Nigeria.
So let me ask you a question. If, for example, if you are an investor, let's say you are big, like what do you call it, like Facebook and the rest, and you want to invest in a social welfare state, would you put your money there? Because you know that you are not going to reap any profit like that. So you have to look at what do you really want as a country. Do you want to practice social welfare, or you want to practice capitalism, or you want to practice what I call mixture of both social and capitalism together, which is like a kind of mixed economy? So what do you want? You must have to ascertain that one first. And I think when you look at Nigerian lifestyle, you will know that Nigeria tends a little bit towards capitalist kind of something. So the point I'm trying to say is that if you want quality, then Nigerian people must pay for it. Everybody, I don't know whether you are in Nigeria.
I totally agree with you. If you want quality, Nigeria people must pay for it. Yes. But you should as well put it into consideration that the people you want to do it for must not die before they enjoy the life.
So now the way I see is that you want to have your cake and eat it. You cannot have
not having cake and eat it. people can still be managing their life in an average way.
So in a
and
nutshell,
still be,
you are,
and
you
still
are,
be,
you
wait,
are, you are trying
people
to
can
say
still
that.
be enjoying the system a little
So what
and
you
still
want,
be
if
hoping
I
for
get you
better
right,
of their country. But today, people are as in the kind of suffering in Nigeria today is, if you know how many people that will test us in a day to just to just beg you for something to feel themselves, you will understand that this country is, people are actually, even business are closing up in Nigeria. Let me tell you, people actually grow their society. When people are happy doing what they are doing with their country, the country will progress. But in a situation whereby the country, people are not even finding anything to do, they are all jobless, they are all tired of the system. They are not even the only people that go out in Nigeria are the criminals who know that I'm going to office to go and change one signature to make one money. They are the ones that were happy with the system. The people that are supposed to drive the economy you are talking about, they were sleeping on their bed. They are not doing anything again, because like me now, like before I used to go out, go and at least either I have something to do outside, I will take my car, go and do whatever I want to do. At times maybe you get for some connection, you get some information that can actually help you. But now if you are taking your key, you are leaving your bed, you are already spending money going out. So for you to now go out now, it's a bit difficult for you. And as you are not going out, the country is not moving forward as well. Because people drive the economy you are talking about. People supposed to be one that will be driving your economy that you are talking about. And these people are tired. They are not even willing to do anything again because they are frustrated. Because after the whole stress they put in place, the system did not even pay them. They can't even make their way out of the system. So which program are you talking about that people should pay price? People cannot pay price as their own detriment of.
To me, I think you are still looking at it from the pessimistic angle, and I will tell you why. First, there is a subsidy removal. The price of petrol went up. There must be a spiral effect on the whatever that will happen in Nigeria, and a country that was not well planned for so many decades. And then we are not even generating revenue as we used to generate revenue before. Mind you, even the crude oil that we really rely on, they are phasing it out in Western Europe, in the Western world. They are resorting to electric vehicle. So you must bear with people. As you are complaining that nowadays you don't take your car out, some people are also making money. So you cannot say that because this situation happened to you, that is what is happening to the rest of the people.
No, I'm not. Wait, I think the problem we have here when we are talking about things.
Just give me one more minute.
You know what? Sorry. Please, for you to learn, please. Wherever I'm here saying something, I'm not directly directing it to me. I'm just talking to what people are actually going through, not even me.
Yes. First and foremost, I acknowledge that. I know that things might not be so easy and things might be so rough or so tough for a lot of people down in Nigeria. But that doesn't mean that economic activity is not going on. Economic activity will continue. Everybody will adjust in the short run and the long run. They will readjust their business model. They will readjust their trading pattern. Everybody will readjust to reality. Maybe before you have your car, you can cruise around the city, even if you don't have no destination because petrol is cheap. Even in the so-called abroad we are talking about, nobody will just cruise around like that because gas is not all that cheap also. Because you have to also factor how much do they earn per hour. It's also depends on their profession, but you have to look at the minimum wage, and it's different from country to country. So some countries, their minimum wage is as low as 12.
Before when you're talking about this thing, before as a site engineer, if I say site engineer, before you can actually take your car, drive to the site, giving them your paper, your what's it called, your contacts, that you can actually deliver this, you can do this, you can do this. And at the end of the day, you come back home, you did not spend much to do that. And even if nothing come up from that place, you are still good, you are still fine. But now, for you to even go out to go and do that now, it's difficult for you.
Okay, so that is the question now is fully, you ask yourself as a site engineer, if you don't go, because life is about risk, it's 50-50. If you don't go, you lose that opportunity. If you go, you might get the opportunity.
But what
So
about if you now go? Wait, what if you now go? If you now go today, tomorrow you don't have the finance. You don't have the finance to finance yourself again to go again.
Yes.
And the place you go to go no good anything.
You go 20 times and it's negative, and then you went one time and it's positive, and it's covered.
What of if you have gone 19 times? Wait. What of if you have gone 19 times? Wait, what if you have gone 19 times to spend money to go 19 times? And the remaining one that's supposed to give you the money, you don't have money to go there again. What happens?
You cannot say you don't have the money to do that. You find your way there one way or the other.
How will you find your way? I should go and steal. Come on.
If you want something, you go for it. But if you are thinking this, no, you cannot just be telling me how. You are the one that wants it. You want job, right? You want money.
You want. I'm talking about. Wait. Wherever we're hugging here.
I'm not hugging. I'm just trying to tell you.
Okay. Whatever we're trying to correct ourselves here. Me, I talk about it as if it's what I'm passing through. But I'm just talking about the possibility of someone is a graduate that is trying to find a way of surviving.
So hold on first. Let me tell you something. The world is changing. Forget about certificate. It's about skill acquisition now. If you as an engineer, you are in the field, then you have already acquired some skills in your field of work. If your skills is good enough, you might be recommended to so many people to go and work for them. If you are freelancing, or if you have your own company by yourself. So the things are changing all over the world, not only in Nigeria alone. So a lot of jobs are being taken over by AI technology or maybe computer or whatever.
Wait, sorry. Is it the same? Is it the same parent? Is it the same parent that works so hard to pay your school fees that you yourself are actually going to school after you graduate? That your parents are so that poor that they can't even give you that kind of life you actually want, and they just force themselves to give you that education.
I think you are just generalizing it. I said something.
I'm talking about general things. I'm not talking about people who can afford it.
I'm trying to tell you that everybody will readjust their life. Now that the situation of fuel subsidy is in, you readjust your life by not driving your car every day like before, because you want to conserve some money. So everyone will readjust. But what I am trying to tell you is that if you want quality, people must pay for it. You cannot expect free manna like before, because in Nigeria, a lot of people.
But I don't know why you are saying. Sorry. I don't know why people are seeing it as people that government, that people in government supposed to be the one that will be enjoying the system, and some set of people in the country as citizens should sacrifice their life for the same people that are actually taking everything away from them. What we are saying here is this: if at all you want me to suffer to achieve something, you are also human being like me. You must pass through that same process you want me to pass through. Okay? Not like when you are driving jets around, not when you are going around with Prado Jeep, using my own money, yes, the country money, to buy the same fuel. You use the same money to pay for your girlfriend that you want to fuck. Sorry for using that word. And you are asking me that I want to survive, to eat, to die before the country will be better. Who does this? I'm talking about the leadership problem here. If at all you want us to suffer, you join us. Let's pass through the same process. But when you are not cutting your own side of it, you are still living your life the way you want to live it, and you're not pushing everything to me. We are all the same human being. You also have the same years to spend here as well and go. I have years to spend here on earth to leave this country, to leave the world. Okay, but you say you too also have the same year to spend here too.
So
and you are enjoying your own time, and you're asking me to pay my own time with my own life, with my own time.
Can I ask you some series of questions?
Okay, sir.
Questions. Sorry to cut you short.
Okay, sir.
As a country, how do you generate revenue, in your own opinion?
As a country, If country has resources, okay, they
What
make
kind of
they lay the-
resources? What kind of
any
resources?
whatever you think you have as the resources, okay,
Mhm.
as a country,
Mm,
you make use of it.
mm.
You
So how do
like
you make? Let's,
it's
for
like a
example,
business. It's
let
like a
me ask
business
you a
person. It's
question.
like a business person.
Mr. Foley, you
All
have
right,
a
sir.
natural resources, fine, right?
Okay. Okay.
But you don't have money. Let's say you have a mineral resources. You don't have
Mhm.
money to explore these resources. How do you go about it?
Okay. What me I see as money is value, either you like it or not. Anything that represents value is what money is. Do you accept that? Hello?
I'm just trying to ask you, how do you go about exploring your resources because you don't have the
And,
money to
and,
exploit it?
and what I'm saying now is this. Anything that wait now. Yeah, I had you. I had you. But what me I see as money is anything that has value, right? Do you believe that? Hello?
Yeah, yes, continue. I'm listening to you.
Anything that has to do with that you see as money has to be has to be something that you call value. So you already have that thing that's value. Okay, it's not late for you. If you don't have money, look for people who need that thing that you have. Okay, let them bring their money to come and take the value you already have from you. So it's not late for you to use the things they are bringing to take that value to empower yourself more, to equip yourself more, to be able to have more production of that same thing you already have. Okay, not like you are saying you have something is valuable, and because some people need it and you don't need it, and you can connect the people that need it and you to to take that transaction so that you can have money. That means you don't want to be a living thing. You don't want to be a human being. We have the value here already. What we need here is to make sure that we make use of what we have, give it to someone that needed it, collect what they have on their own side as well, to exchange for what you have. And when you make the money, use it for the betterment of your people, of your people. It's either you improve the source of their income by pushing that money to more businesses that can be bringing more money.
I think
And by doing that,
I asked you this question is because of several reasons. When Nigeria got independence, and luckily for us, we all those regions they have what do you call it? The kind of thing they do, like in the west, they have their cocoa, and then in the east they have the palm oil and the rubber, and in the north they have the groundnut, and they focus on it.
Yes.
And then when they discovered oil, you can see that they do not have the technology or where we are to go about it. Investors come in.
Okay.
And when investors come in, investor will not just come into your country and say, okay, I just want to help you. I'm not going to make any profit. I'm not going to make my own money. So what you are discussing, the way you have been talking for a long time now is about social welfareism, which I think is not suit a country like Nigeria anymore.
Okay.
Because the reason why I said is very simple. I'm looking at you, you want good quality, but you want it at a cheaper price. You want the government, no, let me finish my thought, then you can come in. You want the government to provide everything without knowing that in most of these developed countries, the private sector play a bigger role, even more than the government. The government is just a regulatory body. That's what they do most time. Everything is in the hand of the private sector. That is why they are capitalist oriented. So, and that is why, and then the country, the people of that country, they are patriotic enough to make laws that will suit the benefit of the people. And I mentioned before that an average Nigerian or black men are greedy or selfish. If the people that make the law, at least they cut across different parties in Nigeria, they have the interest of the citizen in hand, then they would think about what can they do to help the citizen. So in that line, then we can start talking about maybe unemployment support for old people, some stipend for that, and they are doing it, but there's still corruption in it, which is always, no matter what you do in that country, there will be some people who want to sabotage it, and there will be some people who think this is my time to make money. The orientation is totally terrible from childhood now. When we were growing up, the orientation was good, I will not lie. They always teach us that to be patriotic, and they always teach us that to respect our country. I do not see, most of my classmates are from the Southeast, and we all went to school in the Southwest. But now it's totally different ball game. In Nigeria today, as you are complaining that, oh, things are difficult, I admit, some people are also making their money. Because as a good business person or a resource person, you have to look out for opportunity when it is very messy. I always say something. When the road is muddy and dusty, that is where the money is. And that is your country, Nigeria. When the road is paved and everything is well organized, it's difficult to make money there. Because Nigeria is still messy now, there is a lot of opportunity for people to make money.
No. Do you call because we are messy, because we are messing up?
I'm not saying messy. I'm trying to say that because I'm trying to say Nigeria is still a fertile land. Because things that
fertile land in form of what? By anybody to do whatever he needs, whatever he can do to make money.
Fertile land in terms of so many opportunities. Look at,
which
for example,
opportunity are you talking about? Sorry.
Calm down. Look at, for example, I've seen a lot of young Nigeria that are into forest trading. They are making millions of naira. I've seen Nigeria that they are going to content creation. They are also making money that they didn't even expect to. I don't know so what I'm trying to say is that when you push a man to the wall, and if you are the person that think very well, you sit down. I don't know if you are a site engineer, you can also look at yourself. What other skill do I have? Because I believe in one thing. If you go to the market, I don't listen to the noise from the market. I go and buy whatever I want to buy. But if you are the way you are looking at it as a good citizen, that I appreciate it.
Sorry, I trade forest. Do you even know what it takes? Do you even know what it takes to trade forest?
I know it's not a piece of cake, but it doesn't mean that today you might not make money, but if you make money tomorrow, are you going to give me 1 million?
I'm not even thinking of making money. The process
I'm trying to tell you
what you need to know. What you need to know before you can even trade. Do you know that it requires nothing less than 300,000 naira?
My friend and my brother, nothing comes easy in this world.
Oh Lord, this argument is simple. When you're talking about people trading forex and making money, I'm telling you, before you can even trade down, before you can trade, either you lose or gain, you need like 300K in place.
Do you know that some people borrow that 300K to start the business? That is a risk.
Oh,
and some of them, they were lucky, and some were unlucky. That is life.
No,
so
I will not be.
All these things you are talking about, I understand you very well. You want that social welfareism. You are peace with the Nigerian system.
No, you know what? I'm not. You know what? We want to pay the price. We want to pay the sacrifice. We want to make that sacrifice happen. But you, as a leader, must show by example. That's what I'm telling you here. Nigerians are very patient.
For me, I always believe that leadership comes from followership.
No, in our own case, the leadership did not come from us. Leadership they actually project us so that we will not be able to resist them.
So can you tell me where do you choose your leader? Does your leader come from?
Do we choose leader here? We don't choose leader here.
So how do they become governors?
They buy votes. They pay people who are poor to vote for them.
And they don't choose leader. So what are you doing election for?
And they discourage people to even participate, the good people to even participate in politics. Because if you are not a money back, if you are not a money back person, if you cannot steal money, you cannot contest with them.
If you are not choosing your leader, why are you conducting election?
And I'm now telling you, the one we have been having here, you don't call it election.
I know. I expect you to say that you are followers of Showore, so There's nothing you can say.
Wait, it's not
He has
about
to be from.
Showore. Let me tell you
It's
something.
about Showore now. What did you stand for? Is it
Let
not
me tell you
Showore's
about me.
value?
Let me tell you about me. I saw Showore as somebody that actually speak my own mind. Showore is not. I'm not Showore. Showore speak my mind.
So,
okay.
So you, if Showore have won this
people are not the one choosing their leaders.
Yes,
really?
Yes. Where people are choosing a leader is where people actually, when you come to them, tell them, my name is sorry. My name is so. This is, I have graduated from so primary school. I went to this so secondary school. I finished from so place. This is me. Since I've been born, I've never have any issue. I've never steal. I've never worked in a place and embezzle their money. These are my record. Follow my record. And people go after your record. And they look at you. And they look at environment that you find yourself. What have you been doing in that society? Have you anywhere been of help to them? Sorry, been of help to them? And they now look at you, okay, if this kind of person can be taken, can be sending to somewhere to go and represent us, this guy will do well. But not in a situation whereby people come to your speech.
Now, I know you are a bias because you prefer Showore, right?
I'm not biased. Hey, you know what? When we are saying all this thing, stop making this thing look like Showore. It's not Showore things.
No, let me ask you a direct
Showore thing.
Let me ask
you. It's not Showore thing.
It's not Showore thing.
If Showore have been declared the winner of this last presidential election, that means they did not buy any vote, right?
It will not be declared. It will not be declared. People have to vote for him.
If he had won, what would you think?
If anything that will make someone like Showore to win the election, that means the system has changed completely.
You know what? One thing you people don't know, I always laugh because this Showore you are talking about also gained the system, and I will tell you how he gained the system.
Okay.
He came out with his Sahara reporter trying to project himself as a investigative
journalist.
Okay. Or whatever happened. But it's also on record that some people also tried to do that. You understand?
No.
So many of those kind of stuff.
You know what?
Okay. Now, hold on. In his political party, there was a fight because there was a lot of donation from all over the world, especially in America. Which people could not account for. And
this is propaganda of a thing that we're all talking about. Please, I can tell you. Wait now. You are talking. Wait.
For his local community.
My chairman, my boss, brother, can we just talk? We are here to educate ourselves on some things. Yeah. Next time, if anybody tells you something about somebody, like that's what I will not do. When you tell me something about anybody, I do my own personal findings about the person. Okay. I will know the fact about that person before I lay my own allegation on that person. Okay. If you're talking about Sahara reporter, what actually brings Showore to even go to level of Sahara reporter? Nobody knows about it. Okay. This guy fought with military, government for like how many years?
Who told you? Are we not the same in Nigeria? Which government did you fight for? He fled to America.
No. Nigeria has their democracy before Showore travel out of this country.
You know
Showore
what?
Showore traveled 1999.
If you are talking about Showore and the rest, did they forge the military like all those TINUBU and his boys and
go and check his record. Wait now, please. We are here to actually expose ourselves. Anybody that you don't just come here and just tell us somebody is this, and without telling you.
Let's give it to Showore. At least Showore try within that space. So
within that space,
in his investigative reporting.
No. Before the Sahara reporter, go and check his
Remy, he was among those people who mounted pressure on the military. So in his own capacity, so we can give it to him. So there are
I'm
many of
just
them.
comparing him to the rest, but telling him
No,
all
no, no,
that
no.
the
It
rest,
doesn't matter
and
within
he's
his own
one special.
capacity. See,
I
see,
also
see,
protest. I also
see,
protest in
Remy,
Nigeria during that
Remy,
time.
Remy, Remy. No, no,
It's
no, no,
not
no, no.
only him.
Don't compare your own level of protest. Some of us that do student unionism before, we know where we tell you that the like of Showore, give it to him within his own
The only
capacity.
thing I can give to him is that is
Wait now, Remy, you may protest, but you could still sleep in your home, in your house without getting yourself worried.
But I
But
gave
the
it to him.
like of Showore, they could not. So let's give to him. Let's give that one to him. But
Okay.
that's not enough.
Let's give him that kind of deal, but it's not something that's extraordinary or so special.
It's special.
No. If you want to talk
No,
about
Remy. Let's look at it this way. I've seen
special.
people.
What is special about it?
I've listened to people that say Femi Falana should shut up, that he didn't do anything. I've seen people say
Soyinka
should do this thing. Wait, Remy, wait. I guess you didn't really realize who these people were fighting against. Do you know what is meant, for example, to put the like of Ganifa Wemi and Femi Falana in a prison whereby there was no light for several months? Do you know? Wait now. Do you know the health risk they put Showore into before he left the country? So the thing is this:
they even poison him. It was poison.
So the thing is, we should still appreciate those people. Those people that didn't free that time, we know what happened to them. Kudirat Abiola, we know our powerful Rewani. So many people, Baba. See, we are talking of when is it Omeka or who is this the Directorate of Military Intelligence that people could just disappear on the street. Baba, see, it wasn't fun in those days. Let's just be realistic. For people, even if like just come out and just call on Abacha.
And mind you, he's not even following. He's not even a follower. He's a leader in that movement. He's leading he's organizing the movement.
Which movement?
The anti-military government is leading. Yes, he's leading it.
You know what?
Yes.
I will give him some credit, but please don't put him in the same category as some other people. He tried.
Like who? Like who? Like who?
You cannot put him beside Ganifani. You cannot even put him beside
Tinubu. Do you know our problem here? When Ganifani was alive, people don't even see him as if he's doing anything as well.
No, not me.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. This Ganifani of a thing actually came. That Ganifani came. He did his own best. Does not mean people will not come after him to do their own best as well.
So are you trying to tell me that Showore had performed Ganifani in defeat of activism or against?
Showore is still alive and he's still doing it. So you don't know what he can still do.
Doing now? What special thing has he been doing for the last 8 years or 10 years?
Okay, can we just
Remy? He's been beaten all over Nigeria.
No. Wait. Do you know? Wait. Can we just try and understand that?
Folly. I'm very sorry. I have to round up now. We must not pass 10 hours. So just one sentence from you, one sentence from Remy. Then we round it up. It's almost 4 minutes to 10 hours.
Okay.
My God, they call me that we will not pass 10 hours here. So
okay, no problem. No problem. Yeah, Mr. Remy, I would just urge you to take your time, okay? To don't just put your biased mind somewhere, okay? And follow Showore for a while and understand what this guy stands for, okay? So that you will not be confused by other people saying something about him. You can actually have your own mind about him. So I want you to have your own mind about him.
That's Mr. Foley, one thing I want you to know is that when Showore started Star Reporter, I follow him to the time he does not report again, that he went for politics. I've been following him for a long time. I knew a lot of things about him, but I do not see him as a presidential material, as a politician. I do not see him as somebody that a lot of Nigeria will welcome and voted for in all over the region. I'm sorry to say that. It might be somebody you like, it might be somebody you project, but for me, that's my personal opinion.
Remy, why don't you advise him to go and run for local government chairman?
I've already advised him that I also look at him in the Nigerian context of policy.
We are all here. We are all here to contest for local government chairman. We are not
maybe he can even win local government chairman. Not
no,
so senator.
I was able trying to check his record.
Don't let's waste your time because we want to take this matter. Maybe when next we are here again, we can talk about it. We don't have the time.
I was checking his record. I was thinking, where was this guy from? Is it from Kwara? Is it from Kogi? Is it from?
You don't even know this guy. You don't even know him.
He's from Rivarian in Ondo State.
I know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to check him from the grassroots because in Nigerian politics or political environment, people must know you from your ward. From your ward, what has it done for his local community? Where exactly?
And that's why I said. That's why I said you should follow him. Showore has been doing scholarship since 2005 for his people.
Guys, we have to shut down. You do this another day.
2020, 205.
Thank you. We have to shut down. Remy, thank you. Who's Daddy? Thank you. Ola, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, that's another day, another dollar. As what my Roy say. Thank you so much. See you. Carry the conversation in the comment section. See you. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Per capita, the global per capita of the world is about $10.7, when we mean $10,700. But within the Commonwealth family, it is just 3,000. Per capita, the global per capita of the world is about $10.7, when we mean $10,700. But within the Commonwealth family, it is just 3,000. Per capita, the global per capita of the world is about $10.7, when we mean $10,700. But within the Commonwealth family, it is just 3,000.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yaya Bello. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.